All right, shalom everybody, and peace of the Lord to all of you. And as you see, the mullahs in the top of the rocket saying hello to everybody. And the rocket of Allah is the best of the rockets. So today we are going to rock and roll Islam. We are live in Discord in case you like to join us and to make a call if you are a Muslim. We have a Muslim gentleman, he want to join us. Can you put your hand up again? What's his name? Bassam? All right. All right. We have a Muslim already would like to join us. So he is more than welcome. I just invited you. You have to accept so you can be on the screen. All right, Mr. Taya. Go ahead. What do you
You
want
gonna
to say?
run, boy? You miss me?
This is the Abdul. Okay, Abdul. I have a question for you. You see, if you speak like adult, I will keep you. If you speak like a kid, if you start saying mockery, etc., I don't want to talk to kids. So I will give you a question. You see, the topic today is Allah is the most funny God. And I will start with the story of Adam. Can you tell us the story of Adam?
Yeah, you can tell me what's funny about it.
You tell me what happened.
I don't know what part of the story of Adam you want to talk about. Creation of Adam, Adam and the
From
angel.
the beginning,
Bro,
from the beginning. What Allah, before even Allah, he created Adam. What he start from the beginning. What he did.
he announced to the angels that he's creating a human being.
Is that what he said?
Yeah. وَإِذْ قَالَ رَبُّكَ لِلْمَلَائِكَةِ إِنِّي خَالِقٌ بَشَرًا مِنْ صَلْصَالٍ مِنْ حَمَإٍ مَسْنُونٍ.
Ah, okay.
Remember this black mud? Remember the verse? Black mud?
Black mud. And why
Yeah,
Allah?
yeah,
And why
yeah.
Allah he told the
When I
angels
proved
that?
to you that, when I proved to you that Adam was black.
Was it black? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
Yeah,
listen.
you denied Hamain being black, and then you accepted that it was black. He said, okay, he's being made of black mud, meaning being black. I said, oh, okay, is he white? And you ran.
No. You see, I said to you, you're an idiot. This
Mm.
is a mud, and this is a cooked. Some Muslims they say it's not cooked. Some Muslims they say it's cooked.
It's
But
not cooked, it's burnt.
all of us we knew that
Burning is different.
Muhammad he said that
Candle
when
is burnt.
Allah, hold on, who's going to listen to you anyway? I have a proof from Muhammad what he said how Allah created Adam. So he said that he grabbed dirt from everywhere in the world, and each one of them have different color. Is that true?
So if Allah tells you in the Quran that he made Adam of black mud, and you got a hadith telling you because of
No,
racist hadith, you don't
the
have,
black mud.
hold it now.
Hold on.
CP,
You
come
see,
on, man.
hold on. So
Come on.
when
What
somebody
are you
speak
talking
about
about?
a black mud,
Let me
and
talk
you
to
said, hold
CP.
on, I will go with you. I will go with you. So if I make, let us say, I start creating the bread with the flour, and the flour is so white, is the flour will stay white after I make my bread?
I said, if you say, I'm making my bread with some black flour,
Uh-huh.
how the bread is not black?
I just gave you a question. Everybody, there's no black flour.
And I just answered you
There's no black flour.
with the same
There's
allegory.
no black flour, you idiot. So we have white flour. There's no black flour. You are a donkey, as usual. So white flour. When we cook it, when we do it, does it stay the same
We
color?
don't cook, burn.
Does it
Why are you saying
stay?
cook? It's not cook, it's burn.
There we go.
Why can you burn into cook? How are you doing?
Okay.
You got caught, eh?
We need an adult. We need an adult. Just as stupid. We need an adult. Adam is black only to the Abdul from Senegal. Every Muslim, he says no. Every Muslim in the world says Adam wasn't black. But Abdul from Senegal, they have a different opinion and they have different way of logic. So there is a black flower. According to this Abdul, in his country, there's a black flower. I never saw that coming. So when we, when we prepare material, and it is very high possible that the color will change. However, can you show me where it says that Adam was made black? So if you're a stupid God, he says, Allah, he used Adam from a dirty mud. And then you insist it's a black. and then you insist that therefore Adam was black. So what happened? Why Adam became white? Why Muhammad became white? I can tell you the answer. According to your prophet, from the first day, Allah created black and white. From the first day. And if Adam was black, well, naturally, all the children of Adam, they will be black. Shouldn't we have white? But anyway, we have the explanation of Muhammad, which can get you busted in 2 seconds. Where is the guy when I come and join us? What's his name? This is the same Abdul, yeah. Allah, he came to the angels. He said to them, I am going to create a human being from mud. Just to show you how stupid the author of the Quran. Why Allah is asking the angels about what he is going to do. What is the purpose? If you go to different part of the Quran, you will see how the stupid Quran contradicts itself. In fact, the same verse here is a contradiction for everything in Islam. They say to us that Allah and their God is the lonely God. His name is Allah, Akalah, and they are monotheist, and he is lonely. Then suddenly Allah, in this verse here saying, when Allah, he created Adam, right away the angels, they bow down to him. Why they will bow down to him? Any Muslim can tell us? So the first one, the first person who taught bowing down to know a person to who is not God, a human being, it was Allah. Any Muhammadan? What is this? Why the angels? I have an open challenge for all the Abdul, if they have any bravery to answer. Why Allah? People in the chat, you know, if you want to talk about me, I will block you. You know, Abdul Muslim is talking about me, one saying to him he is not married, the other one saying he is married. Stupid people. I have 4 wives. Are you happy now? No, focus with me, Abdul. Khan, what you said you want to debate me, you want to prove me wrong, and now you are talking about how many wives I have. Shall I call Aisha for you? Focus, Abdul, focus. Your God, Allah, at risk. Don't you see what we are doing to your God? What about you step and come and, you know, speak to us and tell us what's going on? Isn't it this is the most stupid story ever? Who is a Muhammadan is willing to come to the mic and tell us how funny and stupid Allah is? What is this story is about? Okay, Allah, he created Adam. Okay, why the angels are bowing down to Adam? Is that the son of Allah? Is he the son of Allah? Is he God? And now the Muslim, they will play deaf and blind, and they don't dare to come and answer us. Who is a Muhammadan can tell us what is behind such a stupid story? Allah, he just created Adam. Why the angels are bowing down to Adam? Is that because he looked weird? Is he because he looked like Allah? Who want to give us the reason? Anyone? Any Abdul? So the only Abdul we have is Ultimate Fort from Senegal, who is busy with Adam being black. uh, any Muhammadan. Stupid religion, nobody, because you see, I am sure the reason they will not jump to talk about it, because it's an embarrassment. They read those things every day, but they never thought about them. What is this? Any Abdul? They have big mouth. They claim that they have religion. And obviously those stories are fabricated. It's allegiance. And Muhammad, as usual, he have nothing to say. Stupid stories. What is this? Who want to tell us why the angels bow down to Adam? Not even one of you dare to answer? And about this idiot who keeps saying that Adam was black, that is very funny. That means your prophet is a liar. Because your prophet, he said it clearly, that he sent his angel to grab dirt from around the world, and this dirt can have all kind of color, and he mix it together. Any Abdul? And this is the reason, by the way, those Muhammadan, they don't want to accept what Muhammad say, because Muhammad is a poo-poo machine. Otherwise, why anyone will refuse what his prophet said? Why you will refuse it? You refuse it only if it's a shameful statement, if it's a stupid statement. Otherwise, there is no reason to refuse it. Islam is based on Muhammad. Correct, Ultimate Fort? But Ultimate Fort, he will not accept what Muhammad said.
Oh, no.
Because Muhammadan, they are ashamed of Muhammad. Is that correct, Ultimate?
You said what?
Is that true that you are ashamed of what your prophet said? That's why you don't want to accept the hadith?
No.
So why you don't accept it then?
Because it's a lie.
How you know it's a lie? How you know it's a lie?
I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
You are telling me. Who are you? You are nobody. You are a guy from Senegal. You don't even know.
The Quran is telling me. I'm getting a verse from the Quran.
Quran says to you that the Quran says to you the hadith is false?
Yes.
Seriously?
Yes.
Okay.
The verse.
And before you give me the verse, is that the only person who in the world who know this verse is you?
It's not one verse. I give you like tons.
No. Okay.
How many you
guys,
are?
there is tons. There is tons. Okay.
19.
But are you saying
you are 19 verses?
There's 90? 90?
I can give you 90. Yes.
90. Okay. So there's 90 verses in the Quran saying don't believe in the
hadith.
I
didn't say there's 90. I said I can give you 90. I didn't say there is 90. You know, you're specialized on distorting people's words.
No problem. I mean, you name the number you want. So 90, he can give me 90. Okay. And
yes, that's what I said. I do not say that there are 90.
Is the Muslim Sunni, they knew those 90 verses you mentioned, or they don't know about them?
It's just like the Christians know the millions of verses. Jesus saying, I'm not God, don't worship me.
Don't change topic. Don't change topic.
I'm not changing topic. I'm just saying people do what they want to do.
Is it only you, the person who see those verses, but the Muslim don't see them?
You see, we got the equivalent of John 17:3.
All right. Okay, hold on. He want to
That
change.
the only book is the Quran.
He want to change.
No, I'm not changing. I'm not changing. I'm going to the Quran.
Okay, hold on. So listen, I want you to show me now the verse in the Quran saying don't believe in the hadith. Give me the don't waste my time. Give me 90. Give me the most strong one, the obvious.
Chapter 45, verse 6.
Chapter 45, verse number 6. Okay, read it.
Yes.
All right.
These are the verses of Allah. These are the verses
all right.
of Allah which we recite to you in truth. In which, here the word is hadith. Okay. In which hadith, after Allah and His verses, will you believe in?
All right. So you should not believe in the hadith based on this verse, correct?
If Allah tells you, these are my verses being recited to you with the truth, yeah, in which hadith?
But I want you to make it clear.
Let me
to make it clear.
Let me just
no problem. No problem. Make it clear. Make it clear. So anything is considered as a hadith, we should reject. Is that correct?
Except this hadith here of Allah.
Thank you.
Yes.
But Allah, Quran is a hadith.
That's why He said in which hadith after Allah in His verses.
But that mean all the Quran is a hadith anyway.
Yeah, that's why He said in which hadith after me and my verses will you believe in.
Said we reject the hadith.
Yes, all the hadiths are rejected, but this one.
Hold on. What do you mean you reject the hadith? No, it says you have to accept the hadith.
And
Muhammad, hold on. When Muhammad says something, Allah never spoke. All the Quran is a hadith. And who said the hadith?
Did I give you?
Who is the one who said the hadith? Muhammad.
Did I give you a verse?
No, you
didn't. Asking me to refute every hadith from Bukhari Muslim.
And here it says, doesn't speak about hadith, you idiot. Hadith is mean a speech. Any speech.
Hadith in
a speech. First of all, hold on.
فبأي حديث بعد الله وآياته
in front of everybody. Is it true that the speech of Allah called hadith too?
Yes.
Okay.
That's why He said in which hadith, Allah in His
words. He is saying here that any hadith is not accepted except my hadith, correct? But he's talking about accepting about those who accuse Muhammad to be liars.
Exactly.
You stupid. This is about the kuffar who don't believe in Islam. This is not
this
is not about Muhammad. This is not about Muhammad. This is about
let me answer.
This is about those who don't believe in the revelation given to Muhammad.
Okay, let me answer.
Go ahead.
When you say, look at the verse. It say, bring it down so I can read it again. Yes. It say in which hadith after Allah and His verses. So you already believed in Allah and His verses. In which other hadith after? If you give to your kids $200, what do you want after my $100 I give you?
Do you see the verse after it? Do you see the verse after it? It says clearly that those are bad people. Those are not the Muslims. And after it says the same.
That's why the Sunni are not Muslim.
It says the same. They are making fun of the Quran. They are they making fun of the Quran?
Yes.
Okay.
I told you.
So what the Quran is speaking about, a hadith of those people who they are not Muslims making fun of the Quran. He is not saying don't take the hadith of Muhammad. Nowhere it says don't take the hadith. Hold on. How you can learn about Islam without the hadith of Muhammad?
Oh, now you want to run away from your subject. Now you want to ask
about Islam. How you can learn about
you want to change topic?
How you can learn about Islam without listening? All right, hold on. When you pray, do you put your hand up next to your ears?
Huh?
Do you put your hands next to your ears when you pray?
Of course.
Where you learn that from?
That's what takbir means.
What?
It's like telling me when Allah say kneel, do you go to your knees?
No, I'm asking you where you get that from. You can say takbir without putting your hands up. Potato. Where you learn this from?
I said when we say takbir in the prayer,
I don't care.
just like
when you say,
prays,
okay, hold on.
Their hand. CP.
Listen, Abdul, don't dodge my question.
You wanna run away from your subject.
Where you learn the movement of the prayer, where you learn putting your hand next to your ears when you are praying. Tell me.
Allah says, you got takbir. Yes or no?
Allah says takbir?
Yeah, he said you got to.
Okay, I'm saying takbir. I'm saying takbir now. So?
Oh, but there's a takbir during the prayer and the takbir regular.
Physical movement. Where you get this from?
Allah said, you see them. You see them bowing. Hold it. What are you laughing for? You want to run again? Are you trying to find a way to run?
I'm
Is that what you're trying to do?
Abdul,
you're trying to find a way to run away from me. You know I'm going to whoop the hell out of you. You know that, right?
You learn how to pray. You learn it from the
I am about to tell you. I'm about to give you a verse.
You are a liar. You cannot answer me. Why you?
I am about to answer you.
Allah said to you, takbir, say takbir. All right, vendor forget.
No, I'm about to answer you. Let me answer you.
Okay, but no, don't tell me Allah said
takbir. You gotta let me talk so I can answer you.
Already you answer. I am saying, let me repeat again.
No, I never answered. I started quoting a verse.
Where you learn the movement from?
You know I'm gonna be whooping you. You know you have no chance. You know you're gonna find a way to kick me out. Go ahead.
Okay, where you learn?
Let me quote the verse.
You keep repeating yourself. Tell me, okay, give me. Go ahead.
No, I said let me quote the verse.
What verse? The verse says, put your hand around.
I'm about to quote the verse to show you where I see it. But do you want me to quote the verse because you know I'm about?
It says to me, takbir.
I know my book. I'm not like you, CP.
Listen,
I got the answers.
Listen,
my
Abdul,
book.
in the verse you will show me. In the verse you will show me. It says you put your hand next to your head.
No, I will show you that it's a physical thing to do. You see.
If it's a physical, maybe you should put your head next to your butt. Maybe you should be your finger in your anus. You stupid idiot. Don't waste my time. This is why I kick you out. You're just a kid. I say to you, where do you get this from? You don't answer because simply you will say, I get from the hadith. But because you are ashamed of what you are saying, you are just a donkey. Hypocrite. Next time, if somebody asks you where you would learn from this from, tell him, I don't do it. This is the only way you can cover your ass. But by saying, you stupid you made a mistake. You should not say I do it. You should say I don't pray like that. Because the only way to find how to do that is from the hadith. You are just a fraud. And I have to repeat the question 1,000 times. Let me show you where in the Quran it says say takbir. So what have say takbir with this? And you know, I will show you it mean physical movement. Okay, how you know which physical movement? Let us say, for the sake of argument, which is a stupid what you said, it's mean a physical movement. Maybe you hold your penis when you are saying takbir. Can you hear me, people in Discord? You don't hear me? All right, hold on. Am I heard? Give me a second. All right, am I heard now in Discord? All right. So this potato, hypocrite, coward, liar, they claim they don't believe in the hadith. And then I ask him, how and why you put your hand up next to your head? Where do you get this from? He said, Allah says takbir. Okay, say takbir. He said, I can show you it means physical movement. Let us say, for the sake of argument, it means physical movement. How you know it's your head? How you know that you have to put your hands next to your ears, not on your head, like a monkey, like an elephant? How you know? The only way to know is to read the hadith. So you are a hypocrite, coward, liar. You claim that you don't follow the hadith, but everything you do, you believe in the hadith. When I asked him before, what is the name of the Prophet wife? He said, Aisha. I said, where do you get this from? What he said to me? He said, from the books of history. Which history? Which history? The only books of history speaking about Aisha is the books of hadith, the books of Muslims. So they are potato liars. They dodge any question, and this is why they don't want to read the hadith, because the hadith is an embarrassment. However, he will not answer me about why Allah, why the angels bow down to Adam. Who is a Muslim want to answer us? Anyone? There is no need for those pictures, guys. Come on. No need for those pictures. You can say your statement. I don't like those pictures. Refrain from posting pictures in Discord. Any pictures. Any Abdul? I can show you it's a physical movement. Well, sitting in your ass is a physical movement. How you know even you have to do it when you are standing or sitting? You are just a piece of garbage, man. Shame on you. You want to make me just scream and lose my voice. I just started. Any Abdul? Why the angels they bow down to Adam? Any Muslim can give us the solution. I'm not talking to you on YouTube. I'm talking in Discord. In Discord, you can post pictures. You want to see what pictures come to you, Discord? You can see it if you are curious. So who is a Muslim can tell us why the angels bow down to Adam? What kind of book of this book is? Do you Muslim worship God only, or you worship Adam? Anyone? You can't see the screen? Okay, no problem. There's nothing there anyway. Any Abdul? Who is Abdul would like to join us? Mayday, mayday. Why the angels they bow down to Adam? Who is your God? Is Adam the son of Allah? This is why the angels they bow down to him. Did Allah teach you to worship other individual beside him? Isn't it bowing down an act of worship? This is why you Muslims you bow down when you pray. Go ahead, warrior.
CP.
Go ahead.
Can you tell us a little bit about what the Muslims say about the second coming of Christ? What would happen?
We don't want to change topic for now. And I said Muslims. We want Muslims to join us. All right. Later, when we finish this topic, we can talk about the coming of Christ. No problem.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Who is a Muslim can tell us why the angels bowing down to Adam? Who is Adam? Who is better in Islam, Adam or angels? Any Muslim? And regardless who is better, why they are bowing down to a man? Isn't this is an act contradict what Muslims call monotheism? Huh? Any Muhammadan? No Muslim have an answer, right? Do you see how stupid this cult is? What is this? This is the first man is exist being worshipped. By who? By the angels of Allah and by the command of Allah. Go ahead, Dunker. Last time we gave you the mic, you did not speak good. You have a very funny voice, and we kicked you out. So if you do the same today, I will block you.
Hey, Christian Prince, we already talked.
All right. Maybe I mistake with you. Okay. What do you want to say to us? You are a Muslim, right?
Oh, I make a mistake.
You are a Muslim?
I'm making yes, no, yes, yes, no, yes, no, no, yes.
What does that mean?
You know, I was very in a bad mood. A guy in my house, and he asked me if I want to be Muslim, and I said to him, you know, I'm in a bad mood today. I would think about you.
All right. Take care. He's in a bad mood today. Do we have any intelligent Muslim? Can he speak to us? Anyone? Any Mohammedan? What is this? No, don't come here. I don't want to talk to kids. Go troll different place. Who is a Muslim there to come and speak to me? Why the angels are bowing down to Adam? Anyone? Okay, Khan Amir is coming. That's good. Go ahead, Khan Amir. Why the angels bow down to Adam? I don't hear you. Are you talking? Guys, do you hear him? Is he talking? No. We'll fix your microphone. Very weird, stupid religion. And this is why the Muslims, they avoid talking about religion. Because they cannot handle their own. They know nothing about us. And they keep saying that Jesus never said, I'm God. Which all the Bible and all what Jesus says that he is God. How many times Jesus said, I am the living God? How many times he says that he is the beginning, he's the end? How many times he said that I am the truth, I am the way, I'm the salvation, I'm the life? How many times he said that I am from above, you are from below? How many Jesus said, whoever saw me, he saw the Father, which means whoever saw me, he saw God. And yet the Abdul, the liars, they say to you, Jesus never said, I am God. They have no shame to lie. And the whole idea of denying what Jesus said, they say to you, Matthew said, no, this is not Matthew saying. This is Jesus said. Your Quran itself is collected by many Muslims. So if you want to play this game, we can say the same. We can say, in fact, the Quran, the most popular Quran, they claim it's the book of Uthman. But book of Uthman does not exist. According to the hadith, the collector of the hadith are by hundreds. So we can say Muhammad said, and then that guy said, and then you said. But you don't even have the book of Muhammad. Do we have any Muhammadan? Why the angels bowing down worshipping Adam? Mayday, mayday. Who is a Muslim can join us? Amir Khan, he tried to join us, but his mic is not working. It was the will of Allah. Because remember, everything happened by the will of Allah. I just came from the bathroom before I go live. For that was the will of Allah. According to Muslims, any calamity happened by the will of Allah. So if you have a diarrhea, it was the will of Allah. They put the will of Allah in everything. And that make Islam more stupid and more laughable. Anything. When I say anything, I mean it. Any Abdul? Nobody? Are you scared? So the story of Adam is very laughable, very stupid. It's not even good for kids. So Allah, he told the angels, I'm going to create someone. Okay. In different hadith, which is Quran, the angel, they say to Allah, are you going to create an idiot who is going to be mischief? Allah, he get upset. He said, I know what you know what? No, not. And guess what? The angels were right. Allah accused them of lying. Have you ever heard of God accusing his angels of lying? Anyone? Who is a Muhammadan would like to come and praise Allah for his stupidity? Nobody? Let us talk for an hour. Talk for hours. Is GJ, is he a Muslim or what? Who is a Muslim in Discord? Oh, okay. You know, sorry, like it's internet, everybody can make the same name anyway. Any Muhammadan? Do you see? Hypocrite, liars. All their religion is based on the hadith, and the hadith, according to the majority of Muslims, is full of corruption. So Islam is corrupt. The boy from Senegal, he keeps saying to me the hadith is corrupt. But he himself, he pray, he fast, he do all rituals, all practice of Islam based on the hadith. Only. All right, Dawah, go.
Tell me.
Yes, Senegal boy.
Yep. Hold on, CP. Man up, man.
Okay, why the angels bow down to Adam?
Because Allah asked him to.
Allah asked them to bow down. Why?
Because one of them had to be exposed.
One of them was what?
Because races from them had to be. You remember when he said, "I'm creating Adam"? They said, "Why would you create somebody when we here bowing down for you and prostrating for you?" And he said, "I know what you know not."
Okay,
you said, "No.
You said one of
See,
them.
you didn't let me answer, man.
You said a race. You said a race of them.
Yes.
What race? Angels.
No. I didn't say a race of them. I didn't say a race of them. What do you mean a race of them?
You just said race.
You said yes. You don't listen. You don't listen to what I'm saying.
Okay, say it again. Say it again.
I said because one of them had to be exposed.
One of them? Who?
Iblis.
One of the angels is Iblis. I thought Iblis is not an angel.
Iblis is an angel.
Iblis is an angel?
Yes, sir.
Really?
Yes, absolutely. Surely. What do you mean, really? Surely.
Iblis is one of them. But okay, you know what? I will go. I will go with you. We will go to Iblis. He is an angel or not?
You better go with me.
Hold on. One by one.
You better go with me, CP. You have a choice, but
one by one. Hold on. So now,
no, do you agree that
Allah, no? Okay.
Just don't go with me.
Oh, don't make me lose my patience with you. I try to have a conversation with you, but you make me lose my patience.
So
Allah,
you need my voice.
Hold on. Allah need to expose one of them. Allah, guys, listen carefully. Allah wanted to expose one of them, and that is Iblis. But Allah, He commanded all the angels to bow down. You said, not me. Allah wanted to expose one of them. What it says that in the Quran?
All right. You go to chapter 2, starting verse 29. We're going to start reading.
Chapter 2?
Starting verse 20 or verse 29. Somewhere around.
What 29 or are we in the bushes? What means somewhere around?
Just go to chapter 2, verse 29. If you do 29, we're going to start verse 30.
Oh, okay.
And then,
but don't tell me around. Tell me the number. Okay. All right. So read it. Okay, read it. Where it says, hey, this is 2. This is 29.
Okay, now it's 30. You go to, oh, hold on. My phone is going to die. Oh, goodness.
You mean 30?
Okay.
And?
30. Put it up.
All right.
And let me read.
Remember, you said one of them need to be exposed.
Be exposed. Yes.
One of them.
Okay. And I'm going, yes. And right now, I'm putting the Quran on the stand. You're I'm a defense lawyer. Sit down and let me make my case in a court of law.
Okay, I will take a nap. Okay.
All right. Take a nap. When your Lord said to the angels, I'm placing a representative on earth, they said, will you place in it someone who will cause corruption in it and shed blood while we declare your praises and we sanctify you? He said, I know what you know not.
Okay, let's stop here.
Go to verse 31. No, I'm making my case.
One by one. You said one. You said one. He asked Allah, and he need to be exposed. Here it says they said. All the angels said, not one. Correct? They.
All the angels said. Why would you create somebody when we are here worshiping you, praise you?
Let us stop here.
Why would you?
Let us stop here. So the angel when
no.
When the angels
you want to change the topic again?
Hold on. No, we are not. We will go step by step. When the angels they question the will of Allah, is that sin?
Because no, they got a free will.
The angels they have free will?
Yes.
The angels in heaven they have a free will?
They have free will.
Which verse is saying that?
I can take you.
Yeah.
I got chapter 4, verse 172.
What?
Chapter 4, verse 172. I know this Quran. Now you want to run away. Now you want to change subject again.
Read it for us. Let us laugh. Read it for us.
Yeah. I will show you that Jesus is Abdul.
You want to insult, I will kick you out.
No. That's the verse saying it.
All right. So now read it for me. You said the angels have a free will. The angels.
Yes.
All right. 172. Yes. Read it.
Get there.
Read it.
The Messiah, Jesus, has not disdained to be a Abdul of Allah. Nor, listen.
Potato. And? What? You just showed me.
I know.
Hold on. Just to show you how stupid you are. You wanted to show me. You wanted to show me. You wanted to show me that the angels, they have a free will, but the verse says that the angels and the Messiah are Abdul according to you. Correct? Abdul means they are slaves.
No, I didn't say that. Let me read the verse.
Abdul have no free will. This is what Abdul means.
So, nor.
Okay, what Abdullah mean? What Abdullah mean?
Listen to me.
What Abdullah means? Where it says in the verse that the angels will have a free will, you potato.
Right there. Nor do the closest angels.
Where it says they have a free will.
Listen, if you say that the closest angels will not disobey, how about the furthest?
Okay, hold on.
Listen,
so Allah, when He said to the angels, bow down, He is proving that they have a free will, or he is proving that they don't have a free will.
Favorite. Whatever he said favorite, it's al-malaikat al-muqarrabun, the closest. That translation is wrong. You can change it.
If there is an angel close to Allah and angels are not close to Allah.
Angels, that's the closest.
If there is angels,
hold on.
If there is angels close to Allah and angels are not?
Yes.
Okay,
do you agree with me?
Why they are
hold on, let me ask you a question.
Is the one close to Allah, including the one who asked Allah, why you are going to create someone who will do mischievement? Are they included?
No, those would never question. Those will always say yes.
False. Show me what it says. Show me what it says that.
That verse right there.
Where?
The verse we read, the Messiah, Jesus, and the
hold on. Listen, Abdul, listen. The verse you are talking about, it says the opposite, that they are Abdul of Allah. And all those Abdul.
The closest. The closest. Not all. The closest angel.
Listen. Okay. According to the Abdul religion, does it say here that the one who is going to be arrogant is going to suffer a consequence by going to hell?
If you say my oldest kids will never disobey me, and you say that your youngest kids might be disobeying you, come on, man. If you say the closest angel will not disobey, come on.
Did Allah make a threat now that He will send the Messiah and the angels into hell? Did Allah make a threat? Did Allah make a threat to Jesus to destroy him?
No, He didn't make a threat. He said if He wanted to destroy Jesus, that's not a threat. Allah never threatened Jesus.
So where is the free will?
Allah is telling you. Let me answer you.
Is the free will to obey or disobey?
Allah is telling you, He is God. You here worshiping Jesus. When He wanted to just hit the hell out of Jesus and destroy him in 1 second, he would have been gone. So don't worship him.
All right.
That's Allah's telling you.
So hold on. The angels you are saying that the angels who they question Allah, not included the one who they are the close to Allah. Did you say that?
Like that's what I said. We just read the verse saying it. The closest angel will never question Allah.
Idiot! It is you who said to me, all the angels they said. When I said to you, is all the angels? You said that. Yes, you said all the angels they said. I say.
Listen to me. I will prove to you.
I say it to you. It's recorded.
I will prove.
I challenge you to download the video, put it in your channel. Potato.
Are you going to run?
All right. So
listen, are you about to run?
Listen, guys. Did I ask him? Is all the angels do that? He said yes. I said to you from the beginning. All the angels they said, why you are going to create him? You said yes. You did not say some.
Can I answer you?
And they all said he want to expose one of them.
Can I answer you?
So where it says that some of them is the one who don't talk and the rest they talk.
I will answer you.
Go ahead.
Okay. Is
that Arabic?
There's a difference between malaika and malaikati and malaku and bi al malai and the alim. It's a category of angels.
What? Repeat again. Malaku, what?
Let's go to chapter 38, verse 75.
No,
it's going to be clear.
Read this one first here. You said malaku malaika. What was that? It says al malaika.
I said
malaika. The word malaika is singular or all the angels?
Let's go to chapter 38, verse 75. I show
no problem. Is it here saying all the angels or some of the angels?
It's saying all the malaikati.
All right. So guys,
There's
he agree that Allah, there's no malaikati, you idiot. He says lil malaikati. Okay, so he said to all the angels. Okay. So now he agreed. He agreed that Allah, he said that to all the angels. Do we agree?
It's all of them as a group of angels.
A group?
Just let's go to chapter 30 75.
They are a group?
Let's go to chapter 30 and 75.
No, where is the word the group? Where it says...
Why are you afraid of going to a different verse so I can prove to you?
Listen, we will go there. If it's a group, then we do not need to say, we should not say to the angels, we should say to the group of the angels or some of the angels.
No, that's what... Okay, if you say, when Allah said to the black people, or to the white people, or to the... Yes, if you say malaikati, he's talking to a special group of angels. Let me prove it to you. Let's go to chapter 38, verse 75.
You stupid. The word malaika means angels. There's not the definition.
He didn't say malaika, he said malaikati. Let's go to 38, 75.
Just get out of here, you potato, son of muta. I mean, I have no patience for this stupidity. According to this donkey, the word malaika is the same, is not the same. Malaika is an angels. There is no other word. Malaikatu or malaikati, this is about a grammar, you donkey. This is not about different creatures. You are just a stupid idiot. You don't speak Arabic and you want to teach Arab how Arabic is. Go to any Muslim in the internet, in all the stupid internet, and ask them if there's many kind of angels according to the Quran. They will say no. When the word say malaika, that's mean angels. Here we see that the word saying Allah, he said to the angels, the coward, he said, a group of the angels. Do you know why he have to add the word a group? Because if we add a group, that means there is a group of them, they obey always, and there's a group of them, they don't obey always. So Allah, he was asking that group, not all the angels, but the verse saying clearly, and you can open any interpretation, and you can open any translation. You will never find saying to some of the angels. In fact, I'm going to open the translation of Rashad Khalifa so we can laugh more. His master. Hold on. He don't know Arabic. And suddenly, that if he say malaikatu or malaikati is different. This is tashkil, depending on the location of the word. If you know, like in Arabic, if you have someone like is done to, like we have an action we do to you, then the tashkil will change. If you are the one who's doing the action, the tashkil will change. If you are the one who is just a noun, the tashkil will change. It depends who you are. You are an action or you are receiving an action, which means you are done to it or you are doing the act. Or you are just a noun, or you are just like a description, like a bait. So, Rashad Khalifa translation, hold on. Will be nicer if we can find interpretation of Rashad Khalifa, because those people, they follow Rashad Khalifa lies. So this is the chapter 2, verse number 30. Let us go to Rashad Khalifa. This is your shushu, Khalifa. That's why I don't have patience for you. You are arrogant and stupidity. So this is a chapter 2. And this is the verse he is talking about. Well, hold on. Verse number 30. Let us go there. Because if the Arabic make a difference, then the translation should make a difference too. Correct? Not only the Arabic. The translation should reflect We should not say the angels no more. We should say some of the angels. This is Rashad Khalifa. All right. Read with me carefully. Recall that your Lord said to the angels, I am placing representative in the earth. And look, Rashad Khalifa is adding things there temporarily. Be add as you wish. They said, did Rashad Khalifa in the translation say a group of them said? This is your master Rashad Khalifa, the one you claim that you follow him as a messenger of Allah. He said, they said. So if your statement is true and this is your master, he should say in his translation, some of the angels said, because as you said, the Arabic is different according to you. But as you see, this guy, he speaks Arabic, even though he's not an Arab, he's an Egyptian. And he clearly said, they said. Allah, he said to who? To the angels. Did he say to some of the angels? No. I have no time for stupid kids talking. This is the last thing I will waste my time about it. So this is your stupid master, the one who was killed in his kitchen for his lies by Muslims, saying to the angels, not to some of the angels. So to make it simple, if the stupid Abdul from Senegal is right, then this translation is false. Because we should say, he said to some of the angels, I am going to do so. No, he did not say the word some. He said to the angels, which mean all the angels. No exception. And when this guy, he says that the angels are, sorry, a shaitan is an angel. This is just to cover the stupidity of the Quran, because the stupid Quran make it clear that the genie are different species and they are made from fire. They are made from what? They are made from fire. This is why you will find in the Quran a clear verse saying that. Not only we can show you from the hadith. The Quran says, وَالْجَانُ خَلَقْنَاهُ مِن نَارِ السَّمُومِ, and the genie, we created them from the fire, from like a very weird fire. Let us open more verses so we can laugh. All of this lies is to do what? Because if the angels are the only one who question Allah about his creation to Adam, why he is punishing shaitan? He said to the angels, bow down. He said to the angels, bow down. So why he upset from shaitan if shaitan isn't an angel? That will be contradiction. If I say to the angels, bow down, and then shaitan, he refused to bow down, that means shaitan must be one of the angels. But no, the Quran confirms that shaitan have nothing to do with the angels, for he is made of fire. In fact, according to the stupid Quran, the confusing Quran, when the Quran called Iblis, we know where this word is coming from. If you trace this word, you will see that Muhammad, God, is copying the word from somebody else. This is not from his religion. As usual. If we go and check what Muhammad said, is Muhammad going to take the side of this boy from Senegal, or he will take the side of his master, a Christian prince? Let us see. You see, this is why they hate the hadith of Muhammad, because the hadith of Muhammad destroy all their defense. All the defense they have is being destroyed if they accept the hadith. And this is what Muhammad said, and this is sahih. Angels were born out of light, and jinn were born out of a spark of fire. And Adam was born as he was being defined in the Quran. Who said that? Muhammad. And here, by the way, you see how stupid Muhammad is to use the word. This is a translation, actually, not. This is a stupid translation saying born. In fact, in Arabic it says khuliqat, which means created, not born. So angels is created from light. Who said that? Muhammad. According to ultimate fact, Muhammad is a donkey. He do not know what he is saying. So who is the one who can prove his point with no question? Christian Prince. Abdul, who don't speak Arabic, he want to waste my time saying there's a difference between malaikati and malaikatu. You idiot. You're just a fool. People would die laughing at you. And there is tons of hadith about this. You know, Muhammad, he is a poo-poo machine. He cannot stop talking. All right? And as long as Allah, he created the angels from light, and he created the genie from fire. Here you see the stupidity. How the angels are created from light, and Allah is light. Are you with me? If Allah himself is light, Allah created the angels from light. That means the angels, they have the same nature of Allah. And if the angels, they have the same nature of Allah, who should be higher? Angels or a human being who is made from mud, according to the Quran? Do we have any Muhammadan? He will not. And by the way, when this Abdul, he read for you in Arabic, he is not reading Arabic. Just to show you what they do. In their website, they have something called, let me show you, translation. Do you see it? Translation 1, translation 2, you can choose which one. If you click at any of them, then you will see here the same Arabic word is written in Latin letters, so you can resemble the sound. You don't know Arabic. So Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. And when you hear him, you think this guy is speaking Arabic. He don't. Anyone who speaks Arabic right away, he will know in 2 seconds that this guy is an idiot. He don't know what he's talking about. So they open those things and they read for you, just to convince you that they knew what they are talking about. What are you kidding me? We speak Arabic. And here you see they add like move or vowels in the top of the words to teach you how to pronounce them. Any Abdul? We go back to zero. When Allah, he questioned, and by the way, he said to me, I will prove to you that the Messiah is Abdul. Shame on you, piece of garbage. This is what your stupid Quran saying, insulting Jesus. And this is a very clear evidence that Islam is satanic. However, you will notice here there is something very weird, that the stupid Allah, he made the angels and the Messiah the same. The angels and the Messiah the same. Why? And if the Messiah is a servant of Allah, then why he disobey Allah in everything he do? Everything in Islam is against the teaching of the Messiah. How the Messiah serve Allah by saying you don't change your wife, or by saying love your wife, or by saying don't be a child molester, don't harm children. How the Messiah serve Allah by saying don't lie, and Allah said it clearly in the Quran tens of times, you can lie, you can even take false oath. When Jesus forbid us from taking oath at all, false or not false. How the Messiah is the slave of Allah, yet he forbid fornication, and Muhammad he allow muta. In the top of that he have verses about prostitution, which is clearly saying that prostitution is allowed in Islam. You and your Allah, I can say Allah will go to hell because it doesn't exist, but I can say Shaitan, I can Muhammad will go to hell. Allah is an ancient name for an ancient god of the moon god. Muhammad he copied the name from the Sabian. So going back to the story, here you will notice I want to go to Rashad Khalifa to show you something very stupid in the religion. Here it says, I know what you know not. Do you see it? Allah said, I know what you know not. What does that mean? It's mean he reject what they just claimed, that he will corrupt and shed blood. True? Yes, that's what it says. Will you place in it someone who will cause corruption in it and shed the blood? The Abdul, he said that those are bad angels, they disobey Allah. But the same verse says, while we declare your praises and sanctify you. Did Allah says to them, no, you are a bad group of angels? Do you see how stupid you are, ultimate fault? You say this is a group are different from the other group of the angels. Did Allah say to them, oh, you are a bad group, you are lying? No. He accused them of lying about accusation of Adam. But he did not say, no, you did not declare me, praise me. They are angels. So he said to them, I know what you know not. Let us go to Rashad Khalifa translation. The same. I know what you know not. And look what Rashad Khalifa he said. Rashad Khalifa said, and we glorify you and uphold your absolute authority. Where is the free will then? This is your stupid Rashad Khalifa saying that he is the only one have authority for anything. So those angels, they are subdued to Allah, no matter what. So when you said to me he was trying to expose one of them, that is a very funny story. And then if we continue, look what the Quran saying, translation here. Here Rashad Khalifa is a piece of shit, falsely translating false translation. So he taught Adam all the names. Then he presented them to the angels. The names of what? Do you see how stupid Rashad Khalifa? What names? Doesn't say. All right. Saying, give me the name if you are right. Is that really what the Quran says, if you are right? Let us go to the Arabic and expose Rashad Khalifa with his lies. In Arabic it says, in kuntum sadiqeen. Sadiqeen in Arabic mean truthful. Truthful. Honest. Do you see it? So what Muhammad here is doing, he is saying that the angels of Allah are a bunch of liars. In kuntum sadiqeen, if you are truthful, if you are telling the truth. This is a translation of Aitani. Let us go to Hilali Khan. Muhammad Hilali and Muhammad Khan. If you are truthful, do you see it? Why Rashad Khalifa he changed it? Because of those angels are not truthful. So who is truthful in Islam? Muhammad received Quran from the angels. Mary received the good news from the angels. All the prophet of Islam, there's a few of them only Allah spoke to, the rest angels. So Allah himself accusing the angels to be not truthful. If I say to you, if you are truthful, tell me the names, and then you fail to tell me the names, what does that mean? That means you are a bunch of liars. This is why this potato, he was saying, there's a huge difference between malaikatu and malaikati. That is a new one for me. This is the first time, by the way, I heard an idiot who did not know Arabic in all my life speaking to Muslims that there is difference between malaikatu and malaikatihi. However, that is false. All those verses is about malaika. Is dependent in the location. In fact, look, this is exactly the same word written the same way with the same tashkil. Tashkil is a verb. It's not even part of Arabic language. It just, they add things to the Arabic. It's not even added by Muhammad or Allah. Because the Quran is very confusing to be read, so they add vowels to the letters to make it easy to be able to read. Otherwise, even dots, those dots you see in the top, they are not exist. Even the font you see now, this is a fabrication, new fabrication. So here you say, وَمَلَائِكَتِهِ. Are they those are bad malaika and they are not good? No. It says, آمن الرسول بما أنزل إليه من ربه والمؤمنون كل من آمن بالله وملائكته. You have to believe in the malaikatihi. The one you stupid, you said they are bad. This is stupid ultimate fault. He said because it says malaikatihi in tashkil, that means they are not close. No, Muhammad himself, he believe in them. And this is telling you that in order to go to heaven, you have to believe in the angels of Allah, all of them, not some of them. Who is a Muhammadan there to come and join us? So look what happened. If we go back to the story, which is very stupid, Allah, he examined the angels by doing what? By taughting Adam the names. Well, the Bible says God taught the names to Adam, which means he taught him about everything he knew. This is not about examination. Muhammad, he have his own sources. So now Allah want to prove to them that they are a bunch of liars. How? Allah have a dog, his name is Fufu. He have a cat, her name is Tutu. He have a cow, her name is Gugu. He have Abdul, his name is Ultimate Fort. So he placed those things in the front of the angel and he said, tell me the names of those things if you are truthful. Have you ever heard of a stupid way to prove yourself to be God and you know the future? How that isn't about knowing the future? Because simply it's you who gave the names for those things. What about you do the opposite? You ask the angels to name those things without telling you, and then you go behind the corner, turn your back, close your ears, and then you come back and they ask you, what is the name of this dog? You say Shushu. Allah, he knew the Shushu? How he knew? What the name of this donkey? Ultimate Fort. This is not how you prove that you know everything. So I called my cat Shushu. And now because I called my cat Shushu and I know the name, I prove that I know what you know not? That is not. That is just a stupid knot from Senegal. How are you doing? Go. You are muted? Oh, okay. Go ahead.
You can hear me?
I hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, I've been told you're an Arabic speaker. Is that true?
Are you an Arabic speaker?
Yeah.
All right. I want to ask you, there's a difference between malaikati and malaikatu?
No, it's just different tashkil.
So there's a Muslim, he called me before. He's from Senegal. He says that malaikati is different from malaikatu, and malaikatu mean they are bad angels.
Yeah, that's false.
That's
false. But are you an Arabic speaker?
Me, I know little. I'm learning. So what do you think about the story? How Allah He proved that the angels are a bunch of liars by asking them about the names?
Wait, how does that follow?
Well, you said you speak Arabic. This word is what? What is this word?
Sadiqi.
What sadiqi mean?
Like truthful.
Okay. So if the angels could not answer this question about giving the names, that means they are not truthful, correct?
No, the context doesn't show that.
No, it says that. Tell me the names of those things if you are truthful.
Yeah, do you like want to read the next verse or something?
Okay.
قالوا سبحانك لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا. Right?
What?
This is the same. Yeah, I just read the next verse. قالوا سبحانك لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا. So it's just showing that.
I don't hear you. I don't hear you. Your voice doesn't know what you're talking to yourself.
Can you hear me now?
I hear you. What you were saying?
Yeah, I was just reading the next verse. Like, why do you want to put it in context?
No. We will go to the second one, just one by one. So now, if the angels, they fail to answer the question, how Allah He proved that they are truthful or not? If they don't know the answer, that means they are not truthful. If I say to you, if you are telling the truth, okay, tell me what happened. And then you fail to tell me what happened. That means what? That means you are not telling the truth.
Not necessarily.
Necessarily, because the word sadiqin in Arabic mean truthful, and you agreed. So if you are truthful, there's a condition. In kuntum sadiqin, if you are truthful. So if will be confirmed by answering what he asked him to do, by reading the names or telling the names. But the angels, they make it clear that we do not know. The only thing we know in the verse number 32 is what you taught us. That means they failed to answer. They don't know. So Allah here, He proved that they are untruthful angels.
Okay, so you're done, right?
All right. So if they are untruthful.
Oh, still going, okay.
No. You want to say anything?
Yeah, I just want to ask you a question. If I ask somebody if they are truthful and they don't say anything, you know what I mean? Does that mean, how can they be truthful or how can they be a liar if they haven't said anything?
No, because already they made an accusation. They made an accusation saying that Adam will do mischievement. They questioned the decision of Allah, saying to him, are you going to create someone? Will you place therein those who will make mischief therein and shed blood, while we glorify you and praises you? So what there's an accusation here. This is not about just a conversation, is your truth. No, they made an accusation to Adam. Wait.
Do you know what an accusation is?
What is what?
Do you even know what an accusation is?
Accusation mean claiming that you will do something and they are sure of it because they are telling about the future They are saying he will do that. Does it say he will? He will? He will.
No,
They did not say, they did not say, no, it says who will make. They did not say maybe. They did not say perhaps. They said you will place there in who will make mischievement. They are speaking of the future. Guarantee is going to happen. They did not say maybe.
No, they did, because it says قالوا أتجعل.
Exactly. أتجعل. It means Ahmed. Those things you can play with someone who don't know Arabic. أتجعل, which mean are you going to? And then they give the reason. So they are questioning. أتجعل is about the decision. And now they are giving the reason.
Saying, wait. They're not saying that it will happen. They are asking a question.
No. They are not asking a question. They are asking a question about his decision, not about Adam will do mischievement.
Oh, so they are asking a question.
No. Look, read carefully. It says.
Yes, I know this verse. قالوا أتجعل يعني فيها من يفسد فيها.
Okay. So let us one by one. When they say أتجعل, what أتجعل mean?
Are you going to make?
Thank you very much. So are they here guessing, or because he said already I will. So he said, which means here they are questioning his decision. Are you going to create someone who will do mischievement and shed blood? They are not saying maybe he will do mischievement. Are you going to create such a thing? And then, because Allah now been accused of creating someone with do achievement, Allah wanted to prove to them that they are wrong. This is why He said to them, "In kuntum sadiqeen." Sadiqeen about what? About the accusation they made that, and they are confirming is going to happen, that Adam will do.
What kind of ta'wil is this?
Okay, hold on, guys. What kind of ta'wil is this? Shall we read your ta'wil, your interpretation, your Muslim interpretation?
No, I said ta'wil, not tafsir. Do you? That's why I asked you at the beginning. I don't think you know Arabic.
Okay. What ta'wil mean? Go ahead.
Ta'wil, just like your understanding of it.
But isn't it tafsir? Is your understanding of it?
Yeah.
So
can I answer?
Just don't do this in a cartoon thing.
Yeah.
So listen carefully.
Okay.
So now,
so when
which scholar he have the good understanding for this verse?
Yeah. So when I say ta'wil, there's obviously a difference between when I say ta'wil and tafsir.
Okay, no problem.
Wait,
so who is the one who can give us? Who is the one who understand this verse?
Yeah. Can I finish?
You can finish. No problem. I'm asking you. If there is a Muslim you trust, if there is a Muslim you trust, can solve the problem between me and you. You trust his interpretation, so we can read it.
Yeah, we don't really need interpretation for this. It's quite clear.
Really? I don't know how you not need. So why do Muslim write 1,000 interpretation if we do not need interpretation?
Yeah. So there's you know the difference between muhkam and mutashabih, right?
Muhkam and mutashabih.
Yeah.
So is this one muhkam or mutashabih?
Yeah, it's most likely muhkam because it's so clear.
As long as it's muhkam, that means all the interpretation will agree with you.
Not necessarily. No.
How it is clear, and the interpretation they will not agree with each other. You just said it's clear.
Yeah,
you said muhkam mean not only clear, it is confirmed and easy to understand. So how come every one of you have different interpretation if it's so clear?
Yeah, I'll give you an example. Something can be so
don't
clear.
Don't give me example.
Yeah, I'm going to explain.
Why you don't want to read? Why you don't want to read interpretation of the scars?
No, I never said I don't want to, but you don't let me finish.
So why are you a scholar?
No, of course not. But can I finish?
So what's wrong if we read their interpretation?
Yeah, I just said there's nothing wrong, but you're not letting me speak.
Okay.
Yeah, so when I'm talking about so how can something be muhkam but need so many differing interpretations? I'll give you an example. Something could be so clear that somebody says, somebody is the only true God, yet you take any other gods besides them, right? You know what I'm referring to?
What? Say again? I don't know, because your voice, you connect the words together. You don't separate between them. Can you speak more clear?
Yeah. Something can be so clear, yet people misinterpret it, right? Just because just because a verse is clear, it does not mean everybody will necessarily agree, because some people misinterpret on purpose. Some people have bad intention.
No problem. So I want your help now. When Allah he said, if you are truthful, is he saying they are truthful or they are liars?
That question doesn't make sense.
Huh? I want to know what do you mean? Because if he is saying if you are wrong, this is a different story. There's a huge difference between if you are wrong, if you are even right. He didn't say if you are right. He said if you are truthful. If you are right, there's no insult here. Because like you can say to me, maybe we should take this direction. I say, are you like, we will take it if you are right, which means I'm asking if you are sure or not. Here, no, he said to them, if you are truthful, which means he is accusing them of lying. And this is why he put them into test. And he said to them, I know what you know not. I know what you know not. So they were truthful about what they said, or they were not, that Adam would do mischievement.
They can't really be truthful on something they haven't like stated, because they say in the verse they don't know, they only know what Allah has taught them. So you can't make a truth or a false statement if you haven't said anything.
Okay, but this is make the story more silly, because if the angels do not know, yes, listen carefully. If the angels do not know except what Allah taught them, so how they knew that Adam will do mischievement and will shed blood?
Where does it says they asked the question?
No,
they just say they know.
No, they are asking أَتَجْعَلُ فِي الْأَرْضِ. Are you going to make someone who
wait 1 second. Can you quickly read the verse? I don't think you know Arabic.
Well, I don't know Arabic. Is that a problem?
Yes, it's a problem when you're making when you're talking about the Arabic. Can you read?
قال ربك للملائكة إني جاعل في الأرض خليفة قالوا أتجعل فيها من يفسد فيها
You're cutting out.
No, I'm not cutting off. Everybody can hear me. So listen, don't play games. So listen.
No, Wallah al-Azim, for me, you're cutting out.
Guys, am I cutting off for you in Discord?
ورب الكعبة, you're cutting off for me.
All right, I will read again. وإذ قال ربك للملائكة إن جاعل في الأرض خليفة قالوا أتجعل فيها من يفسد فيها ويسفك الدماء ونحن نسبح بحمدك ونقدس لك قال إني أعلم ما لا تعلمون. So I speak Arabic better than you. Can you read it the same way I read it fast?
Yeah. وإذ قال ربك للملائكة إني جاعل في الأرض خليفة.
You are not fast like me. Read it like me, so fast, without mistakes.
What?
Read it like me, the same speed, without mistake. Go ahead.
Okay, وإذ قال ربك للملائكة إني جاعل في الأرض خليفة قالوا أتجعل فيها من يفسد فيها ويسفك الدماء ونحن نسبح بحمدك ونقدس لك
ويسفك الدماء ونحن نسبح. You don't even know Arabic. ويسفك, you don't know even تشكيل. So you asked me to read Arabic. Yes, it's recorded. So you were slow. You made mistakes in the reading, even in the middle.
Wait. Which part did I make a mistake?
Hold on. It's not even about Arabic. It's you who mentioned Arabic. So don't go there. Now.
Yeah, but when you're saying أتجعل, like you don't know.
Who will make mischievement? Did they say he will do? Who will make? Not maybe.
Okay. So when
they made a clear accusation. And they are sure. So I'm asking you, if the verse in the Quran saying that the angel just said, well, we know only what you taught us. So where they get this idea that Adam would do mischievement?
Yeah. So when they get this idea, when it says, when they say to Allah, like, we only know what you have taught us, it does not mean that they know nothing at all, right? So when they ask a question, this is out of their doubt because they don't have like.
So are you saying to me? Allah he told them? Are you saying that Allah will do? He said to them, Adam will do mischievement.
When did I say that?
Okay, because I ask you, how come? Where they got this from? That Adam will do mischievement? You said, well, if they don't know, it doesn't mean they don't know anything. This is not the question. I am saying how they knew specific thing. That Adam will do mischievement. How they knew that? Where they get this from?
Yeah, so they didn't know because that's where they asked the question.
No, they say, I'm asking.
What do you mean no?
Listen carefully. Where they got? Why did it not say he will eat ice cream? Why didn't say he will do fornicate? Why did not say he will eat pork? They say this specific thing. Are you going to create someone who will do mischief, which means he will do disobey you and shed the blood? This is not about killing a mosquito. This is about killing. I mean, the guy is Adam. How he will kill anyone? He's the first man. He will kill who? Himself?
Oh, is that a question?
I'm asking you where they get this from, this information. This is the angel's statement. Where they come with this from? How they knew even he will have a blood?
Yeah, so
how they knew? How they knew Adam will have a blood? Did he say to them even that he's a human being? He did not say anything. Did he say?
Okay.
Did he say he have a blood? No. How they knew that he will shed the blood? Go ahead.
Oh, am I going to be able to answer?
What?
Hello, can I answer?
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So we have certain ahadith which talks about before Adam was created, there was jinn. That's where like Shaitan was in what's it called, Jannah, right? And he wasn't an angel. But where did he come from, right? So there we have ahadith which talk about before the creation of humans, there were jinn on earth, and there were like angels on earth, and there was like a war and like all of this kind of stuff, right? And this, when more happens, of course, there's death and all of this kind of...
I lost you. You stop? Hello? Hello? Guys, can you hear him? Is he talking? Or only from my side in Discord? What happened to you, Ahmed? Anyway, it's his unlucky day that ultimate fart he called, and then a Muslim who speak Arabic called after him to give him a finger. Don't forget to download the video ultimate fart, so people will laugh at you. You want to teach me Arabic, huh? Potato. And this guy said to me, I didn't think he knew Arabic. They don't even know. I mean, to read the Quran in such a speed without, you see, with tashkil, you have to be, because simply it's recorded and they are testing you and they are the one who's forced you right now. It's not like something I choose. And he himself, he started reading, he did not make mistake. Right away. And he was so slow. We hope he will be back. I hope he did not accept the defeat. He should give himself a better chance. And guys, there was a hadith saying there is genie in the earth before Adam. Where it says that? Did Allah drop that in the Quran? You see, all the religion is based on fiction stories. And the verse is so clear saying, if you are truthful. If you are truthful. Very simple. I mean, if I say to you, if you are telling the truth, tell me this, that means I'm accusing you. In the same time, I'm giving you a chance to prove that you are truthful. If you are truthful, and here, by the way, don't Allah, He knew if they are truthful or not? Are you with me? If Allah is the God who is all-knowing, as the Muslim they say, but remember in Islam there's many all-knowing. Allah and Muhammad knows best. Muslims are mushrikeen, kuffar. They worship two men. One he is a shin and the other one is a man. And they make Muhammad equal to Allah by his knowledge. Allah and his messenger know best. I hope he will come back. Maybe the ants, they took him away. How is the sound coming to you people on Rumble? Is it good? I hope so. Go ahead, L. Are you there? You have to push to talk. All right, maybe he do not know how to use it. I believe the reason he left because he noticed this is going weird. This is so stupid. This is extremely stupid. Especially the angels, they were right. And Allah was wrong. Isn't it the angels, aren't they right? Adam will do mischievement and he was kicked out from heaven. So they are right. Allah, he said to them, I know what you know not, to prove them what? That they are not truthful. In fact, he is the one, the idiot. Because Adam, few steps after he was kicked out of heaven, him and Eve and Shaitan. So how they are not truthful? Do you see why we say Allah is the most stupid God ever? Allah knowing, showing the angel they do not know the future. Look at the answer of Khan Amir. How they don't know the future? It's them who they are right. Allah is wrong. Come here to the stage, Amir. Come to the stage. Guys, Amir, he said, Allah is showing the angels that they do not know the future. But they were right and he was wrong. They knew the future. Is it just in the same page later Allah, he kicked out Adam from heaven for mischievement? How they are wrong? Do you see how crazy, stupid this religion is? Why you don't want to come to the stage,
Hello.
Amir? Yes, El, go ahead.
Oh, hey, hi. Sorry, CB. Yeah, I have to change to the mobile phone because I haven't used it before, I have to admit. I thought it's about Arabic, so I thought you may need a point of view in Arabic because the only excuse that people come to eventually is like, yeah, you don't know enough Arabic. This guy sounded like he was born elsewhere. I think he may be of Arab origin, but he sounded like
Egyptian.
He was,
He's an Egyptian.
Yeah. He didn't sound like he had a very pure Arabic. Anyway, I think you're right. I just wanted to say that you're absolutely right. Sadiqeen means honest or truthful, and the excuse that he's saying, if you that they are questioning whether Allah will make on earth somebody who will. So who will is confirmed, but the question is whether he's going to make on earth, but not the other statement, which they are confirming that he will make mischief and the other. Yeah. So it's very clear. I don't know why it's not even questionable. And then the other thing about the interpretation that, yes, unnecessary and all of this, like they're turning it into some philosophical, complicated situation, which is not the case. We don't need 1,000 interpretation to know what the Arabic verse say.
He don't want me even to show the interpretation. because simply he will be in the, he's afraid what I will show. So the Muslims, their hypocrisy, this is the game they play with everybody. Like the first question he asked me, do you know Arabic? Why? Because if I say no, then he can play the game that you do not know what you are talking about. I mean, the guy from Senegal, he want to teach me Arabic. The second guy, at least he know Arabic, but he could not even read correctly. And then, what is so clear in front of us, suddenly it's not clear. It's a clear. He said, you know, muhkamat and mutashabihat. Okay, what is this? He said the clear one. Okay, the clear one. He said if it's clear one, not necessarily everybody will see it clear. Okay, no problem. It says if you are truthful. We have Khan Amir. Are you an ex-Muslim?
I was born as one, but not anymore. I'm a Christian now.
I feel sorry for you. You will not go to heaven and eat banana.
you have to advise me again and invite me to Islam.
I don't know, guys. We should convert her back to Islam. Do you know that in the heaven, Allah, He promised you banana?
No, I didn't know that.
Oh, you do not know?
No, that may be why.
Yeah, I mean, this is the most, actually, for me, once I was debating an atheist. You know, sometimes we make mistakes when we debate some people, like, you know, we're smart like them, especially atheists. So he was trying to prove to me that I am a monkey originally. He asked me, do you like banana? I said, yes. He said, see? You know, he just said, yes. That is the clear proof that the origin of a human being is a monkey. So Allah, in chapter 56, verse number 29 in the Quran, Allah, He promised the Muslims to have a banana. وَطَلْحٌ مَمْدُودٌ. So, if we go in the Quran, let me go there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope you will not convert to Islam now, because you might be obsessed with banana, and you find yourself, you are out of temptation now, and you are telling. It's not easy to resist a banana, to be honest with you, you know? I don't know why he did not even mention. Look, even the Muslim, they have different translate. Everyone translate as he wish. You know, everyone translate as he wish. This is Itani. This guy is a Lebanese. So let us go to Mohammed Hilali Khan. They are expert with the banana. Hilali Khan.
Okay.
See, here it's a banana.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I don't know. You are making a big mistake. Instead of paying for banana and buying banana, you will get banana for free, unlimited. You go to the store there. You grab any banana you like, you know, which means you will be there in the banana republic.
Okay. Well, I don't see what is the temptation about. Like, we have bananas on earth, right? Why
no,
don't
you see, no, you need to understand that Muhammad, as long as you are born of a Muslim family, Muhammad is speaking to the desert Bedouin people. And you know, I assume you are like me from the Middle East. So our land is dry. Like when somebody want to take his family for picnic, they look. Once I drove almost 4 hours, and I invited by a guy to his farm. 4 hours driving, and then I was looking in the desert. Where is the farm? There's no addresses. He said just took the dirt. It's clear, like you see a lot of cars taking that dirt, like it leave mark, you know, in the ground. There's no highway. Yes. So I driving in the dirt, keep driving. He's saying to me, no, don't, you know, just keep going until you arrive to the farm. Said, I will not see anything. You said, you will not see anything except you will see the farm right away. So after 4 hours driving, I saw a tree. Honest to God, one tree. The guy said to me, he have a farm. So we went there. I said, where is the farm? He said, this is the farm. What? I drove in the sun and my air conditioner stopped working. You know, I stopped. I even stopped the car in the road because it's getting so hot. You know, so this is the farm. So this guy Muhammad is speaking to those Bedouin people who live in the desert. There's no greenery. This is why they will wear in a green in the heaven. He is giving them names of fruits they dream to have. When they go for trade business, they see it, but they cannot have it in their land. So he is promising them a grape, because they don't have a grape there. He promised them banana. If Muhammad knew about the coconut, he would say coconut. You know. And look, you see here it says, and shade long extended. You see the word shade? وَظِلٍّ مَمْدُودٍ.
Yes,
So if Muhammad is speaking to someone from Norway, he will never say, I will give you shade. Those people are desperate for the sun.
Yeah, to be honest, I think initially, like when you approach the Quran and like you know, it's not permitted at all to question, and then even to question would be like a sin, and like that's not even an option. But then when you start thinking about it, like any other text or any other book, it's very clear of what the speaker misses in their life, and what, you know, the promises is about, what they dream of, whether it was like sex or some fruit that they don't have or these other things. So it speaks of the speaker. It speaks much about who created the Quran or who wrote the Quran or who the audience are. So it's very clear like what the context is and what their environment is as well. But I think first of all you have to break that barrier of not questioning and not thinking about it as in like any other text that we read.
Right. And you know, and the promise about women, those are Bedouin desert. There's nothing in their life except sex and food, you know. So he promised them. He promised them women who they are so white because they were, you know, they are obsessed with white women, especially blondie. So here's why he said, attack the Roman and get the blondie girls. So the promises is telling you the nature of the person. Like if I don't celebrate birthday, I never did. But let us say, for the sake of you know, teaching, I have a birthday and I invite a bunch of a friend. One of them, he gave me the Bible. That means he is religious, correct? As a gift. The other one, he gave me porn DVD. That means what? He's a pervert.
Yes.
So when Muhammad, he promised them those promises, is a promises of a pervert.
Absolutely. Yeah, it is what they think that. I think it also proves that what they're not getting on earth, like on what is like they're missing in their life, something that is in their wildest dreams that they keep dreaming about. So it's nothing that, like we have that on earth again. So I don't know why this is something that you have to go to heaven to get. It shouldn't be the case.
You know, El, I have a Muslim here. His name is Khan Amir. And I will give them the mic. Maybe he can convert you back to Islam. What do you think, Amir? Can you convert this lady? She left Islam. Maybe you can bring her back. Go ahead. The mic is yours, Amir.
Well, nobody can convert anybody. It's only Allah who guides.
So Allah misguide the women?
If they have some character flaw, then yes. If he guides and he misguides. Because Allah is He's the one who makes decisions. And
so Allah is the one who misguide and Allah is the one who guide. Okay, why Allah will misguide this lady and make her believe in Jesus as God? Tell her.
If she has the heart to disbelieve, then he will just guide her to his common sense, because Allah is the one who's moving everything in the universe.
So shouldn't Allah guide the one who is misguided? What the purpose of Islam then? If Allah is the one who he misguided her, so what shaitan did nothing? Allah misguided her.
If somebody is willing to listen to it, accept, then yes, Allah will guide him to the right path. But the one who has
hold on. You said I said to you, why she became a Christian? You said Allah misguided her, correct?
No, I didn't say that's the reason. I said Allah is the one who guides and misguides, period.
Okay, you just say it, guys. He repeat again. He did not say that, but he repeated again. You said Allah is the one who guide and misguide, period. You said that. So if she is misguided, and according to you, she is, that means it's Allah who misguided her. Why he did that? I will give the mic to El to speak to you. Go ahead, El, what is your response to Mr. Amir?
Yeah, I think it's not at all, it doesn't make sense, because then what he's saying is that if Allah wanted to misguide me, then I haven't done any mistakes, I haven't done any sins. Surely he cannot punish me then if he was the one misguiding me. So I don't see what this is about. And then again, it's not my fault. It's not like an optional decision. Then maybe he misguided me and then he wanted this path to me. So it's not my fault by any means. So this eliminates the humans. So what did you say?
It said that you, for example, let's say you have the heart, you have the soul, the spirit to not believe in Allah, then He will not, for example, because anything that happens is through Allah. Nothing can happen without His permission.
So who gave me this spirit of disbelief then? Is it not Allah who's supposed to create the human?
That's your free will. If you choose to listen to Allah, He will guide you. If you choose to disobey Him, then He will misguide you.
Okay, but then let's say I'm an ex-Muslim, so at some point I was in the right way. So what made this change then? My free will?
Yes, if you select to open your heart and actually follow the right path, then yes, Allah will guide you to the right path.
Okay. More. And then if I was misled, then He would even mislead me more rather than trying to guide me to the right way, right? Is that what you're saying?
If you have your heart hardened, then yes, because you have your heart hardened. It's
okay, question, Khan. A question. Just give me a second. Khan, who is the one who made her heart sealed to hear Allah? Who is the one who did that?
It's her. It starts from her. If she had the open heart to begin with.
No, the Quran, you see, you are ignorant in your religion. The Quran says, خَتَمَ اللَّهُ عَلَى قُلُوبَهُم. So if her heart, you keep talking about heart, I'm listening. You keep talking about heart.
I mean, but
according to the Quran, the one who sealed their heart is Allah. Is that correct?
Yes, eventually.
All right. So now she was a Muslim. Hold on. She was a Muslim. And now Allah, He decided to seal her heart. You accuse her that because her heart is not good, but this is not what the Quran is saying. Allah is the one who sealed the heart. And not only that, according to your prophet, Allah decided what you will be before even He created you. Is that correct?
No, hadiths, like I said, I do not really fully, because they're man-made. They're like Bible. They're what other people say.
Hold on. This is not only hadith, this is Quran. Don't you know? In fact, it's you who said that. It is you who said everything has to go through Allah. By the will of Allah. Okay. So the will of Allah is to make her a Christian?
Okay, listen. First off, the about the seal on the heart, that's a separate thing. Is when somebody is too bad, like a serial killer, you won't have any chance whatsoever to ever repent.
That's false, because the Quran says Allah forgive all sin except shirk. So killer is not a bad person in Islam.
No, it says a person who kills one person has killed humanity.
This is not what the Quran is saying. Your Quran is quoting the Torah. Read it. It's about Moses. Moses told his people. Moses told his people, the one who killed one innocent person as if he killed all mankind. So the Quran is speaking about the law of the Jews, not your law. Islam, all of it is about killing innocent people. And let me ask you, is killing innocent people is killing children?
Any innocent person who's killed, yes, it's
so
wrong now.
If I am walking in the street, and I see a child, and he is a Muslim child, can I kill him?
Of course not.
So why the Quran says Al-Qadr, he killed a child?
Yeah, I was going to that point. Unless, for example, let's say Hitler was born a Muslim, and you know for sure that he will be Hitler.
He is born, according to Islam, everyone is born as a Muslim, including me. And it's true. When I was a kid, my mom told me I used to do poo-poo underneath of me. So I must be a Muslim at that time. Listen carefully. The child is born of a Muslim family. He commit no sin. He killed nobody. He was playing with kids. Why the Quran is saying that Allah wanted this kid to die?
Let's bring up the worst. It says a boy. And secondly,
it says a boy. Guys, it says a boy. Listen. A boy is not a child.
Can I complete the sentence, please? It's if Allah wills, he could send a storm, a flood, and kill even babies there if he knows that they will be cause a massive destruction. Allah's will is different than like you by yourself doing it. If Allah wills, He wants you to do it, then that's a different case.
Okay, but you are the one who mentioned to me that the Quran saying, quoting Moses, if someone killed an innocent person as if he killed all mankind, correct?
Yes.
Was this child an innocent person?
Well, according to the Wahi he received, like he was supposed to be bringing about hell to the earth, and killing doesn't always mean that this
Innocent person is someone did not commit a crime yet. Is that true?
Look, there are certain exceptions when Allah.
Don't tell me exception. And innocent, no, there's no exception. I have degrees in law. Don't go in that field. And I study specifically Islamic law. Listen. Okay, if a person, even not a child, if a person did not commit a crime yet, is he a criminal?
According to Old Testament, there is worse to kill babies, and according to God's law.
Okay, hold on. In the Old Testament, this is not because they are sinners. It's not about because the baby are sinners. This is because their tribes attacked the Jews, killed their children, raped their women, and God told them what they will do to you, which means you will continue with their children. They will grow up. They will come to kill you. So either you finish them or they will finish you. This is not about the children are sinners. Here, why Allah, He command to kill a child? He is a Muslim. He did not kill anybody. His family did not kill anybody. He was just playing in the street. Why he was killed?
Yes, similar situation, how like the Amrek or whatever the name was, when he was, they were supposed to be killed their babies and stuff.
No. Don't go there. No, not suppose. In fact, they are not supposed. Because simply, if they did not attack the Jews and slaughter them, and by the way, this is a story in the Quran, in the Baqarah, you are ignorant. You can go right now and read it. So the story is in the Quran. So this is why they ask Allah, even the Quran saying, Allah, He said, that the Jews, Allah asked them, are you going to go to war? If I give you a king, they said, why will not? To war to do what? To seek revenge, because those people, they even opened the pregnant women belly and took the children from inside. And according to your books, not even a single child left except one child, and that the prophet Samuel, or the Muslim they call him Shamuel. So when the story mentioned, this is because they did already what they did to the Jews. It's not the Jews going after them because they did nothing. It was the opposite. So here, this child, he is a son of a family, they are Muslims. His family, they are not at war with Muslims. They did not kill anybody. In fact, the Quran says that those family are good. Why we are killing the child?
You finished. So the point about like killing this child is similar, that it was going to be somebody who will cause corruption in the land.
All right, hold on. So, you see, you are being stupid again. You just said he is going to cause corruption. Based on this, Allah should kill all and any child who is going to be bad in the future. Correct, guys? Why only this child?
He can do it. He did it during the flood of Noah. He killed a lot of children.
No. Hold on. You see, you are mixing things up. The flood of Noah is God doing that. Here is a man doing that. So based on this, Allah should tell the Muslims to tell them who is the boy or the girl who will be bad and kill them from now. Why only this person?
If Allah wills, He will do it. He didn't. It's up to.
So in Islam, okay, who is the one who destined this child to be bad?
That's predestination. Okay, listen. Bin Laden, right? He's a bad guy.
So it's a predestination. Did you just say this is a predestination?
Listen, you keep jumping from point to point. You were asking me why.
No, I want to know. Okay, listen. If the kid did not even commit the crime, how they can be just? Shouldn't I commit the crime first and then you can kill me?
Exactly. Why? When God sent the flood, there were children who didn't do anything. They were.
This is not because they commit a crime. I answered you. This is not because they commit a crime. They are children, as you said. This is not their crime. This is the crime of their parents. But in order to finish this war, because it will be endless, you kill them. Like now in Gaza, You go after them, they come after you. You go after them, they'll come after. One of them have to finish the other one, and peace will be in earth. As long as they keep doing this, the children will kill the children. So he told them, this is what they do to you. They will never stop. He told them the future. You have to finish the job, otherwise they will keep coming after you. Here, this child did not. This child. Okay, listen, potato. You are mixing things up. Is this family is in a war with the Muslims?
The child would have been if he stayed alive. That was the whole point.
No problem. Okay, if the child will be bad, shouldn't you let him? This is what about justice. Justice is when you commit a crime, then you will be punished for it. This guy is a child. He's a Muslim family. He is not at war with anyone. His parents did not kill anyone. So the other family is saying, oh, you know what? This child, he will grow, he will kill us. No, nobody. In fact, Al-Khudr and Musa, they were walking and they are both totally stranger. They never met this child before. They never even saw his family. Which means Allah told Al-Khudr to kill this child. And look what Musa says to him. Why did you kill a pure soul? Do you see it?
Yes, listen, any child in this world, any child is innocent, regardless. Even the one who died in Noah's flood or
all
died.
Right, so why we are killing someone that did not do anything and he is a Muslim from Muslim family?
This is God's will. He has his own wisdom. Do something.
Hold on.
Why didn't he kill Hitler when he was
when you
a child?
said to me, when you said to me, you don't accept the hadith, is that because the hadith is an embarrassment to you?
No, because just like you, I don't think they're true.
Like me?
Yes, you don't believe them as true too, right?
You are stupid. I believe everything is not true in his. Who said I believe in the Quran? If I believe in the Quran, that means I believe Muhammad. If I believe Muhammad, that means I'm a Muslim. You're an idiot. So when I show you your books, this is how you prove somebody wrong. I show you from your books, not from mine. So if your prophet said that Allah, he destined for everyone what he will be, then the predestiny is so clear. And you yourself actually confirm. You said everything happened through Allah. And this lady here with us on the stage, she told you she's an ex-Muslim. You said because her heart is going to go bad, but the Quran says it's Allah. Okay, Shaitan. Is Shaitan the one who misled her or Allah?
Who are you talking about? The child?
This lady, no, forget about the child now. This lady, she left Islam, she became a Christian, as you heard. And she is an Arab. Now, who deceived her to be Christian, according to your understanding? Allah or Shaitan?
She was giving both choices.
No. You are just, again, you see, I bounced you before many times because you're an idiot. You do not know your religion. Don't you know that Allah, he made an agreement with Shaitan that he can mislead only the one who they are criminals? Is that true?
Give me the verse. Let me look.
You never heard the verse, correct? You never heard the verse.
Not criminal, no.
All right. Okay, hold on. We are typing two letters. Okay. Here we go. This is the Shaitan making an agreement with Allah. He said to him, you have no power. And Shaitan actually, he confirmed that Allah misled him. It's just shut up with your khattab. You're just an idiot. Khattab.
He's a professor.
Who cares a professor in what? He don't speak Arabic.
And he's a scholar, actually.
What about you invite him to debate me?
He's a scholar, and he's from, I think, Yemen or something.
Yeah, he's a scholar, yeah. Okay. So here in front of us it says, and you know what? I will show you Khattab. Are you happy? Huh?
Just understand it better.
Okay. He understands it better. Well, you want to understand it better, then you read Arabic. Stop following stupid translators. Shame on you.
Even Arabic, somebody wrote it down.
If you want to know the real meaning, then you learn the language. So here we go. And I will go to find you Khattab. I want to see what you will do with Khattab. How Khattab can help you. Where is Khattab? Here we go. All right, this is your Khattab. Read the verse for me.
In number 41, Allah said, "This is the way binding on me. You will certainly have no authority over my servants, except the deviant who follow you. Yes, the deviant one who strays from the right path."
Okay. No, the one who follow him already, the one who follow shaitan. So those who they are, servant of Allah. This lady, she was a Muslim, born of a Muslim family. So she was a servant of Allah. How she was misled by shaitan, if Allah, he did not give authority to shaitan to mislead someone, is already a believer.
You know what deviant means, right? They're saying the deviant who is like, for example, you may follow your parents' command, but a deviant will go against it, even though
Abdul,
in his heart
no. First of all, the word ghawin mean criminals. The word ghawin mean criminals. Actually, I can get your Abdul busted. You see, I never read his translation. I don't use his translation, but I will use his translation just for the sake of potato. So I will check al-ghawin. This is al-ghawin. You see it how many times appear? Chapter 7, verse 175. This is Khattab, right? He's repeating the word deviant. Let's continue. Chapter 26, number 91. He repeated the word deviant. 2694. He keep repeating the same thing. However, if you go and check the Arabic dictionary, you will never find it coming in such a way. Al-ghawin is the criminals. The criminals. And not only that, look what it says here. We caused you, and this is your translation. Who is the one who caused them to be deviant? Hello? Don't die on me.
Yes, what were you asking?
We got you busted, right? Who is the one who caused them? I'm using the translation you like. Who is the one who caused them to be what they are? And this is the translation you like.
Yes, see, if I say, for example, there's some
give
information.
me the answer first. Before you give me the example, who is the one who caused them to be deviant?
You know, you ask a complex question, but you want a one-word answer.
It's a complex question. I am asking you, no, this is not complex. Who is the one who caused we keep saying to you, it's Allah, according to Islam, is the one who caused her to leave Islam. You keep saying no, it's her heart. But the Quran says it clearly, we caused that to happen.
You want answer? Let me tell you, study string theory. You don't understand.
Just go. I have no time for a kid. This is why I don't like to talk to you. You're just a kid. Idiot. So anyway, the Quran is so clear that everything happened by the will of Allah. And this potato, he keep contradicting himself. And he compare between the Old Testament about commanding the Jews to go and fight those people who killed their children. And this is have nothing to do with that, because here there's no war. There's nobody fighting anybody. In fact, the children, they were just playing in the street. The child did not commit any crime. He did not even leave Islam yet. He's just a little boy. And how they killed him? They slaughter his head, and Al-Qadr, he smashed his head with the floor. And then Musa's, he was with him, he said, why you do that? This is an innocent child. And then, few verses after, Al-Qadr, he told him why. And look at the stupid answer. As for the boy, his parents were believers. And we feared he would overwhelm them. Feared? We killed a child because we feared? Go ahead, El. Anything you want to say?
Well, I think part of the misguidance that these people have is part of it is that because they don't know Arabic and they rely on the few of them who understands the language or try to explain them coming with excuses. So to be fair, I just encourage them, if you wanted really to prove Islam or prove your point of view, just try to study Arabic maybe and then try to look into it yourselves and you will see it's very clear. It doesn't need 1,000 interpretation to understand the meaning. And try to criticize it as any other text, then it becomes very, very clear when that barrier is broken, as I said. I just wanted to thank you, CP, because part of my journey, a huge part actually, is, I'll give the credit to you and your videos. I didn't rely on them only. Of course, as you say always, I went and I researched a lot in both Islam and Christianity and even back to the Old Testament. Thank you very much. You helped me a lot, and I encourage others just to listen and do your own research. Don't rely on anyone anyway. Thanks for the time you spent with us almost every single night, and thank you for, although that nobody writes the references, you keep telling us, and you keep teaching. So thank you very much.
Yeah, sister, today when I started, people ask me how you doing, CP. I think this is before I go live, right? I think so. I said, it's a normal day because I did not today imagine I could not make one Muslim leave Islam. Did I say that, guys, today? I don't know, it was live on air or it was only in Discord. So they asked me, how are you doing? I said, well, today is just another day because I could not imagine today make one person leave Islam, but I was wrong. So I'm happy to hear that you left Islam.
You certainly were wrong, TV.
Yeah, well, happy to have you. God bless you, and you are welcome anytime to join the stage.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right. We have Amir. Another Amir. We have many Amir these days. Let us see Amir. Go ahead, Amir.
What's up, Sid Big? You gonna run again?
I just got that. Just see. Did you hear? Did you hear the Arab guy laughing at you, saying there is difference between malaika? Just get out of here. Don't forget to download the video and post it in YouTube. Did you hear the Abdul Muslim who is an Arab making fun of your stupidity, you idiot? I don't have time to waste with the stupidity. Potato. Go ahead, Suleiman.
Bring the Arab guy. It's not a problem.
Hey,
I take
just go out there. Just go out there. Even your stupid translation of Rashad Khalifa says the angel said, not some of the angels. Don't come here. Don't come here. I put you in the stage sometime just for, like we need a monkey in the stage. You're just like a monkey. His ass is red from spanking. Chimpanzee. You're just stupid. We let you speak only when we are bored. Do we have any knowledgeable Abdul? Anyone? So going back to our story, Allah is stupid. He accused the angels that they are not truthful, when in fact the angels, they were right and Allah was wrong. Adam did mischievement. In fact, a few lines after, in the same page in the Quran, Allah kicked him out of heaven. And the funny is, Rashad Khalifa, he translated the word Khalifa as a representative. Representative? Really? This is what the Quran is saying? The word Khalifa means representative? So what does caliphate mean? representative. And that's what caused the confusion for the Muslims when they say, like we heard this Abdul saying, that before Adam there was creatures who live in the earth, and those are the genie, as we heard from Ultimate Fort. But that is false too. Why? Because the Quran itself saying clearly that the first time Allah He sent a genie down to earth, it was one person, and he was in heaven. He was in heaven. He was not in earth. And before that, nobody is in the earth. So when Allah He claimed that He can examine those people, and we say to the angels, bow down to Adam. All they bow down. You see? Here, the word malaikati, you idiot. Bow down to Adam. All they bow down, except Iblis. And here, this is a big mistake, because Iblis is not an angel. In Christianity, Satan, he present, or he is a fallen angel. In Islam, no. And jinn in Islam are not demons. Some Christians, they don't know that jinn are not demon. Jinn are not a spirit. They are physical being. That's why they eat, they have sex, even they sleep with Muslim women. If I go right now and search for what the Muslims they say about having sex with the jinn, I just typed sex with jinn and I found nothing but porn websites. Oh boy. Maybe I need to, maybe I type genie. Maybe they think that this is a lady, her name is Genie, maybe a whore. Jinn, let us see. All right. Question. Very serious question, you know. Can jinn have sex with my wife? Is this hadith authentic? When a man has intercourse with his wife, and who's talking? Muhammad. With his wife and does not name Allah, the jinn coils around his penis and has intercourse with him. This is the teaching of the stupid Muhammad. And yes, this is a correct hadith. Al-Hakim al-Tirmidhi said, in the page of etc. and the book of At-Tabari and blah 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 blah, and Ibn Jarir blah 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 blah, it says that Mujahid said that the Prophet said that when a man have intercourse with his wife, does not name Allah. You see how risky not to name Allah? This is why I say Allah whatever I do, especially when I go to the bathroom. It is my poop. It come like so easy, man. Then the jinn coils around his urethra and has intercourse along with him. The first condom in history is shaitan. And all of this why? Because the Quran says clearly that shaitan and human being, they have offspring. Shaitan and a human being, they have offspring. As the hadith says, and people who are well aware and have experience, the word of jinn know that jinn can have sex with a human. both male and female, so they can screw ultimate fart. And even in some cases is reported that jinn and the human married. But this is real, brother. This is real, brother. Not all the time, brother. Me, myself, I saw a honeymoon between a genie and a human. This is the stupid religion of Islam. So they marry, brother. Really? They brought Allahu Akbar. They say Shahada. And they get married. And even in some cases is reported that jinn and the human married. Could point out such report? Really? Can you show us? Let me show you something else. Hold on. In fact, there is a guy, I reported his story in my book, as I remember, in Sex and Allah, who he saw his wife, he opened the door, and he saw bushes in fire, her bushes, which mean her private part, her pubic area. He found her pubic area on fire. The sheikh told him, this is because she is having sex with the genie, because genie is made of fire, remember, right? So it makes sense that when shaitan have sex with your wife and she did not do mowing to her bushes, the dry bushes will caught in fire. Simple, I mean, common sense. What's wrong with people? And don't tell me Allah is stupid. All those are authentic and proven to be true. And look, this guy, the sheikh, he need donation. We should donate to him. He accept visa. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu, Sheikh Hisham. His name is Sheikh Hisham. I am married for 24 years. My marriage has not been one of that I can be happy about. Many arguments have failed my marriage. About 4 years ago, my wife started changing. Ta-tum, 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 ta-ta-ta-tum. Okay, what happened? And I have noticed that she would be sexual aroused. I mean, this guy, he liked to keep his private life not public for sure. Hello, assalamu alaikum, brother. My wife, her vagina is so hot. Yes, brother, I can't even touch it. I just burned my finger. Sorry. Yeah. So what do you think, brother? What the reason? Her vagina was always cold. Suddenly her vagina is so hot. Huh? You will give me the answer on the website? Okay, I will go read there. So I have noticed that she would be sexually aroused, which I have not seen before. In her sleep, when I wake her, she is sleeping and she is horny. Oh boy. You eat it. It's obviously you're not doing your job. Allah knows when the last time you have boom boom with her. Maybe maybe 10 years ago. So this poor woman, she is horny and she is asleep and she is doing something. And he wake her up like, what are you doing? What are you doing? In her sleep, and when I wake her up, she be angry with me. I need your help since my marriage is heading into divorce. You do not need his help. You need to have sex with your wife, you idiot. She think I'm crazy when I discuss this with her. Now the sheikh, he decide to give the wisdom, which is, I would consider wisdom. She is right, in the sense that sexual dreams like nightmares, as are a dream, illusion, hulm, from shaitan only in the sense of inspiration, not sense that shaitan affects something in someone. And then he give reference, Qadhi Iyad, and this is the name of the book. And then he said, he's giving him the solution now. Listen carefully. You should never describe it to her in wording of title header, as it would distress her. It's best to pray 2 rak'ah. You bow down twice. Look, if you do it 3 times, you're in trouble. And read the Quran or supplication before sleep. And now you need to do the following. Look at the recipe. Recite Ya Wadud. This is one of the names of Allah. Ya Wadud 100 times daily, to the intention of renewing love and tenderness between you couple. So now, guys, if any one of you have a problem with his wife, you say Ya Wadud, Ya Wadud, Ya Wadud, Ya Wadud, Ya Wadud, Ya Wadud, Ya Wadud. Look, I repeat it 100 times. I don't even have a wife. I feel in love with her already. 24 years prove of friendship and partnership and love of high order, regardless what shaitan would like you to think. Now, we want to go to business. What about the genie? As for the unrelated question in the title header, it says here, the books of Ahkam al-Jinn, which mean the ruling of the jinn, and this is the reference, the truth that it is possible for a human being and jinns to have intercourse. It's truth. This is the truth. You have to take it. It's possible. It is. And Iblis, he partnered with the human being in the wealth of the children. And this is the Quran, chapter 17, verse number 64. Narrated that Mujahid, when a man has intercourse with his wife and he does not name Allah, the jinn calls around his entourage and he has intercourse along with him, and that is the meaning of Allah saying, the Most High, obviously Allah is so high, too much hashish, whom neither a man nor jinn touched them before. Yeah, the Quran in chapter 55, many chapters actually, say Allah promised Muslims that they will have wives, nor genie, nor a human being that boom to them. Why? Because obviously genie have sex with women. Also, al-Bagawi, etc., blah blah interpretation. So all of this is just to prove to the person that your wife, it is possible that she is having sex with shaitan. If there is any Muslim here, he had experienced his wives or any of his wives having sex with shaitan. Even they are saying that even men, they can have sex with shaitan. And this is the, if you are a Muslim and you have a question for the Sheikh about your sexual life with your wife because of genie, you can ask the question there. This is the link, I just gave it to you. All right? If you notice your wife, she is so horny and you do not know why, the Sheikh is expert. You are not saying in the name of Allah before you put it inside, excuse me, shaitan, right away he get the chance to round, like he's waiting, you know, he's like next to your penis. Shaitan is saying, I hope he will not say in the name of Allah. I hope he will not say in the name of Allah. Oh no, he just said in the name of Allah. He Muslims, all of you, before Amir, before you have sex with your wife, do you say in the name of Allah? I'm serious. Huh? Who is a Mohammed and would like to join us? Going back to zero. So Allah, he questioned the dignity of the angels, and he said to them, you are not truthful. And Allah, he questioned that they are ignorant and they know not what he know. But the angels are the one who said he would do mischievement. And guess, just 3 verses after, it says shaitan, he mischieved them. And Allah said to them, go down, all of you. You need help with different topic, then leave it for different time, different topic. Any Muhammadan? Anyone? What is the difference between jinn and shaitan? There's no difference. Shaitan is a jinn. Shaitan is a genie. Genie is the kind. Shaitan is the children of Iblis, supposedly, which is very stupid to say. You see, Allah, He kicked out from heaven only 3. Do you see it? How many? 3. So how you have many shaitans? Only 3 Allah kicked out from heaven. Shaitan, the one He called him Satan, which we know where the word is coming from, and Adam and Eve. So how Shaitan was able to have children? However, the Muslim, they come with solution. They say that Allah created penis to Shaitan in his right thigh, and a vagina in the left thigh. So when he got horny or he want to have kids, he F himself. So he shake his legs, and by doing that, the penis in the right thigh will enter into the vagina in the left thigh, and then he will lay eggs. Is that a true, Amir? Muslims, is that true? That Shaitan, he lay eggs and he F himself. This is Tafsir al-Qurtubi. In fact, let me see if I can find it in English. Hold on, give me a second. But I don't think in English we will find this. Yeah, the Muslim will not translate that. But if we go to the Arabic, this is Tafsir al-Qurtubi, and you can open the link. I will post it for you. Please, if you don't mind, post it in Rumble and in YouTube. So this is chapter 18, verse number 50. It says here, and I will show you on the screen, and I will translate. A Muslim, he asked, regarding this verse, because how it says that Shaitan have children. The verse in chapter 18, verse number 50, it says Shaitan and his offspring. But as we showed you, Allah, He kicked only one Shaitan from heaven. So the Muslim now, they will need to find a solution for this mistake in the Quran. So a Muslim, he said about this verse, as long Allah is saying, are you going to take him and his children as leaders to you? So he said, do Shaitan have a wife? Isn't it offspring only come from a wife? The companion of Muhammad, he said yes. Mujahid, he explained what happened.
Do you then take him and his offspring as guardians? So I knew that there would be no offspring except from a wife, so I said yes. Mujahid said, Satan inserted his vagina into his own vagina and laid 5 eggs, and this is the origin of his offspring. It was said, God Almighty created for him a penis in his right thigh and a vagina in his left, so he can marry this man with this.
Not the translation is not accurate. So he can if himself with this. He can if himself with this. Yankah. The word there is yankah. So the Muslim, they try to find solution for the stupid mistake in the Quran, So Allah, He created the penis and the right thigh, and not only that, the story continue. According to the Abdul Muhammad, Shaitan, he lay, some hadith says 5 eggs, some hadith says 10 eggs, and it says even that every egg have 70 male and female shaitan. Suddenly Shaitan is male and female. The first Shaitan was a transgender.
It was said, God Almighty created for him a penis in his right thigh and a vagina in his left, so he has intercourse with this man, and 10 eggs are produced for him every day, and 70 male and female devils emerge from each egg, and they emerge while flying.
Huh. Suddenly, the shaitan even laying eggs, and every egg have 70 male and female shaitan, and then right away they fly, which is very normal. Shaitan, he fly all the time. Right? Are we lying? Or we are providing the reference? Yeah. One of you told me that when I am showing reference, like you guys, you don't see it clear in the screen. But always I say the number, right? I say the number. And even before I open it, I show the number. Like here, chapter 18, verse number 50. Tablet, go ahead.
CP, do you hear me?
I hear you, go ahead.
CP, I have found something very terrible. I'm not a Muslim, I have no question, but I donate you on Patreon. I will write you a message.
And
it's concerning your private information. It's about doxing. It's very serious.
No, don't worry. Don't worry about
Google clicks.
No, don't worry
about
my friend, don't worry about my private information. It's not serious for me because those none of them is a private information. Don't worry. All right?
There is
don't worry
your
about
name, your car,
I know what Muslims are posting.
Email, your address.
Don't worry. This is false information. Don't worry about it.
Yes.
All right. Yeah. Thank you very much for telling me. No problem.
Good.
All right. Any Abdul? Who is Abdul would like to join us? And you know, like Muslims, they know. I mean, sure, everybody speak about Islam. And who is the one, the brave of them? He dare even to come to me if they knew my address. Let them come. Who care? Why you are worried? Do you think I fear them? I am a person who like privacy. You know, some people, they like publicity. Otherwise, I fear nobody. There's no way somebody, he write books about the garbage of Muhammad and he want privacy because it doesn't take, you can hire a lawyer, you can hire, it's easy to find out who's a person, where he live, etc. Not a big deal. We have books, we have etc. We are not, I go in seminar, I go in person, I fly overseas, Muslims, they come to the seminars. But I'm a person who don't like to be in the camera because I don't care for being known as a person. I care for what I do. Otherwise, I fear nobody. Do we have any Muhammadan? Anyone? So as you see, Shaitan, he F himself, and this is the solution. They could not explain the stupid Quran. And even Muhammad, by the way, he said, look at the superstition of the stupid Muhammad. According to Muhammad, if you enter the first person in the mall or in the market, you are in trouble. Why? Read with me and laugh. Let us see the first one. The Prophet said, do not if you can help, be the first to enter the market and the last to leave it, because it is an arena of Satan, and standard Satan said there. That's false translation. In Arabic it says, Shaitan, he lay his eggs, and his eggs, they come out of the like what they call it in English, the word. I mean, do you see how they lie in translation? Spawn. So look at the false translation in English and in Arabic. This is Sahih Hadith from Muslim, and this is the accurate translation in Google.
It was narrated by al-Barqani in his Sahih on the authority of Salman, who said, "The Messenger of God, may God's prayers and peace be upon him, said, do not be the first to enter the market, nor the last to leave it, for therein the devil spawns and hatches."
This is Muhammad teaching. Shaitan, he lay eggs. So this is why the Muslim believe that Shaitan, he lay eggs. And if every Shaitan, you know, he lay eggs, and then from every egg, 10 eggs every day, then 70 Shaitan, and male and female, they come out. Well, that means the number of Shaitan is way, you know, we have a massive number. And they are chickens. But you see here how they translate. Do you see how they lie in the translation? Why the translation here doesn't say the same? They love to lie. Yeah. Any Abdul would like to join us before Shaitan lay more eggs? Anyone? Nobody? This is the stupidity of the cult of Islam. And you know, the brother who speak about Muslims posting information, you see, the Muslims, if they do something, the whole purpose of what they do is intimidation. They will see if this guy will get scared, you know, regardless if it's true or not. They will see if they can scare you. If they cannot, then they did nothing. They, you know, they make a threat. They, you know, trust me, if Muslims can hurt somebody, they will do it. They will not wait for it. They will not go and post your address online. They go and do it. What is that? Okay. Who dare? A bunch of cowards. Potatoes. Any Muhammadan? Anyone? No Muslims left? No? Nobody? Who is a Muslim would like to join us? Come on. Can you ask questions in this life? Well, you know what? Maybe we can open chance for Christians to call us. Today is Saturday. Usually we do that in Sunday, right? And we can take a few calls, you know. Actually, who is in the beginning? Who is the person who said he wanted? He have a question for me? The first person. But let me go and get some water. I am out of water. See? This is the bottle next to me is empty. Let me get some water. And the one who said you have a question for me, is that you, warrior? But don't talk, because I will go and come back. All right? Okay, I'm back. Sorry for that. I had to open the box. What is the... All right, SOFYA. Am I heard? All right.
Hello, can you hear me?
I hear you. Go ahead.
CP, I want to ask a question. Some Muslims claim that Rebecca was 3 when she married. I think God would not allow such depravity. How can we argue back against Muslims who say that?
Nowhere in the Bible says that she was a 3 when she got married. That is a big fat lie.
I know.
This is when the news came to him about Rebecca. They told him he have a daughter. She is a 3. And this is, remember, this is like in old days. And Abraham, he lived really long, life. So it took long years after that. And however, the Bible says clearly that she was an alama. There is a pervert, a rabbi, who Muslims, they like him very much. His name is Tuiva Singer.
Yes, true.
Okay. This guy, he hates Jesus to death. And he always, Muslim, they like him because he attacked Christianity and he praised Mohammed. He have a video, I think it's called The Story of Isaac, let us see. Or Rebecca. And this is what the Abdul is always saying to us. Actually, I found the same video I made myself about it. Let's see. This is a video I made a while ago, but I don't know which minute. Let me see, hold on.
The Muslims generally do some calculations and
yeah, but now I want to show you what Tuiva Singer said himself, so he can get them busted, because they like this guy, you know, and this guy is a potato. So let me show the video. Give me a second.
A virgin. It isn't true. In fact, in Proverbs 30, it's talking about an adulterous woman who's very much not a virgin.
Very much not a virgin.
A young woman might be a virgin, like in the case of Rebecca, just like
in the case of who? Like in the case of who? Hold on. Like in the case of who? See, this is this guy who always say that the Bible does not say that Mary, she was a virgin, that Isaiah does not speak about being a virgin. It's about a young lady, a young woman. Let me go back. Maybe I skip. You have to watch the whole video. A potato, I made him shish kebab. Alma is mentioned a description for Rebecca. So she is not a little girl. So Tuiva Singer, the son of Muta, trying to prove to the Christians that the verse about Isaiah, which is about the Virgin Mary, this is not about the Virgin Mary. It says a young woman. But all of us, we knew that the word there, the young women, is about a person who have zero experience with sex. That's why she is called that phrase, Alama. The same phrase used for Mary, the sister of Moses and Aaron, which Mohammed, he think she is the sister, that she is the mother of Jesus. We will go for that later. But listen to this donkey. He is going to explain to the Abdul, hey Abdul, I want every one of you go after this guy. Say to him, you lied to us. It doesn't say that, CP. The verse in the Bible, it doesn't say that she is a young woman about Rebecca. Listen carefully. So this guy. So this is in the minute 7:29. Now is bashing Christianity. He is not there to expose Islam. He is not there even to refute Muslim about anything they say. He supports them. So Muslim, this is the guy you trust. You trust a donkey. A donkey you get. Go.
There's a problem, and that is the word for virgin isn't there. Do not believe people who say the word Alma means a virgin. It isn't true. In fact, in Proverbs 30, it's talking about an adulterous woman who's very much not a virgin. Alma means a young woman. A young.
What? Alma mean what? People, did you hear it? Did you hear the answer? So from now on, anyone he give you this question, you shut him up in 2 seconds. Alma is mentioned a description for Rebecca. So she is not a little girl. She is a young woman. Let me play what this donkey, who would love to bash Christianity, is saying. The voice not clear? You guys didn't hear him? Did his voice came to you or no? Yeah, this is, remember, this is a recording, so. You heard his video? The voice in the video, not me. The voice in the video, is it good? Yeah, his voice is low. In the video, not my voice. All right, good. So you heard him saying now that this is what it means. So the Christian, they are lying to you. He is a young woman. Listen again.
Say the word Alma means a virgin. it isn't true. In fact, in Proverbs 30, it's talking about an adulterous woman who's very much not a virgin. Alma
Very
means
much not
a
a virgin.
young woman. A young woman might be a virgin, like in the case of Rebecca, just like
in the case of who? Like in the case of who? Hold on. Like in the case of who? You see the scumbag? So if it's a young woman, so how you know now that Rebecca is a virgin? If the word alama is just a young woman, does not mean a virgin. Did you check her private part? Did you see the coward? Do you see how you know how suddenly the word alama mean a young woman and virgin at the same time? Anyway, we don't want to play the whole video. I can pause the video for you. But when he said that the word alama mean only virgin, that is very stupid, because the Bible speaks about a miracle. And if the miracle that a young woman will give birth, that is not a miracle. Every day there's young women to give birth. Every day, correct? So this scumbag rabbi, when he speak defending Islam, attacking Christianity, we can get him busted so easy. Even in Hebrew, we can go to the dictionary and we find that the word alama mean two things. And the reason she is virgin, actually, because she is young. Usually when a woman she get older, she will get married, especially at that time. I mean, women, they don't stay without a husband. They, anyone from the tribe, from the family, marry them, you know, because women, she cannot survive by her own. So when the verses speak about Rebecca, describe her as a alama. And alama mean young women, not a child. And this is why we mention the word virgin, because every child is a virgin, supposedly, unless she's been raped by a pervert, correct? But not every woman is a virgin. So the word alama simply mean a young woman who is still virgin. She never know a man. And this is what the Bible describe Rebecca in Genesis 24, verse number 43. All right?
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So all their question about Rebecca being 3 years is a big fat lie. But they are desperate to find a pervert like Mohammed. They want to make everyone pervert. If Muhammad is a pervert, well, let us make somebody else's pervert. You know? So if we show you the verse, I'm going to open the Bible and show you the verse from the Jewish Bible, Jewish translation. And I hope people will remember this when to refute Muslims. Do you see it says ha alama? Guys, do you see my screen? Yeah.
Yes.
All
yes,
right.
I see.
So alama, you can go right now and check the dictionary. You will see it is a young woman who is a virgin. There's no need to say a virgin for someone as a child, because every child is a virgin. But not every woman is a virgin. So alama present, I don't know what the word to use in English, like she is still preserved, you know, preserved as a woman. You know, she never know any man, preserved as she was, as she's born, even though she is a growing woman. All right?
Yes.
Anything else?
No, thank you, CP.
All right, you're welcome. And in the same, if we read the chapter, you will see how Rebecca, she carry the big containers for those to give water to the camels. How a child says,
that's what I say to them, but they don't believe. They do some calculations.
No, it's not about the belief. No, it's not about the belief. No, the calculation, they are stupid, because nowhere in the calculation says she got married at the age of 3. Nowhere.
Yeah.
This is when they knew about her, that she was 3. And you will notice that when the messenger come over to her family, they ask her, you see how she's speaking? There's no way a child is 3 years old is talking like that. So all reference is guiding us that she is a growing woman. She speaks with a lot of respect. She is very mature in the way she talk. And the top of that, she is mature in physically, because how she can water all those camels. A camel will not drink a cup of water. This is a camel. Camel, he need hundreds of liters a day. So
yes.
A young child, she is 3 years old, she cannot even carry a baby toy. 3 years old. Abdul, they are desperate. All
Thank
right.
you, CP.
You're welcome. Any Abdul? Who is Abdul would like to join us? And then even they might find you like a rabbi saying that she was 3 because the rabbi are stupid like them.
I don't like Christianity a lot. That is true.
You don't what?
Rabbis don't like Christianity. Some of them.
But some of them, they are pervert like Mohammed too.
I usually say to Muslims that we don't follow rabbis, we follow priests. When I want the opinion of a Christian, I hear a priest, not a rabbi.
Yeah. Well, even a priest, we don't follow a priest. We follow God and we follow the Bible.
Yes, but my knowledge is I have to consult a priest sometimes, yes.
Yeah, no problem. But we don't follow. The word follow is not right.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Okay.
We have only God as the one we follow and we worship. We don't follow a priest.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, sister.
Thank you.
Any Abdul? Anyone? Who's Abdul would like to join us? No? Beno? All right. Hey guys, if you are done, you leave the stage, please. Don't stay in the stage, otherwise I have to disconnect you. Go ahead, Beno.
Hey CP, how's it going?
I'm fine.
That's good, that's good. I'm not an Abdul, but a caller, I think it was the first caller or the second caller, had a pretty good question. His question was...
Okay.
Oh, hey everyone in the chat. His question was, what do Muslims think of the Messiah that's supposed to come back? Their version of him.
And you want to ask the same question?
Yeah, I do.
Well, you know, I mean, we know what the Bible says, and we don't accept anything except what the Bible says. However, you know, we have in the book of Revelation, speaking about the coming back of the Messiah. But to make it simple, the Messiah will come back. He will not be the same way he was first time. The first time he was, let us say, forgiving, merciful, loving.
Yeah, like that.
The second time, he will come as a judge. And when you are a judge, everyone will get what he deserves. So the mercy of God is justice. Which means we cannot say he will not be merciful, but the mercy of God that he will do justice. And justice is everyone will get what he deserves. Yeah. So,
yeah, because
like the Messiah, he spoke in parable. So, like when he speak about bring them in front of me and slay them. This is just an example of, even though it's a parable, but it's about what will happen in the day of judgment, that those who do reject the Messiah, they will suffer the consequence, and the consequence is going to be severe, hellfire. In fact, slaying them does not present really how severe the penalty, because they would wish to be slain, you know, but that will not be, because, you know, slaying them, you know, you die and they are done. It takes you 2 seconds of suffering. But hellfire for eternity is not a game, you know, it's not a joke.
It's pretty weird that they the Muslims, you know, think that Jesus is going to come back and be the judge, you know. When I heard that first time being a Christian, it's like, what? You believe in Jesus too? What? Wait, what? You think he's coming back to judge as well? And yet they still reject him? It's, yeah, I find it so strange.
Yeah, they are waiting for the Messiah, yet they believe that the greatest prophet is Muhammad. So how is the greatest prophet, but the one who finished the movie, which is the hero, is Jesus? Like, who is the one who stayed until the end of the movie usually? The hero. So who is the hero of Allah according to Islam? Jesus.
Yeah.
Who is the one going to destroy Shaitan? Jesus. According to Muhammad, when Satan he see Jesus, he dissolved like salt dissolve. Why he will be dissolved like salt in water? Just by seeing Jesus, not when he see Muhammad. How come Muhammad he says, Shaitan command me? And Shaitan he gave him satanic verses.
Yeah.
But in the case of Jesus, when Shaitan he meet with Jesus, he dissolve. Obviously, Jesus must be God.
Oh yeah.
And we are just using, you know, we are using their own words, not ours.
Correct.
Yeah. And I can show you the hadith, and give me a second, I will look for it. About Shaitan, he will dissolve like salt. Let's just see if I can open the hadith here.
Hey, I had a question. How do you change your keyboard? Because sometimes I see you type in English and then straight back to Arabic.
Well, in your computer, you can add font. In your computer, you add font. And then, you know, you have a keyboard, you can add stickers on the keyboard for any language you wish, you know.
You do things pretty smoothly.
Yeah, but sometimes I type, I don't notice. I type for 5 minutes, I'm looking at the screen, and then oops, I was typing in the wrong language, you know. So it's not fun sometimes, you know. Yeah, here we go. This is the hadith, and this is Sahih. This is Sahih Muslim, hadith number 2897. It says here that when Jesus he meet the enemy of Allah. And then Jesus, son of Mary, would descend, which means he is in heaven, and would lead them. And when the enemy of Allah, which means Shaitan, would see him, he would disappear, just as salt dissolves itself in water. Do you see it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So why Shaitan, and here he's talking about Shaitan, by the way. You see, if you go up a little bit, it says Shaitan, Satan. All right? So when the Messiah...
He can't handle, being in the presence of God.
Muhammad, Shaitan gave him satanic verses. Shaitan jumped inside his mouth, according to Muslims. Shaitan, he jumped in his shoulders. He jumped in his shoulders.
Yeah.
Shaitan, he commanded him, according to Muslims. But when Shaitan meet Jesus in the end of the time, he dissolved like salt in water. Why? This should be done by Allah.
So this is talking about the end when he's going to come.
This is talking about the end when Jesus come back. You know? Yeah, this is the end. You see, this is the book of tribulation. You see it?
Right.
And the last hour. Yeah. So in the last hour, when the enemy of Allah see Jesus, which is Shaitan, he will dissolve like salt. Yeah. And if Muhammad, there is no proof that Allah or Muhammad can do that. This is a story that Jesus can do that. Can the Muslim prove to me that Allah can destroy Shaitan? They cannot. Because even in their religion it says the one who will destroy Shaitan is Jesus. It's not Muhammad. And you will notice here it says that he is the enemy of Allah. As long as Shaitan is the enemy of Allah, how come Allah cannot destroy Shaitan but Jesus can? And the same Muhammad he mentioned about the Dajjal, which is the same as the Shaitan. Look at this here. Actually, this is the same one. But let me see if I can find.
CP, your Christian chats that you do, you do it on Sunday, but for me it's a Monday, so I can never really chime in.
I understand, no problem. It's okay.
So it's good that you do stuff like this, for a Sunday for me, but a Saturday for you,
Yeah.
And different times. I like it. You're all rounder. It's good.
Well, I do my best to share little knowledge I know, so we can defeat the devil and his lies.
Yeah.
All right.
Absolutely.
Anything else?
Not at this stage.
All right.
Okay. Thank you, CP.
You're welcome, brother. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. You too, mate. Bye.
Any other person want to join? All right, warrior. Go ahead. Are you there, warrior? No, I don't hear you. You need to fix your microphone. Anyone would like to join us? Okay, go ahead. I hear you now.
So it was on the same question the other guy was asking. Wouldn't that automatically prove that, according to even them, Christ will be final messenger because he would be the one that was coming back? So how would it be the own messenger would be final messenger according to even them? He is not.
You see, the Quran did not say Muhammad is a final messenger. It says Khatam. Khatam, which means literally the stamp, the seal. The seal is the one who confirm what messenger says before him. like you see the word khatam. There is only one verse in the Quran speaking about Muhammad being Khatamul Mursaleen, which mean, or Khatamul Nabiyyin. He is the seal, which mean the one who confirm what the messengers before him said. He is not the last one. Nowhere it says the last one. Always Muslim, they come with things is not in the Quran. They have their own. As an example, when the Muslim they say Muhammad was illiterate. Where in the Quran it says Muhammad was illiterate? They say to you, oh, I can show you easy. You go right now to the Quran, you type the word Ummiyin or Ummi. Ummi is a gomai, which means a person who is pagan. He is from the nation like us. Before we become Christians, we were gomai to the Jews. For we are not believers in the God of Moses. So this is why we see the Quran saying, وَمِنْهُمُ الْأُمِّيُّونَ, which means from them, people who they are don't know the book of God, not uneducated. So here they are saying uneducated, not true. They do not know the book of God, who know not the scriptures. I don't know who is translator. This one is an idiot. Oh, this is Aitani. I don't know why I'm stuck with this Aitani. So those Ummiyin, they are called Ummiyin. Ummi mean from the nations. Gomai. He is not local. So among them, people who they are Ummiyin. Why they are called Ummiyin? And here they add the word Jews. It doesn't say Jews. There's nowhere it says Jews. Among them, there is people who they are illiterate, which mean Ummiyin, which mean Gomai, for they do not know the book. They have no idea what is the scriptures. You go to the front, chapter 3, verse number 20. Say to those who have been given the scriptures and the Ummiyin. You see what the Ummiyin are coming as what? Unlearned. So there's two groups in the Quran. Those who they are learned, the scriptures, and those who they are Ummiyin, which mean unlearned to the scriptures. This is about knowing how to write, how to read. Are you getting my point?
Yes, it doesn't even make sense because every time you catch them on something, somehow is the Arabic is going to change. Like, you know, the hadith about this kid will not grow old until you guys see the hour. So somehow now the hour means before you die. How does that even work?
Again, say your voice have an echo. Say again.
So you know there's a hadith
Yeah.
where he says this kid will not die before you see the hour.
Yeah.
So when you tell them that, they be like, no, the hour means before they die. But if you look at the whole Quran, hour is the same word.
No, even in the hadith, it doesn't say what the Muslim's saying. The hour, when the second you say the hour, you see how many times we mention what the word "the" mean? The second you add "the," it means it is something very unique. And there's nothing like it. Al-Masih, Allah, Al-Anbiya. So Al is the same as in English. If we use it as Arabic word, not as Al as a word meaning God. So as an Arabic word, Al is a definition. So when they say تقوم الساعة, obviously is speaking about the hour and the hour of the day of judgment. If I open for you the hadith, حتى تقوم الساعة. You will see that even in the title, even they try to lie on the translation, the title say clearly that this is about the day of judgment. Let me show you.
Exactly, that's what I always say, but they always tell me, is that Arabic? I'm like, no, you don't need to know
First of
Arabic to
all,
know what this word is.
Muhammad, he made it clear in the Quran that nobody know the hour of anyone, not even me. So how we can tell them when their hour is going to be as they, you know? So this is the Muslim translation. You see, this is the Muslim translation. What is the title here? Chapter, approach of the hour, correct?
Exactly.
All right. And what is in the top? The book of interpolation. Do you see it? So is it now clear that this is about the day of judgment?
Exactly. But you know, this is the reason why when you have a book that's you know, is being transmitted from someone that is considered a liar, you always have to find other lies to defend the lie that he's already
Well,
claiming.
if it's a lie, this is not our fault. And why a lie written by them, translated by them, published by them? If it's a lie, are you publishing lies to deceive us? To deceive your kids? You know? why you are translating a lie if it's a lie?
You need to replace half. This guy is a liar.
Everything, you know, I mean, it's an excuse, it's a bankrupt. You see, we as a Christians, we don't say we have our faith is based on the Bible. If something is not considered as Bible for us, it's not a Bible, that's it. We don't have da'if hadith and a strong hadith, and we don't, I never heard of a Christian saying, I don't accept the hadith. We don't have that. Whatever Jesus said, we accept. We don't even discuss if it is, you know, that's it, we accept. But because now Muslims are not as strong as before, they have a massive army, they can kill anyone who question Islam. So these days now, you know, in order to defend the Prophet, duct tape, Muhammad became a mummy covered by duct tape. In order to defend him, we claim that this is not what it says, and in the best scenario we say it's a lie. This hadith is fabricated. The Prophet did not say it, and there's no proof he said it. But as you see, all of this is authentic books. And it was always considered as authentic for centuries and centuries. All right?
Yes, definitely. The internet age is definitely going to destroy it.
All right. Thank you, Warrior, for joining us. Do we have anyone else want to join? Anyone? See, they say to me always, we'd like to speak, you know, or give us time to call. But when we say, okay, who's a Christian want to call? Nobody. I mean, just we get 2 or 3 people, you know, call us. That's it. They even give me drama about why you are not making time for us. All right, if we don't have any Christian, do we have any Abdul? Bino, you were here already. Go ahead.
Christian Prince.
Uh-huh.
You know what? I love saying in the chat every single time you talk. Don't believe it, guys. It's not Zakir Naik.
Yeah, you know, we like you see, there's a teacher who is boring, big people start yawning, and there's a teacher who can teach and make the class fun. The difference between the two teachers, maybe even they have the same knowledge, but one, he can make the class attractive, and people wake up and refresh and they don't go sleepy. Even maybe the topic can be boring. The other teacher, he is just you know, a walking computer. He have knowledge, but he don't know how to deliver it. How he can keep the children or young or adult awake and listening and learning. So I believe everything is a gift, and there is people, they are meant to be, in a way, they are gifted to be teachers, and there are some, they do teach, but they are not really good for teaching. Yeah.
I definitely think your humor plays a big role in it. You know, I think I said the other day, you're saying something about your accent, and I said your accent makes it even funnier. It's so true. Yeah, when you're delivering that message, what you do is just spot on.
Well, accent is not my choice. I did not choose it. However, you see, everyone he have interest in anything he is interested in. So some, maybe they like me because they say you're funny, you have a sense of humor. Some they say we like your knowledge. Some they say, I mean, I received many years of comments. However, the important for me in all of those is not what people say, is what people learn. So if the attraction exists, thank God, because this is why I don't open my camera. If I open my camera, all of you will run. So I better not to do so, because then all the attraction will go on. People will say, who is this guy? This is a Christian Prince? No way. Christian Prince, I told you I look better than you. And you don't open your camera like me because I'm so handsome and you are not. All right.
I think my first message to you on Patreon was me saying your Arabic sounds different than anyone I've heard from. So everyone, when they speak Arabic, it just doesn't really sound nice to me. But I don't know. I think it's a dialect that you speak, but yeah.
No, you see, voice is an energy, and energy, they have now machines. They use it to find out if you are lying or not. Why? By what? By your voice, correct?
Sure. Yeah.
So the voice present an energy, and sometimes you may hear somebody, and you don't like his voice. You don't know why. I mean, you don't feel comfortable to hear it. It doesn't matter if they are male or female. And you might hear someone, you feel comfortable to listen to the voice of a person. However, I believe the reason that voice can carry a kind of like a delivery about the person, if he have an evil spirit or he have a good spirit. So the reason you feel good or bad, because you feel something, some confidence in that voice. You feel some trust. You see, you feel some some decency, even though the voice is just a voice. But we are a human, and when God created us, He gave us a lot of sensation to feel things, and voice is one of them.
Yeah.
Like even you can tell if a man what his interest in even sexuality based his voice. If he speak like a female, right away you notice that he is not normal, right? I mean, he have a way to talk, is not the way men they talk. So voice carry a lot of messages. It's not just a voice. All right?
I agree. And when you compare, like, for example, your voice to freaking stupid Zakir Naik.
But notice here. Hold on.
It's day and night.
Zakir Naik, he was just talking here. It's the same. It's my voice. Get some breath. First of all, your voice is not my voice. Yeah. Anyway, so it's about trusting, feeling good. And I'm happy that's, God, He gave us gifts, and whatever gifts we have, we will use for His glory, not for our own. Yeah.
Agree.
Yeah, like Kamala Harris, she have one of the most annoying voice when she talk, when she laugh.
Oh yeah.
Very annoying, you know.
Cackler.
Yeah, she's like weird. I mean, it's the way, you know, and you will feel that even her laugh is a laugh of someone is totally empty from inside. It's like a balloon suddenly have a hole in it, you know. Suddenly the laugh come like with no reason. There's no good reason even to laugh.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, we have Jesus is God is waiting. Thank you, Pino, just to give a chance for others. Jesus is God, are you there? Are you there? All right. Well, I encourage people not to put pictures on an icon of Jesus on the cross, because this is not a Jesus, and this is not him, and Jesus is not on the cross anymore. So why you are putting Jesus on the cross? Is he in the cross? Is Jesus right now still on the cross? So don't put those pictures in your icon. It doesn't make any sense. All right. Anyone have a question, or you want to say anything?
You know, I would say maybe you can do a Mayday call, but
yeah, it's okay. I mean, people, they have difficulty.
Too hard.
Sometimes this Discord doesn't function correctly, you know. Like each time I enter Discord, in order to go in the stage, I have to exit a few times and come back.
Yeah, it's a bit iffy sometimes.
Iffy? Be careful. See, don't let the customs of a culture, of a language, take over you. You have always to maintain your tongue, to maintain your words, and be careful, because you will find yourself dragged down by using a bad language.
What does iffy mean in your language?
Well, I don't know. If English is not my first language, but iffy, maybe the F word, maybe.
Nah, no chance.
Oh,
no
okay.
way.
So what iffy mean?
Iffy is like dodgy. So iffy is more of a slang term. It's not, you know.
I see. Okay. Well, this is my excuse my French. Yeah, you know, like first time I apply for a French visa, I met with the counselor. He is the one in charge of the interview. So he said something I didn't understand. You know, French people, when they speak English, I mean, already my English is bad, especially, I mean, at that time it was, now is way better. We can't compare. So he said something I couldn't understand, but I learned at school, if there is something you don't understand, you say, excuse my French, you know? So I told him, excuse my French. You should see how he looked at me. He said, what? Excuse my French. Later I found out that excuse my French, I'm saying, excuse me, I'm a stupid French. So this is a statement from the bridge to insult the French. So excuse me, I'm a French, which means I'm stupid. But for me, I thought it means something different. I thought I say is, I don't understand you, sorry, you know. So imagine I am in the French embassy saying to the counselor, excuse my French, and yet he gave me visa.
Wow. Yep.
Yeah, he gave me visa. Yep. I never applied for a visa, actually. All my life I was rejected, not even once. Never. Which is impossible for Middle Eastern, you know, man. He is single, he is young, etc. He go to embassy, apply for a visa, because, I mean, this is a big no for any Western country.
Right.
It's obvious he will not come back, you know, if you give him a visa. But I never applied for a visa. I applied for many, and I got them all. Never been rejected.
I like how you came to the US. That's pretty good.
I wasn't planning, actually, but yeah. I was planning to be here for a few days for Christmas and New Year, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, I did not plan to come here. The same in the American embassy. The woman, she asked me, it turned to be, if you apply for a visa to USA, they ask you how much money you have to give them proofs, document, etc. She asked me how much money you have. I said, why, you want to marry me? You know, So I was kind of rude. Still, she gave me visa. Even though, and the one who was so polite, they are wearing suit, they are wearing shiny shoes. My shoes is dirty. I wasn't going for hunting. I'm wearing a vest, those leather vest, which for hunting it's like I don't know, we call chamois. So the vest is dirty. Even I have a poop of the bird on the vest still there. I'd not notice it there. In my shoulder. And she gave me the one who they are having Samsonite, and they are wearing nice clothing and etc. And they have a bank document, a lot of money. She gave them no.
Yep.
And life is funny.
That's right. I've heard another story similar to that. How I guess you can call it the will of God or whatnot. But yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, you see, life. I say life drive you in directions you never thought of. Sometimes you want things to happen, and you work for it all life, and never happen. And the things you never thought is going to be where you will be is happening to you. However, we as Christians, we always should have appreciation for whatever we have and wherever we are.
That's right.
When I came to the state, in the beginning, I was not really happy. I was thinking seriously to go back because I felt very much a stranger. I'm a person, I don't find myself. That's why I don't have friends. I don't associate with many. Like I have very little people I trust. So when you leave where you grow, your language is different. Their culture is different. Their food is different. Difficulty in life, difficulty to survive. When my life there was a lot way easier. All of this will make you feel. I installed a phone. I remember the first thing I did. I ordered a phone line, but this phone never rang. Never rang. So I get excited if the phone ring, even if it's a commercial.
Yeah. Wow.
Because nobody called me. I know nobody. When I was in the Middle East, my phone never stopped ringing. The phone at the house. I mean, it's like a hospital.
Yeah. Okay.
So people call you. Where you been? Where are you? Etc. So suddenly you find yourself in a vacuum. There's nobody know you. You know nobody. Nobody call you, and your name mean nothing. You're no one specifically. Seriously, you're no one.
Right.
And then you have to fix your language, which is not easy. It takes a lot of, let us say, people make fun of you, making mistakes. You want to apply for a job. The second they notice that your English is not good, what job will give him? So a lot of difficulty, you will go through that. However, I say, thank God, if I give up, I will not be doing what I'm doing now.
Right.
Yeah. All right. Well, the only one want to speak is Peno. And where is the rest who keep emailing me about give us time, Christian, but we want to talk to you? What happened? Okay, Jesus is God. The mic is yours. Well, your mic is not working. Maybe somebody can help him. You need to push the talk. I don't know, guys, if you heard me yawning. Sorry. I'm really sorry. I try my best to hold it. But I did yawn. I have to confess my sin. And remember, Allah, He says, Muhammad, He says, Allah love those who sneeze, and He hate those who yawning. Do the yawning. Can you believe that there's a God? He loves those who sneeze. Read carefully. Prophet of Allah said, this is false translation, by the way. It doesn't say like. It says yuhib, which means he love. Allahu yuhibbul attas. Allah, he loved the one who sneeze, and he hate the one who yawn.
God loves sneezing and hates yawning.
Any Muslim want to tell us why? Why your God loves sneezing people? Like, that's you. Your God, he love corona? Or flu? Why does God he love, you know? I remember once in YouTube, I opened a chat room, in Paltalk. So I opened a chat room. It's called Let Us Sneeze for the Sake of Allah. And the Muslims, they went to Paltalk, the top admins to complain by hundreds, and then they shut down my chat room. So I talked to this admin. I said, why you shut down my room? He said, you are, what is this? He said, what is Allah? He says, and so I show it to him. He died laughing and talking to me. He said, okay, I will let you open the room again.
No way.
He thought I'm just making a mockery without proof. It's not correct what I'm saying. There's no, this is just, I was making things up. So Allah, he like those who sneeze. He love those who sneeze, and he hate, not dislike, false translation, and he hate those who do yawn. And according to Muhammad, the one who do yawn, and not only that, actually, if you do yawn, if you do sneeze, you have to say a certain sentence. All right?
Ridiculous.
Yeah. And if you yawn, you have to cover your mouth because shaitan, he jump inside your mouth. This is why it says here, shaitan, when you do yawn, the devil shaitan, he jump in your opening and he laugh at you. Ha 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 ha. True story. Yeah. So I open a chat room. I said, who in a Muslim want to come to the mic and sneeze? Nobody do it. If Allah, why you Muslim go and buy medicine and you take a vaccine if sneezing is for the sake of Allah, make him happy? Again, false translation, they say he like. It doesn't say like, it says he love. He love those who do sneezing, and he hate those who do yawning. All right? And a Muslim, he should restrain himself from yawning, because you are making Allah unhappy. As simple as that. Look, finally we found a translation for the same hadith. Have little decency. Allah loves sneezing and he hate yawning. Any Muslim want to explain to us what's going on with Allah love? Why Allah loves sneezing? What is the connection? Any Muslim?
Man, it's so stupid. It's
and by the way,
crazy.
I like sneezing, because sneezing, it like, I don't know, it make like a vacuum for your your head. And when I sneeze, I sneeze really hard. Sometimes I jump, and I might jump to the other side of the room. I sneeze so strong and so powerful. Once my head hit the front glass of the car, I have no belt. I was sitting in the car and I sneezed, boom, I jumped. So I think Allah will like my sneeze a lot. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, love with you, yeah.
Jesus is God. Are you there, my friend? Is your mic working now? No. Okay, Jin, your mic. Jin, are you there? All right, I don't know. The one who cannot talk, please don't join us if you cannot talk. Okay, go on.
CP,
Oh,
Yeah, hello, can you hear me? Hello?
yes, I hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a Christian. Is that fine?
No, sure, we are asking Christians to join.
Okay, so I'm currently a Catholic, and I had a question because I've never heard you say before. Are you part of any church?
For me, I don't really like people to say I'm Catholic. I'm not going to judge you by saying that, because a Christian who loves Jesus, he don't care if he's a Catholic or a Protestant or Orthodox. He cares for following Jesus. And the Bible called us Christians. The Bible never said you are a Catholic or Orthodox or Protestant. The Bible have one word for the Christians. It is a Christians. So I appreciate people who say I am a Christian, not I'm a Catholic or Protestant or Orthodox. However, I don't follow a church by name. I follow Jesus. For the Church of Jesus is those who follow Jesus, not a building, not a title, not a name.
Okay, okay.
All right.
Yeah, and also, so you speak Arabic fluently?
Yes, Arabic is my first language.
Yeah, because I know a lot of Muslims use the excuse that you don't know Arabic, so you can't understand what's happening.
Yeah, you can watch my videos and you will see that I debate them about the Arabic and we get them busted.
All right, thank you, man. I just wanted to ask that question.
You're welcome. Yeah, I hope that all of us as a Christians, we say we are Christians. We don't say we are Catholic or Protestant or Orthodox, because this is not really important. What important is, the Lord, he says, from their fruits you shall know them. So don't tell me who you are. Your fruits will tell who you are. You can wear a big cross, you can wear a small cross, you can have no cross, but doesn't make you Christian. It's not a title, it's not even a name, it is what you do. Am I heard, guys? Is my voice coming?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. You don't hear me, guys?
Well, yeah. You know how it says it's being iffy. That's
okay. Hold on. Let me exit.
It's fine now.
It's fine now.
But yeah.
But I click at the thing.
CP, I wanted to ask a question as well.
All right.
Why?
Let us give a chance for those who did not speak yet, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that.
Okay. Joke with? Are you there?
Can you hear me, CP?
I hear you.
Okay. I've been waiting for this time because I'm trying to connect with you, but this is just coming minute ago that I can set up all this, setting in this course and anything. So my question.
All right.
I think from my side, it is easy for me to explain about the triune God, right, to everybody. But I think it is. Can you, well, in short, can you simplify how to explain it to other religion groups?
First of all, the word explaining, the word explaining is not a correct one. How I can explain that God, he said, let be light, and light was. Can you explain it?
Yeah, that's difficult.
No, it's not difficult. It's impossible, because we say, okay, God, he can say that, he can do that. So when we speak about Trinity, if the Trinity is going to be explained in a logic, the logic have to be the logic of the human being. And the logic of the human being is what a human being can do. So when we speak about God, all the logic which a human being he knew is not logical to use with God. So with Jesus is born of a virgin, well, this is not logical. Can I explain how Jesus is born of a virgin? No one can explain it, because this is scientifically wrong and false. Right? So
right.
If somebody says to me, explain, nobody can explain it except saying that God he can do. So when somebody says, can you explain to me the Trinity? The Trinity It's like saying to me, can you explain God? Nobody can explain God, because simply his power is beyond explanation and beyond comprehending of anyone. It doesn't matter how much knowledge he have, because if I know how God power is, and that means I am God too. If I have the knowledge of God, total knowledge of God, that means I am God too, because I have his knowledge too. So the Trinity is in a very simple understanding. God is 3 person. Why God he isn't 3 person? Well, this is what God he want, and this is how God he is. If God he says I am 10 billion person, well then he said he is 10 billion. If God he says only 1 person, then he is. So the Muslim don't question why God is their God is one alone. You don't question. If Allah he said I am 3, they won't question. You see why the Muslim don't make fun of the Christians because Jesus is born of a virgin? Because the Quran says so. If it is not in the Quran, trust me, every Muslim will laugh at you. Correct?
Yeah, right.
So when they want, they have logic. When they want, the logic doesn't go to God. How Muhammad he went to heaven in the top of a flying donkey overnight?
Right.
When the Quran says it take the angels 1,000 years just to go and 1,000 years to come back, which means 2,000 years.
Yeah.
They say, okay, it's a miracle. Yeah.
So in short, can I say that it is God that, you just believe in him because he do miracles and we cannot comprehend it? So
you see, it's not just about he do. There's many things will lead us to know that he is God. Because we might meet in our life superpower. As an example, thunder.
Yeah.
And thunder can burn you alive. Massive, powerful. The sound will scare the hell of many people. And for centuries and maybe thousands of years, people worship thunder too. They consider thunder as a god. So it's not about power only. It's about, let us say, planned power, planned ability. So when we say God, he created a human being is a very super intelligent designed. Not necessarily human being is intelligent, because a human being still is foolish, but it must be done by super intelligent. But this alone is not enough to prove that God is exist and why we worship him. What to prove it to us, that every creation have a fingerprint of one maker.
Right.
So if you go like now, if you are a person who have a good experience with art, you will find that this picture is not made by Picasso. Why? Because he have a style. His signature is different. So when God he created, everything around us have his fingerprint, and that will lead us to the Trinity again. So the intelligent design of God, which all of it share the fingerprint of God, which is number 3. The Quran says Allah created everything from water, everything, which contradict the Quran, because Allah created the angels from light and the genie from fire, which is fire without even flame. So that is not water. However, the water is H2O. So our structure as a human being is based on number 3. And you will notice that those 3, they are not the same. They are not similar. There's difference between them. In fact, even the hydrogen, not every hydrogen is the same as the other hydrogen. So when we say oxygen, when we say proton, when we say a neutron, there's always little details in everything is different. The same as our human being. You as a human being, you have a DNA, no one in the world have it, even though we are billions of human beings. Your fingerprint is different. So everything around us is created by creator who have fingerprint, and number 3 is exist in everything. If you try to build a house without using the golden ratio, you will find that the house will not be pretty. If you check the trees, how they are made, you will see that it's percentage of number 3, 1 to 2. If you check anything, the leaves in the trees, the branches in the trees, everything around you is based on number 3. We need air, we need water, we need light in order to survive. If one of them is missing, we are gone too. Everything around us. So we can keep going on, you know, to explain how number 3 is in everything, which is again the fingerprint of God. However, I advise you not to focus too much in explaining the Trinity, because a human being can't even explain himself.
But in our discussion, right, they always come to that question, and it is also wise for us to be able to explain it in a easy way to understand, or
easy way to understand. If a person is looking for understanding, we can use any example of material, even though our God is not a physical material to explain. As an example, the sun. The sun, it is in the sky, and we receive the light of the sun. We receive, when the light comes to the earth, when the light touch our skin, what we feel? We feel the heat, correct?
Right.
But we don't see the heat, do we? We don't. But we see the light. And the sun is still as a star is in the sky. So the light which is coming to us is the sun. But it is not the sun as a star. It's here on the earth. The heat we have right now, touching our skin, is the heat of the sun. But it is not the sun. In the same time, the heat and the light and the sun is the sun. So even though they are 3, and they are maybe exist in different location right now, still they are the sun. If the sun disappear, the heat will disappear, the light will disappear, and the star will disappear. So, like, you know, once I was debating an atheist, and he said to me he believed only in what he see. So I said, do you believe in radio waves? They exist? He said, yeah. So how you can see them? He said, machine. I said, machine doesn't see them. Machine doesn't see those radio waves. That's a lie. The machine have sensors to make a graphic for you. So it translate something and be touched, cannot be hold, nobody can see it, nobody can feel it, into graphic. So we can, you know, we can, and even the sound. So now I'm talking to you over the internet, and there's no way, if I'm a person met with you 1,000 years ago, and I say to you, I'm going to talk to you from China, and you are in Jerusalem, the first thing you will say, you must be crazy.
Right.
Why? Because at that time, it is strange, it's stupid to say that, it's impossible. So what is impossible for us is not impossible for God.
Yeah.
And if a human being can make what is impossible yesterday possible today, how about God? Can God be 3 and 1 at the same time? Absolutely, He's God.
Yeah,
the one who said let be light, and light was, He can be as He wish. He can do as He wish.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, CP.
You're welcome.
Next time I'll have another
yeah, but always remember, if somebody want to understand God based on logic, he is being illogical.
Yeah.
Because God and logic are not the same. For God is above logic.
Right.
When we speak about a human being, we are talking about logic. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Jesus is God. Did you fix your microphone, my friend? Still, we don't hear you. I don't know why. We don't hear you. Any new ones did not talk yet when I join us? Anyone? Yeah, don't waste your time saying I'm going to explain for you the Trinity, because it doesn't matter what you do. Nobody can explain God. Nobody. You as a human being, sometimes you can't explain yourself. Not in a language way. You can explain why you do some stuff. You can explain why you behave in some way. You can't explain why you do stupid things. How you agree upon something is wrong. And maybe you know it's wrong. So, explanation of God or about God is somebody trying, he don't want to accept, and he was trying to make it logical when nothing to be logical about God. Nothing. Is it logical that there is a semen go inside a woman and make a baby? That's not logical. It's not. This little tiny, not, you can't even see it with your eyes. Like a drop of semen is a millions of semen, actually, not one semen. So is it logical? No, but God, it's a miracle of God. Can I create semen? Like without using my body which God gave to me? No. Can the woman make an egg which is inside her without using the body which is God gave her? No. So when we speak of logic, logic is limited to who we are. So logic is that the day is 24 hours, but if you change even location, the 24 hours does not exist.
Hello?
The time is about us, where we are. Go ahead, Jesus God. Finally, your mic is working. Go ahead.
Thank you, Christian Prince. Praise the Lord. Christian Prince, I have a question for you regarding Quran 3350. I am having a discussion with a Muslim. I just wanted to know more about it. How can we approach it?
Okay, you said 3350?
Right.
All right. What is the question about it?
The fornication, how Allah allowed to fornicate, like with the right hand possessed woman during.
Yeah, the verse you are talking about is about Muhammad.
Okay.
So Muhammad, because he is a fornicator, and obviously he fabricate Quran for his sexual desire. So he claimed that Allah told him that we made lawful for you your wives and your right hand process. However, when Muhammad he have sex with his slave Mary the Copt, he did fornication according to the Quran, because the right hand process is not a slave which is given to him as a gift. It is a slave which is captive from war. So when Muhammad he claimed that in chapter 33 verse number 50, Allah told him that it's lawful for you to have sex with all those women, and including the right hand process, which means the slave from war. How Muhammad he got the right to have sex with the Mary the Copt if she is not his right hand process from war? Are you with me?
Was this only for Muhammad or for the whole people?
Yes, no, this is, no, the right hand process is for everybody, but in that chapter, in that verse specifically, the verse was about Muhammad only.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. So here you notice, and you can ask the Muslims, how Mary the Copt, she become sex toy for Muhammad if she is not a right hand process from war. She's not. She is a gift given to him from the ruler of Egypt, and Muhammad was raping her every day. But,
okay.
But nowhere in the Quran says that Muhammad he can sleep with women except the list we see in front of us. And she is none of them. All right?
Christian Prince, is there any hadith on this one, the explanation about this? Or I need to know when I talk? Or that's all we need?
I mean, there's no need to explain. I mean, it's in front of you. It's lawful for you to sleep with this and this and this and that. That's it.
So it's basically Allah is allowing all those people to have sex with married women. Is that right?
Yeah. The right hand process is women. They can be married or not married, but doesn't matter. If they are married, it's still Muslims. They can have sex with them. But the hadith, there's a hadith, but this is not about Muhammad. This is about all the Muslims.
Okay.
Let me see. Let me find the hadith for you. Like actually, if you open the same verse interpretation, if we type the word Malakatul Yamin. Okay, give me a second. Actually, we can go to the Quran. No need for hadith. It's better than the Quran, because Quran, they cannot say it's weak. If I show you hadith, they can say we don't accept it, etc. So in the Quran, it says in chapter 4, verse 24, وَالْمُحْصَنَاتُ مِنَ النِّسَاءِ إِلَّا مَا مَلَكَتْ أَيْمَانَكُمْ. So it's forbidden for you to have sex with married women, except the one who they are your right hand possessed. Do you see it?
Right, I see that.
All right. So, al-muhsanat mean obviously married, except, which mean those are married, but still, even though they are married, you can rape them. They are married, but who said you cannot rape them? You can, because simply they are captured of war.
Prince,
yeah.
Previous videos you had showed me I didn't save the video, but I remember you saying that the people used to ask Prophet, how can we have sex with them when they are married and their husbands are alive?
Yeah.
Is there a hadith on that? Or?
Yes, yeah, this is a hadith. This is a hadith. And this is a sahih hadith too.
Yeah.
What? Let me find it for you.
Thank you.
All right. Let us see. Even it says in the hadith that they know their husbands.
It says their husbands are alive. How we can have sex with them?
Yeah, not only they're alive, they are even relatives. They knew them. They are from the same town. Yesterday
okay.
They used to sit with them, you know. Let us see. All right, let's see this one. All right. Here we go. This hadith. I'm just trying to find the one, because there's many hadith. I'm trying to find the one which we possibly can find it in English, so you can use it. You will not struggle with the Arabic.
Thank you.
Here we go. Actually, let us show you the other one, where it says Sahih clearly. This is Sahih Muslim. Do you see the screen?
Yeah, I can see the screen.
All right.
I'm going to write it down. So
no, I will give you the link. I will give you the link too.
Okay.
So this is Sahih Muslim, Hadith number 41456A.
Okay.
And here it says, that when they attack, send an army to Autos, encounter the enemy and fought with them, having overcome them and taken them captive. The companion of Allah seemed to refrain from having intercourse with captive women because of their husbands. You see it?
Yes, yeah.
So Allah, Prophet, He gave them this verse as a response, saying to them, don't refrain. You go have sex with them and rape them. Who care? So what if they are married? So this is the link. Let me give it to you.
It's beautiful. Thank you, Christian Prince.
You're welcome, brother. Okay. Anything else?
Thank you so much. That's it. And I just want to thank you for arming people like us with all this information. And God bless you, Christian Prince. You are awesome.
You are welcome, my brother. God bless you.
Yeah, God bless you.
And people in YouTube cannot see my screen. Sorry, guys. Here we go. Now you can see it. It's my fault. Yeah, I mean, this is Mohammed. You see, in the Bible, when in the Old Testament, when they capture women from war, they don't sleep with them. You can marry them. You can marry them. And we don't marry unmarried women. You don't. The only one they can marry is the one who she is a virgin. She never had a husband. She never knew even a man. Gone, when I talk again, you spoke already to Gone, right? Go ahead. Gone, are you there? All right, maybe you have a problem, I'm not sure. Yes, Sophia, what do you want to say?
Hello, Prince. Without asking for many details, I want to know, how did you find Jesus?
Hey, I did not find Jesus. Jesus, He found me.
Okay.
Yeah, isn't it Jesus? You know, isn't it the Lord? He said that, and the Bible teaches that for God He loved the world, He sent His only begotten Son to save him. Isn't it Jesus says He came to the sick, not for the healthy? So He came to me. You know?
Okay.
Yeah. And this reminds me, actually, once I was in Las Vegas and I stayed in a hotel, but I'm not, you know, but the hotels there, I mean, this is the only thing you can do, what you can do. I mean, you have to stay in a hotel, and the hotel is a casino. So I went downstairs at night to walk, and there was hookers, obviously, and two of them. She said, what are you looking for? You know, I said, Jesus. So there is two old wife and husband behind me. The women, she said, this is the best answer ever I heard. They deserve it. You should see her face. Yeah, she is a hooker, you know. She said, what are you looking for? You know, I said, Jesus. You should see their faces, the devil face. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you see, you know, for us as a Christian, we find Jesus, He said, knock at my door and I will open for you. In the same time, He brought the door for us, which is Him. I am the door. I am the way.
I am the way, the truth, and the life.
Exactly. All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Con, are you there or gone? All right, I'm going to the scan. I don't know why people, they come to the stage, but they don't talk. And they're stuck here. Please disconnect yourself so you can give time for other people to join us. Anyone else want to talk? SU, go ahead.
Hello, CP, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering about, because I listen to you a lot, and one time you were looking for something in online for like a hadith, but they were all changed. But then you were searching and you finally found one that wasn't changed. So I'm wondering if we could, like all the Christians, that speak Arabic and English put our minds and resources together to translate the Quran for sure, because we know how they're duct taping and using brackets. So I was wondering if we could do like a accurate translation, even with hadith.
Yeah, I'm working in the Quran translation. It's going to take time. In order for me to finish this Quran translation, I have to stop coming here. You know, as long as I keep coming here, the Quran translation will never finish. Your voice is cutting. Your voice is cutting. I can't hear you. Am I heard, guys, in Discord, or only her voice is cutting?
I think your voice is cutting off, PP.
Yeah, what about now? It's still, this is Discord, what you can do. The best way to hear me, if you are here, you can go to YouTube or to Rumble.
Okay.
You know? And like, I mean, Discord is just for those who want to speak to me, maybe. But if you want to have a better quality voice and sound and etc., you can go to Rumble or to YouTube. All right?
Oh, can you hear? Did you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you about, you know, saving those. You see, there's no problem about those things because it's still, you know, like I'm making books, I have videos. The videos are documented. You can download them, you can save them, you can post them in YouTube without even post them in YouTube, which means like you're afraid if YouTube will take down the video, you can post as many as you want, but keep them private, you know?
Sure. But what I was thinking about, like some people who, like the next generation, we don't know what's going to happen with the YouTube and other ways. And you're right about saving them and, taking screenshots or whatever we could do.
You see, this is a big project. You need a lot of time, a lot of people to work.
Sure.
However, I believe that the Lord always will send the ones who can help to defeat the garbage of Muhammad.
I mean to that. I mean, he's in control.
He will not leave you without witnesses.
Yes. And that day when you were looking for the one that hasn't been changed, I was praying. I was like, God, I hope there is one. I mean, it's okay. Like you said, there's always a way. But still, you had a caller and you were looking for it. And you looked like 3 links and they were all changed.
Yeah, you see,
finally, I think it was the
they change it. They can change it, but they change it only in English. In Arabic, we can always find things.
Sure. But what is the Arabic also, you know, they start because
they did. Yeah, they did. Like, as an example, there is a, in Ibn Kathir, in Arabic, like where it says there is a Sanam, his name is Somad, and Sanam, his name is Samud. So we cannot find that in Ibn Kathir in Arabic no more.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because that will be a problem, because remember the Quran says قُلْ هُوَ اللَّهُ أَحَدْ اللَّهُ الصَّمَدْ, Allah is the Samad.
Yes.
So that means the Samad is an idol. So what they do, they hide it from the book of Ibn Kathir, but still we can find it in a book explaining Ibn Kathir and what Ibn Kathir he said. So
that's good.
In the internet, there is people, they took a screenshot and they have it published there. You see? This is
the screenshot. I love
this is the book of you know, about what Ibn Kathir says. Tafsir Ibn Kathir. وَصَنَمْ يُقَالُ لَهُ صَمَدْ وَآخَرْ يُقَالُ لَهُ صَمُودْ. That we cannot find nowhere anymore in the Arabic.
But you have it, right? In probably like screenshot.
Yeah, you have to have the book in order to have it physically. But in the new print, they are taking it off.
Yeah. Well, my uncle, I should just say, someone in my family did what you did in Talk. He doesn't live in the U.S. He lives in I won't say the country, but it's also not in the Middle East. He did that, but the Muslims were giving him a lot of like threats. So his wife actually, it's good that you're not married. He begged him to stop. He was losing sleep because the threats were really serious. Like it.
Yeah, you see, listen.
Yeah.
If somebody wanna do what we do, either he is brave to face it, or he is a potato not to face it. You are just actually you are doing wrong, because you should not say to him, don't, because this is the whole purpose of the threat, is to intimidate him, silence him, and then they can deceive more. So why you are being negative? Are you a true believer or you are a coward?
Yeah, well, he did it for 5 years or more. Actually, he didn't stop
but still,
until
you
they
see,
had children.
No, it's
They
for
had
me.
children.
For me,
Yeah.
if I have a children or not, if I have a wife or not,
Yeah.
why I want to be afraid of anyone?
Exactly. Yeah, I agree with you 100%.
No one can intimidate me, and I am not having a wife because I am afraid somebody would do something to her. No, this is another reason. But if I found someone, she is good for me, and I will get married. Why not? But you know, these days, women, they are from different galaxies. You know, it's about money and and clothing and fashion and richness.
And the eyelashes.
Yeah, like, and who is the woman will marry a guy who stay speaking for 6 hours, and she will be staying alone watching TV maybe. So that will not be easy task for anyone. Otherwise,
I thought.
Nobody can make us see. Fear is your enemy. If you fear death, don't go in the highway. Don't take a train. Don't fly. Don't drink. Don't eat, because all of those can cause death. Yeah, don't go in the sun, can cause cancer. Don't eat because they have bacteria. Don't drive in the highway. People die every year by millions, not only thousands. Don't swim. You would drown. There's a shark. A shark will eat you. There is a disease in the water. If you have sex, you get disease. I mean, what you can do then? If you have fear, you cannot do anything.
Stay home.
Yeah. If you have fear,
stay home in your closet, and also driving. Like, I mean, it's good not to fear, because that's the devil's tool.
Those who fear death, they are not even alive. They are already dead.
True. That is so true.
All right.
Yeah, well, thank you, CP, for all you do. I really appreciate your. I know God is giving you so much wisdom and so much energy. It's a tough job, because I know what it takes to do this. Because it's been in the family, and I know. But I really appreciate all your work. Thank you again for everything. God bless you.
Thank you, sister. God bless.
All right.
Steel, go ahead.
Still can't hear you. Okay, how do I do this? Mr. Christian Prince, I cannot hear you.
You can't hear me?
I don't know if you can hear me.
I hear you. You cannot hear me? I hear you.
I can't hear him, but y'all hear me? Oh no.
Yeah, maybe he need to exit and come back. Tell him, guys, in the text to exit and come back.
All right, I'm drop down, come back up. I don't know.
All right, no problem. Anyone who live in fear, he is not alive. I fear nobody. This is how I was since I was a kid. Fear me for, like I joined, I don't know if I told you, when I was very young, before I even finished my high school, I decided to join the Air Force. It is deadly mission. Many of those who join the Air Force, especially in the Middle East, because the security, the safety is bad, the airplanes are old, everything, most of them they die before even they graduate. I joined. And I was kicked out because my parents, they called some important people, the powerful people, to take me out of the Air Force because I am under the age. One phone call, I was kicked. I never fear death. I never fear anything. I never even think about it for a second. Nothing can make me hesitate. If I have a goal, I do it. And fear means nothing to me. You know, when Jesus, he said, let the dead bury the dead, then we should understand that we are going to die anyway and live as a hero or as a true person who enjoy life which is given to you by God, or don't, because simply if you are going to be intimidated by anything, then you live like a potato in this earth. You are nobody. You have no right. A person of fear is nobody. What if somebody come to you and you are walking with your wife and he is big and you are short, and he say, I want your wife? Are you going to say, okay, go ahead, I'm no match for you? Is that what you I mean, a man like this is not a man. Don't get married. If you are not a person who is willing to face death to survive with honor, then don't even think about it. Okay, still, are you back? Still,
Hello?
you hear me still now?
I can hear you.
All right. Go ahead, my friend.
So, Mr. CP, how you doing today?
I'm fine. Thank you very much for asking.
Yeah. So I was just on a live, and I just wanted to ask a few questions.
All right.
So you know that some verses
Hello?
that were added to the Bible, right?
Uh-huh.
So like
some
what was
verses,
it, Mark 15,
some verses
28
what?
and all those?
Some verses what?
Again?
Some verses
Hello?
what?
Were like added after by scribes.
Ah, and you said to me, you know that, and you know that for sure yourself?
True, I don't know that for sure. I can't lie.
I mean, if somebody said so, why he said so? They will say to you
No.
that.
So I searched it up.
Go out and come in. You are reminded.
Guys, we cannot talk in the same time. Saint, let me finish with this gentleman, and you can come after. All right? Go ahead, Steve. So who is the one who said? Who is the one who said that verses are added to the Bible?
It was just some random person on TikTok live. I just like going up sometimes and trying to defend Jesus Christ.
Is that random peace upon him?
Say again.
The one who said that, his name is random peace upon him?
No.
So what random? Who care what people say? You see, if somebody will say that we have additional verses into the Bible, first of all, you mentioned two verses. You said there's two verses.
Mark 15:28.
Okay. Let us say that all of Mark does not even exist. That will not affect Christianity.
Still have 3 other gospels, yeah.
Yeah. So this is just a silly statement from people. They say the Bible is the most manuscript documented book in the world. There's no manuscript for any book in the world like the Bible. So people, they can say whatever they want to say. However, we as a Christians, we don't accept what people say. And, you know, having manuscript does not even prove a book. It's faith what is important. Because what if we have 1 billion manuscript of a book, but the first book was fabrication? Who cares?
All done.
Yeah. So this is not what makes us believe. Remember, Jesus come first and the Bible come next. And the disciple, they believe in Jesus, yet they don't have a Bible in their hand. Correct?
Of course.
So the followers of Christ, they follow him, believe in him, worship him, and yet there's not a single letter is written. So faith in Christianity and Christianity exist before the existence of a written book. For the word of God is not a written book, is what the Messiah said. He says, earth and heaven will be destroyed, but my word will not. And the word of Jesus is his teaching will go to you through generation to come. So if it was a book or not, is not going to change things because the Lord will preserve his teaching.
Amen.
All right. Anything else?
Much. Actually, I do have one question.
All right.
There was one time I was listening to someone that said that Shaitan, he rubs his legs together and he makes kids. Is that true?
If you go back in the video, this is me who taught people that. If you go back in the video today, you will see it.
It was today. Oh, I thought I remember it from like a few weeks ago.
Yeah, well, I said that before maybe you were born. All right, my friend. Thank you very much for joining us. Where is Saint? Put your hand up again, Saint. I took you down because your voice was coming. All right.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Still, go ahead.
Of course.
Hello.
We have Ginny. Go ahead, Ginny. You were here before, Saint, actually. Go ahead.
Yes, Jim. Hello, can you hear me?
I hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. First off, I just want to say thank you very much for what you do, CP. I normally watch you on YouTube, and I've been watching you for quite a while. And yeah, the knowledge that you have and you give, it's amazing. And you know, at first, I didn't really believe, I couldn't believe what you were showing and what you were saying, what's in the Quran. And so it compelled me to actually buy a Quran, English Quran, translated Quran. And when I watch you, I when you put up references, I actually check the Quran that I have just to make sure that it is what it is, and so I can believe it. And it's yeah, it's unbelievable. But one question I want to ask you is what like how important is the Al-Fatiha?
You mean Al-Fatiha, the first chapter in the Quran?
Yes, like the yeah.
You know, the Fatiha does not even exist in the Quran of Ibn Masood. So Al-Fatiha, I believe it's a fabrication written long after Muhammad's death, if he was exist ever. It was trying to copy the prayer of our Father art of heaven. The Christian, they have a short prayer, so the Muslim, they need a short prayer, and this is how they created the Fatiha. However, the Fatiha is very stupid, because when Allah, he says, in the name of Allah, that alone is a proof that the one who is talking cannot be the God. Because you don't say in the name of God if you are the one who is talking and you are God. So imagine Jesus saying in the name of Jesus. That will be obviously not Jesus talking, you know. And that cannot be, does not make sense. But Peter can say in the name of Jesus. Paul, he can say in the name of Jesus. I can say in the name of Jesus. But Jesus saying in the name of Jesus, obviously Jesus is not talking.
Yeah, I just because I was like started to read it and everything, and it just amazes me where I compared to like with the Al-Fatiha, right, the prayer where it says God is the judge on Judgment Day, and in I think it's somewhere, is it chapter 2 verse 172 or 171, somewhere around there, where it's talking about Jesus and not to believe in it's like it talks about the Trinity. And but also you keep on reading past that verse, and a couple of verses after, it says something like that Jesus would be will return on the dove on the final days to pass judgment. So you've got this about Jesus being the judge on the final days, and of course only God judges, right? So virtually, I mean, you can put it together that Jesus is God. So, and yet it's there written in the Quran for them, but they still don't believe.
Yeah. Well, always the Muslims, they have their own interpretation for what is written in their book. Like the verses you mentioned about the Trinity. This is a chapter in Al-Ma'idah. It says, don't say that Allah is one of three. But the Quran is a stupid book again, because the Quran says in different verse that the Christian, they say that the Messiah is Allah. But if Allah is the Messiah and the Messiah is Allah, so who is the second person and who is the third person in the Trinity? Because already, remember, if the Messiah is Allah, well, two persons are gone, they are one. Who is the third and who is the second? Quran is just a stupid book. We cannot take what the So chapter 5 verse 17 saying that, chapter 5 verse 72 saying that, and that is a big stupid mistake to say, because first, none of the Christians believe that the Messiah is Allah. We don't believe in Allah. Number two, where is the Trinity then? How in chapter 5, same chapter, verse number 73, it says, like, those who say that Allah is one of three, they are kuffar. But in the verse before, it says that the Christian, they believe that the Messiah is Allah. So who is the three? And here you see the Muslim, they try to fabricate all kind of answers because the Quran is just a stupid book. All right?
Yeah, that's right.
Because it cannot be that the Christian believe that the Messiah is Allah and we believe in the Trinity in the same time. I remember the Muslim, they believe that Allah is a name of the God, not a word meaning God. All right?
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. It's thank you very much. This is sorry about before. I couldn't get my mic working, and
no problem. No need to apologize.
First time on Discord. I've been watching you on YouTube for quite a long time, and first time I kind of logged into Discord. So thank you very much for taking my call, and God bless and take care.
You're welcome, my friend. Thank you.
Hello?
Go ahead, I hear you.
Yeah, hey, how you doing? So I came on earlier and I had asked you about how you felt about the church and if you were part of any, and you told me you weren't, and about how it was mostly about being a Christian and not part of a church, which I agree with. But I want to know if you before I continue, I want to ask the question, how do you feel about, do you think being part of a church is important, and what does it mean to be a part of a church?
For sure, it's very important to be part of the church, and the church is us. The church is us as a believers. The church is not a building. The church is a community. Those who believe in the Messiah are the church. So the church is this. When I say to you, I don't prefer to say I am Orthodox or Catholic or Protestant. Like me, myself, I'm born from an Orthodox family. I was baptized in Orthodox church. I love very much many things in the Orthodox books and their teaching, but I prefer to say I am Christian. I accept all churches' teaching as long it's biblical. I reject all churches' teaching as long it's not biblical. So it doesn't matter if you are Orthodox or Catholic, etc. So the church is us. It's not a building. You go and you join the community of believers, and you associate with them, doing all things, including prayer, charity, supporting each other, spreading the gospel, That is the church. The church is not a building. Remember, Jesus never built a building. Did he? Jesus, he speak in the mount, and those who they are listening are the believers are the church. The disciple, they follow him wherever he go. The church is moving. The church was in the foot. The church never was a building. So the church is a community of believers. You in your home, you can invite 3, 4. Jesus said, every 2 of you mention my name, I will be between them. I will be the third. So that is a church. Now we are talking about the Messiah. That is a church. So church is not necessarily just a priest. However, a church is a church, the one we know traditionally. Church is people who go to church and pray and worship and give donation to the church and listen to a priest. And a church in the same time is a group of people doing missionaries, teaching about the Lord, bringing people to Christ. All of those are church.
Okay. The reason I had asked this question is because I feel like it's just as you say, just like the Bible says, any 2 or more can come together, and that's basically like a church. Jesus will be with them, and he encourages us to come together and pray. But I also feel like it's really important to find the church. And what I mean by the church, yeah, you said it, like the church is like when we follow Christ, but also I want to know the church that they're talking about in the Bible. For example, when they say that Jesus in Matthew 16 and 18, where it says Jesus gave the church the authority to speak on his behalf, including what the gospel is and who is confessing it correctly. I feel like it's important to know which churches are the right ones, and by the right ones, I mean which ones are teaching the right things, because I feel like there is a lot of churches. For example, we have even churches nowadays which claim to be LGBTQ churches, which obviously are against what the Bible teaches. So I feel like it is important to know which church is the one that the Bible is talking about, where it says that he gave the church the authority. Who is the church that he's giving the authority to speak in his behalf? And
the authority is the Bible, is not what people say, is not what you say, is not what I say. And those who they are LGBTQ, I mean, the Bible is so clear about what they do. The Bible is so clear that those, even gambler, even drunken, will not go to heaven, and those who do sexual immorality, including homosexuality, they will not inherit the kingdom of God. So this is very clear. It's not up to he, she. There's a temple of Satan. People, they go to it, they worship Satan. It's a free country. People do as they wish. So through history, there is many people that try to give themselves a comfort zone. So they say, well, I believe in God, but I am a drug dealer. I believe in God, but I am, let us say, a criminal, or he's a child molester, or is a hooker. Well, we know what the Bible says, so we don't care what people say. However, I cannot judge a church really because of a few leaders. Leaders are not the one who give authority. This is a big mistake. As an example, you mentioned you are a Catholic, but you forced me to mention this. If you go to the Vatican website, you will see it says that the Muslims, they worship the same God of Abraham. And you know, and I know, and everybody knows, and the Bible confirms that the Muslims are Antichrist. The Bible says it clearly, whoever denies the Son and the Father is an Antichrist. And the God of the Muslims is not even a spirit. The God of the Christians and the God of Abraham is a spirit. The God of the Muslims is not the Father. The God of Abraham is the Father. So they call themselves leaders. They wear robe and they put a crown on their head, and they speak in the balcony, claiming that they present Jesus, but the fact they are the most false, corrupt liars ever exist. So I am against anyone who says such a lie. He is Orthodox, he is a Catholic, he is a Protestant, and there's, by the way, I can find in every church people saying the same as the garbage you see in the Vatican website. I can find you between the Orthodox, I can find you between the Protestant. So we as a Christian, we have to be vigilant. Don't follow leaders, because leaders should be considered leaders only for us if they are following the Bible. If they are not, they are leader of the devil. So it doesn't matter how big their status is, doesn't matter how many stupid people believe in them and bow down to them, it doesn't matter. The Lord said, from their fruits you shall know them.
Okay, so basically you're saying that yes, the church is important, but it is also to remember not to follow the monument and the leaders, but focus on Jesus Christ and his teachings. And if a church is teaching the right thing, then it is right and just to follow that church.
Exactly.
And if
I am a Christian, Prince, if I teach you something against the Bible, don't even say hello to me. If I say to you, it's okay to be LGBT, well, that's mean I am fabricating a new. The Bible is so clear. Let him be accursed, the one who bring other than the scriptures. Right?
Yes.
So when the Pope, he says that homosexual, they can receive a blessing. Blessing from where? What is that for? What does blessing mean? Blessing from God mean that you are doing right. God will not bless you when you are wrong. I'm not blessed if I am going to hell. Going to hell is not a blessing, is it?
No, of course not.
So they can say whatever they say, but we have the Bible. We don't, those are hypocrite. They are politically correct. They are, it's obvious that many churches, those liberals, they penetrated inside, and they are trying to dissolve the church from within the church. They could not destroy the church from outside. Well, let us go inside the church and destroy the church from inside. And the Messiah, he warned us about false teachers.
Okay, so what do you think about in the Bible where it says that God will preserve the true church?
We are the true church. I told you many times, it's not a church of building. You see, if you go and read the life of Paul, you will see how many Christians, they were discriminating Paul, and they were rejecting him because he is so tough in his teaching. Those people, they want to sleep around. They are still pagan. They become a Christian like lately, but they cannot stop fornicating. They cannot stop lying. They cannot stop being what they used to be. So when Paul, he says to them, fornicators will not enter heaven, they say, we don't want to listen to you. That's not what we want. And today is the same. There's people, they keep saying to themselves, well, I am a Christian and I'm going to go sleep around. I'm going to go be a thief. I'm going to go and do drugs. I'm going to do anything. And the end of the day is God is all merciful. That's a lie. God is not merciful for the wicked man and the wicked women. The Lord says, peace for those who love peace and no peace for the wicked man. So when you are wicked, you are doomed. The Messiah said, it's better for you to lose your eye, pluck it out, from losing everything. What is the benefit if you win the world and you lose yourself? You lose your soul, your spirit. So those leaders, many of them, they are leaders of this world. They are not leading the church into God. They are leading the church into corruption. So inside the Catholic Church, there's a lot of wonderful priests. We follow them. In the meaning, we listen to them, not follow them as obedience. We listen to them and we learn from them. But the second, the priest, he go out of the line of the Bible, is the priest of the devil. All right? And that goes for every churches. Protestant, Orthodox, I don't care. From their fruit you shall know them.
Okay. All right, thank you. And one last thing before I go, I know earlier you had I heard you mention that the Bible, I would just like this verse just so I could show people that I know that do these things. You said there was a verse that says that gambling and things like that will lead you to hell and not salvation. So I just want to, I know the verse is probably there, so I just want to know the verse so I could show it to my friends who do those things so I could try to save them from doing those things.
Yeah. Well, I will you know, in the Bible we have actually who is talking?
Oh, sorry. What?
Yeah. So, you know, when we read in the Bible about sexual immorality, we will find that all the Bible is about it. It's not only one verse. However, you know, we have very clear verses about things is absolutely false not to do. In the old days, you know, as an example, gambling is something exists always. A human being they practice, and the first gamble is to listen to the devil. You gamble with the devil because you hope the devil will give you some gain. So, and the Bible speak about the love of the money. What the purpose of of gambling?
To get money.
Okay. So the Bible, if you go right now and search in Google, Bible versus the love of the money, you will find tons of verses. All of you will lead you to what? To gambling. So you love money. You decide you cannot serve two masters, money and God. So you decide to gamble. You put your salvation on the money because you decide that your salvation is about money. So you decide to go for money, and then you live for money and you die for money. The Bible says the heart is where the treasure is, right?
Yeah.
Where is your treasure? If it's the money, it's the money. If it's God, it's God. So you gamble with your heart. You put your heart on the table of gambling. If your treasure is money, you gamble with your heart. Your heart is now on the gambling table. All right.
But can you follow God and want, like, can you want money but follow God first at the same time?
No. You see, we go to work. We have to make money. I mean, we are not living in a heaven where everything is for free, right?
Yeah.
All right. So we have to work. All the disciples, even the Messiah, he grew in a house. Joseph, he's a carpenter, right?
Yeah.
So Mary, she don't receive donation and food from the sky. Her husband work, and he worked to buy food. And this is the house of who? The house of Jesus himself. So
yeah.
All the disciples, they work. This is not money. Working to make living, to support the society, because work is an honorable thing to do. This is not about money. This is different. It's about surviving and living an honorable life. Money we are talking about, that your life is obedience into money only. Your target in life is money. Your life, all of it is about money. Like when God, he said to the Jews, you don't work in Sabbath.
Okay. I appreciate all the help with the verses.
Why God,
okay,
he told the Jews not to work in Sabbath? Do you know? Because they love money. They want to make money. They abuse even their servants or the employees to work 24 hours, 7 days a week. They want to make money. So this is why Jesus said, Sabbath was made for the man, not the man was made for Sabbath. Correct?
Yeah.
And the same exists in the Bible. That's everything we have. The money is just to make you survive, not to make you a slave of money and abuse others for the sake of money. So when we speak about the Bible, it's against gambling and all kind of pervert act, immoral sexuality, immoral even jobs. So like if you go to 1 Corinthians, you can read the whole chapter, 1 Corinthians 6, you will see a list of things a human being, it can take him down and it can take him to hell. And all of them is focusing in very simple things. We do not need to be genius. It's about sex. It's about money. It's about disobedient to God. It's about following the body desire. Yeah, I mean, there's tons of verses. We can quote many, actually. But and all of them, they are connected. Everything is connected to this. This is why I mentioned to you from all around the Bible. It's not about one verse. It's not about two verses. But this is what the Bible is all is about. When the Messiah speak about the talents, you know, the parable of the talents. So
yeah,
the talent here is not money, even though it sounds like money, right? It's not like he gave them money to invest, but the parable here is not about money. It's about God. He gave you a gift, and the gift is your life, and then you come back alone because you are selfish. You did not do any work for the Lord. You decide you want to just be, you yourself, you want to be saved. And this is what people do money or love money is about. They want to be they want to be rich, they want to be wealthy, they believe that money can make them happy, so they focus only in themselves. But the one who serves the Lord, he multiply. And the multiply here is not about dollar, it's about multiplying believers, how many people you saved. So I never said that you should not make money. I mean, who's going to pay for my gas? If I go to the station, I say to them, I'm Christian Prince, they will give me gas for free. They will laugh at me, right?
Yeah.
If I go to the restaurant and I eat without paying, either I will end washing dishes for the coming week, or I will go to jail. If I go to Walmart and do some shoplifting, you know what will happen. So we are Christians. We don't ignore what money is about. But money simply in Christianity should present the value of work, not the value of something else. So I give you money because I appreciate the work you've done to me. And the money is just a way to translate, or let us say transform, the effort you did. You carry it with you to other person who can do service to you too. The same you did service to me, I pay you. The money is an exchange of service. It's not really for the purpose of just making money.
Yeah.
So how you want to go to the gas station and tell me, give me gas? You tell them, I'm going to wash dishes for you, give me that. No, you work, you whatever your work. Let's say you are an engineer. You serve others by your work. They pay you. You take the money from them. You go to the gas station and says, give me gas. They serve you. And they themselves, they have the same. So money is established for the sake of the ease of society, to transform effort and service, but not to be worshipped.
Okay.
We have the story of Judah. What Judah did, he gambled. He gambled with his salvation. He chosen to gamble his salvation for the sake of a few silvers, and he sold Jesus. Even Jesus is for sale for some people, right?
Yeah.
And this is what I meant. So I hope I explained to you what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it was perfectly explained. I appreciate everything. You know, I just started actually studying theology and things like that. So I'm like, I watch all your videos and all that just in case I can come to contact with Muslims and try to bring them to the truth. And I'm studying theology right now in the Bible and the church and things like that, which is why I came up here to ask questions. So I just hope God keeps blessing you and your ministry, and I thank you for everything you do. And I appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. God bless you. And I'm doing nothing. I'm just, the little knowledge I have, very little, I'm trying to share it with those who have maybe less than me. God bless you.
All right.
All right.
God bless.
Can I ask something?
Dinho, are you a Muslim?
No, I'm not Muslim. I'm doing a little bit research about the Bible, so I sometimes watch your video.
You are what?
No, I'm not Muslim, but my parents are from Hinduism.
All right,
But,
you are a Hindu. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, but I was looking. I do a lot of research on the Bible.
All right.
And sometimes I watch your videos. I want to say that I have a lot of respect for you, what you did, and your effort, what you did for your belief, and also to discuss with people like the Muslims, you know. So yeah, I respect you a lot.
Well, thank you very much, my friend. Anything else you want to say?
Yes, I had a question.
Right.
Do you believe that we are living in the end time? If we look at the Bible
It's not up to me. It's not up to me to believe in the end time is now or not, because this is only God knows. And end the time can be now, can be tomorrow, can be a million years from now. And based on what the Bible teach, that as long there is righteous people, end of the time is not going to happen. The end of the time is happening only when the whole earth is corrupt.
Yes, yes.
So,
but that looks now that we see today that yeah, I'm not saying that we are in the end times, but if I read John, then I could see a little bit things what is happening now on the world. That people said that Donald Trump is antichrist, and you know, so yeah.
My friend, the Bible is a book of a prophecy. So things will happen today, but doesn't mean that it's at the end of the time, because end of the time there's many things have to happen, and when they are all accomplished, then the end of the time will happen. So, like if you go and read, Matthew 24 as an example, you will see a long list of signs of end of time. However, there is things happen 1,000 years ago. They are from the signs of the end of the time, but not in the mean that end of the time of is going to happen now, but in the sign or which is like we are in the way. It's like you are driving in the highway, and then you see a sign after a sign. So seeing one sign does not mean that the end of the line, the end of the line is now, right?
No, but in the also in the John says that. Let me say something else. You believe that the current Israel, that the people of the book, because I read John, I don't know what is the chapter, but they are said that they are the synagogue of Shaitan, and they said they are Jews, but they are not.
No.
But yeah, that was my question.
No. This is first of all is not about.
I believe in yes.
Okay. This is not about like the end of the time and the Jewish now. This was exist in the time of the disciple. You know, people who reject Jesus and they speak falsely about him, they have the synagogue of Satan. So this is not just something, it's not something new. This is like if you go into the book of Revelation, you can see. But this is not about something new. It's always exist and exists in every country. Always is practice.
Yes,
you know?
yes. But
yeah. So the synagogue, of Satan, the synagogue of Satan, is all the synagogue in the world are synagogue of Satan? No, there's a Christian who they are Jews. You know that, right?
Yes.
Which means their church is called synagogue.
Yeah. I understand.
All right.
But
so
I look it up.
When you go into the book of Revelation, when you speak about the book of Revelation, chapter 2, and speaking about the signs of the day of judgment, etc. But it says clearly that those are Jews who they are slandering Jesus. But this is not about something will happen only in the day of judgment. It is something happened in the time of Jesus. Isn't it the Jews, they slandered Jesus in the time, even when he was between us?
Yes.
And isn't it true that the rabbis is the one who took him to court?
It's true, yeah.
Yeah. So we don't take a verse and we leave the rest, you know. So the Bible is a book, is not only a verse. If we take a verse only, we can make from a verse a story, and we say that's it. This is the sign of the interpretation, and is going to happen. No, we have to take the whole book. We connect the whole book together, and then from that image, we can make a map of the day of judgment.
Okay. Thanks for explaining.
Yeah.
Let me see. But also, I don't know if you hear something about the Asagnasi Jews. I don't. Did you hear about that?
We don't care really. I'm not here to speak about the Jews and who they are.
Yes.
What is for me important, that nobody is saved except by Jesus.
Yes.
So the word Jew for me doesn't mean anything. It's just a group of people, they decide not to accept Jesus, and that means they are lost their salvation.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the last thing what I want to say is that I heard you talking about recently was a guy who said about Albert Pike, you know. But I don't want to be believe in conspiracy. I believe also in Yeshua. But if I look something about the Freemason, they wanna, they wanna fight against Yeshua because it's true, you know. But if I see the Freemason, what they do to plan the new world order to one religion and Albert Pike, I don't know if you.
My friend, the enemy of gods is not only a specific group with specific name.
No.
It is billions and billions of people. They don't have a name of organization. They don't have to be organized to be the enemy of God. So Freemason, Mason, whatever, Tason, whatever, who care? The important is that the word, the more it goes into corruption time, the more it is going to end to the doomsday. So who did it, what their name, what their title is not really what we seek. We fight corruption. It doesn't matter it's coming from who. We fight liars. It doesn't matter what they call themselves. Because who said that the only ones they are bad is the one who they are Mason. There's people they claim to be Christian. A second ago before you came, we were talking about false priests who teach false teaching. Right?
Yes, it's true. Yeah.
But they don't say they are a Mason. They claim to be Christians. So, and this is why the Lord, he says, not everyone says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of my Father, but the one who do his will.
Okay, yeah.
All right? So any group, including those who call themselves Christians, if they don't follow the teaching of Christ, they are going to go to hell. Right.
Yeah, okay. And my parents are Hinduism, but you are knowledgeable about religion. I want to ask you, do you know about the how do you say that? Sorry, my English is not very well, but I have to explain it very well. If I look at the Bible and I read Genesis, then is the beginning started with Adam and Eva. But they said that the Hinduism is the oldest religion. What is your opinion about that? Because I want to do a little bit research about that, but I couldn't find it if it is the oldest religion. Maybe it's not important, but I just want to know.
My friend, we as a Christians, we are not a religion. Christianity is not a religion. However, Hindu is just a collection, and you said you are growing in a Hindu family. Hinduism is not really a religion. It's a collection of many religions. And they don't even have scriptures. They have a lot of books. Most of it is about philosophy. It's not the scriptures. To the point Hindu, they can't even count. They can't even count the names of their gods, like 30 millions, 50 millions, whatever millions. So Hinduism is not a religion to be counted. It is a social, let us say, establishment, and it meant to serve the rich above the poor. Because what I notice about Hinduism, it is an organized discrimination, making a group of people high, a group of people low, a group of people is lower than low, a group of people is lower than low, and then we have a priest who take advantage of the people, not to serve the people, and we mix between philosophy, empty philosophy, which does not guide people to anything. Like there's a guy, his name is Sadhguru. This guy, he said, I don't know if you listen to him, he said that
no, I don't know, but I can look. I will.
Yeah, he said the spirit does not exist. There's nothing it's called spirit. It's a lie. And he said,
This is from Hinduism. Yes.
Yeah, and then he said in a different statement, he said the spirit does exist, you know. And one statement he said that love is not exist. It's just a reaction for atmosphere around you. But then when they asked him about his wife's death, he said, you do not know how much I love her. So what I notice about Hinduism, that it cannot stand its own ground, and whatever the philosopher decide to say, he play with the words to fit with the time. So when they were when he was speaking about if his spirit or if love is exist, he denied it. He says it's just a state of physical, you know. You see things around you, you like things around you, you say I love those things. So and he then describe pleasant and non-pleasant, etc. But the second they ask him about his wife, because now they're accusing him of her death, suddenly he believe in love, and love is real, you know. So
it's not a religion actually.
So to make it simple, they play with the meaning of belief to fit with their goal. If my goal now to make you donate to me, I will say if you donate to me, you go to heaven.
Yeah, okay.
If my goal is to make you buy my books, I will say to you, if you want to learn, there's no books like mine. But if my purpose is to serve the community and to make them see the truth, I will not change my opinion about things so fast. I will not be like a lizard. He changed his skin because he is standing on a dark rock, and then he become a brown. In a brown rock, he become a green in a green rock. Those are false people. So this is what I saw about priests. Like, you know, when I was in Thailand, I saw a Buddhist priest collecting. They go to those prostitutes, you know. I saw them prostitute in the street. He stand in the front of them, and they bow down in the front of him, and they give him donation. But they are prostitutes. He never spoke to them about anything right and wrong. He didn't. Why you accept money from a woman? She is a prostitute. This woman. She is. I mean, she is poor, obviously, to the point she is selling her body. She live in a poor country. She is a hooker. She is being abused, and now because I am a priest wearing a robe, I abuse this poor woman, taking her money, which she make by doing something ugly. So obviously. Like I saw in the books of Hindus, I cannot remember the name, but we can search for it. That if a Hindu man, he can cheat, but a Hindu woman, she should not cheat.
Yeah.
But how you say that? Because if a Hindu man is going to cheat, will he have to find a Hindu woman to cheat with her?
Actually, I don't know because I didn't read it.
I can search for the reference. I made a video once about it. So if he can cheat, because simply he's a man.
Yeah.
Well, the cheater, he cannot cheat alone. He need a woman still, right? Okay, who is the woman in the community? She's a Hindu. So by allowing the man to cheat, how you say the woman she cannot cheat? Because you just allowed him to find a partner.
Yeah.
So here you see there's no dignity, there's no ethic. Either cheating is wrong, it's bad, or it's not.
Yeah.
But to say a group of gender can do cheat and the other group cannot,
That is weird
that is disgusting. So in Christianity, you will not find that the women she can cheat and the man cannot, or the, vice versa. Cheating is forbidden. Lying is forbidden. Yeah, and there is no different. And there is no different. All of us, men and women, when we pray to God, we call Him our Father. We pray for Him, and the Bible says it clearly that every human being is a sinner, is a man or a woman, and the treatment is not different. And God will judge us by our fruits. We are male or female, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, man, I read a lot of things in the Bible, and it gives me a lot of motivation to more research about that, and I've more believing in the Bible, you know. So the only thing what it's weird is that if I speak with Hinduism people, then they said that Vedas books, they are the first books, you know, that is existed, you know. So, but I'm not sure about that. But I don't know if you heard about that.
I have no doubt. I have no doubt that Hinduism is a very old, let's say, collection of ideas, but that does not does not make it godly, because
no.
Yeah, it's not about
how old you are. Because if I read the Bible, then I see that everything is starting at Babylon, the religions actually.
Yeah, but yeah, I understand what you are saying here, but you see, a human being, he always struggle to find answers. So people who they are like become part of so-called Hinduism, not because they are bad. I'm not saying that people are bad. It's not about timing too. It's about a human being. He's weak. He need help. He need guidance. He need intelligence. So sometimes he find himself, or always find himself limited. And because when you are limited, you need help. So then they start looking for ideas. And sometimes a human being can follow a very stupid ideas. As an example, I could not believe it when I saw that the Hindus, they have a temple for the rats. And they worship rats. So how I am a human being, and then God gave me intellect, and then my intellect led me to worship rats. That is far away from sense. So the cow is our mother, so we cannot eat its meat. I mean, what does that mean? What are you talking about? Hinduism is against, or the Buddhists, they say they are against killing of life. But when you eat vegetation, don't you know vegetation, there's a kind of vegetation they can eat life too, and they can eat even meat. And not only that, isn't it true that vegetation, they eat dead bodies?
Yes.
If you put a fish under the tomato plant, the tomato will love it. They eat the fish, which means this fish will become, mineral, and the plant will suck it. So they have a very funny philosophy ideas. Have nothing to do with reality. It disconnected with reality, and it's obviously not smart. So imagine, I live in a country like India, and the people are poor. Children, they have hard time to have milk, and then we make a temple for rats, and we spoil the rats, and we put the most expensive milk for them. When my kid, he cannot even afford to drink milk. A lot of Indians, they suffer from bad feeding, right? I mean, their body is not healthy because simply they are not getting good food. Then we build a temple, massive temple, and we bow down in front of the rats, and we bring them food, and we worship them, and we believe that they are gods. I mean, so here we go. Let us say this is an old religion and one of the oldest. Does it mean it is true?
No, sure not.
Okay. Who is the Hindu guy who have a house like this, covered by marble? Nobody. You have to be very rich. The rats.
Yes.
I mean, you are lucky to be a rat in India.
Yeah. I see, man.
Or in that territory. Anyway, okay, guys. Thank you, my friend, for coming here.
Okay.
And I encourage you. I encourage you to keep reading the Bible so you can learn more and you will find the truth.
Can I ask one more question? The last question. Sorry, I have
a
few questions.
Go ahead.
Yeah. About the Islam, huh? I did it on my Noded, and let me see if I can find it. Does the Islam copy the Bible? Do you have? Let me see. Other things from the Quran. Do you think that the Quran copied the Bible?
We can make a video specifically about this topic because it's not only one, it's not only two, it's not only three, it's not only four. It is endless. In fact, all the verses in the Quran about not to drink, not to gamble, not to do those things is a story from the Bible. This is even from Paul himself. So the Quran is a theft of every religion, not only Christianity, including the Hindus. As an example, the black stone. The Hindus, they have a stone present the penis and stone present the vagina, correct?
Yes.
And that is the black stone of the Kaaba, which is the vagina. Yeah.
I heard it.
And even the Hindus, they have Kaaba too, you know? And if you check how the Muslims, they do Hajj, you will see they are wearing the same clothing as the Hindus priest or Buddhist priest. And their sandals are the same. They cannot wear underwear underneath. They have a sheet showing one shoulder, and they shave their head, and the sandal is made from one piece of leather.
Yes.
That is the Buddhist priest. If you go check out how the Buddhists they pray, you will find it is how the Muslim they pray.
Do you have another example that they stole from Hinduism or?
Well, I mean, what is left? What is left?
I said
another example. Adam himself, according to the Muslims, he landed in India, specifically Sri Lanka. So isn't it clear the influence of the Hinduism on Islam? You just mentioned to me that the Hindus, they say that Hinduism is the oldest religion in the world, correct?
Yes.
So when the Muslims, they say that Adam, he landed on Sri Lanka, that means the Muslims themselves, they are admitting, they are taking their religion from someone is from there. From the Hindu Peninsula. And if we go and see what the Muslims say, let us see here.
It means the grandma.
If we go here, this is Mufti Menk, very famous Muslim. Teaching us about where Adam he came from.
From amongst those. Now if we look at Adam alayhi salam, he came down onto the earth. He was sent to the earth. There's a question. Where did he land? He wasn't just thrown so that suddenly he landed, meaning he dropped, but Allah placed him on the earth. This we find in the narration of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, where he says that Adam alayhi salam nazala fil Hind. He came down in what is known as the Indo-Pak subcontinent, precisely Sri Lanka.
Do you see it? So this is obviously is an influence of the Hindus. The first man is an Indian. And that mean the first believer is what? Indian. Right? So Islam is a collection of theft. They steal from everybody.
Also the Zoroastrianism, because I think they also praying 5 times.
If you want, no, the 5 times they took it from the Sabian. Sabian. There's a book. It's called Prophet and Priest.
Yes.
This book have a huge collection of verses stolen from the Bible is in the Quran.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Can I
Alright?
find it?
Yeah, you can
Can I
search it in
find
the
it?
internet. You can search it in the internet because
Okay.
it's translated to English too.
Okay. Yes.
Prophet and priest. The author is Al-Hariri, Abu Musa Al-Hariri. I think I remember. Yeah, I think that's the name. Yeah. All right. Thank you, my friend, for joining us.
Okay, thank you, CP, and yeah, I appreciate you what you did for your effort. So yeah, I respect
You're
you.
welcome. And for the rest, by the way, I'm getting tired. I don't want to be saying things I'm not because almost I slept actually. I'm really tired. So I will take the last three callers. I don't want to be like I don't know what I'm saying. You know? Honestly, I closed my eyes. So who was next? Eric or Jada, or Jade? Sorry. And we have Bobos. Who was first?
Hello. But I think it was Jade.
Okay, Jade, go ahead.
Do you hear my voice?
I hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm a Christian from Indonesia, and I have several questions about Islam.
All right.
So the first question about Islam is the name of the Muslim God, because we have the same name with the Muslim. We have the same. We use the same name for God. So Muslim, I would say Allah. Is it correct to say the name of their God?
Absolutely. No, you cannot, because simply Allah is not even a name. Allah is two words, is A-L, which is Al, which is an Aramaic and Hebrew word, meaning God, and La. La is the moon god. So you as a Christian, you should not use the word Allah. There's tons of words in the Bible to describe and to speak of God. Elohim, Adonai, Hashem, Yahweh, etc. So why you want to use a foreign god name? It's not right. It is false use, and if you pray to him, you are worshiping the pagan god, the god of the Muslims.
Thank you.
Can we find Allah in the Aramaic Bible? No. Can we find Allah in the Hebrew? No. Where we can find it? In the Greek? No. And you will notice that those who use the word Allah, including the Arabic Christians, is only those who they are living under Islamic occupation. Right?
Okay, thank you, Sim, for your answer. For my second question, when we know that our God is a spirit, right? But when I, as a Muslim, when we ask, what is your God? Your God is not a spirit. They say their God is the. Do you can find any reference in their?
They say what?
I can type it in the chat. I can the Arabic word in the chat.
Well, first of all, when a Muslim he says to you that Allah is a that, what does that mean? What does that mean? Do you know?
Most of them cannot explain it.
No. Do you know what is
that?
Huh?
No, I don't know.
So you should ask them, what do you mean by that? So what that is an Arabic word. What does that mean? It means nothing. So I say that shakhs, that's mean the same person or the exact person. This is not the definition for anything. What that? Is that the name of God? Is that a description of God? What is that?
They always say that, and say that never explain.
Maybe you are not carrying what they say to you exactly. Maybe you got it wrong. But if you want, you can invite any one of those Indonesian who says that.
Thank you, CB.
But just to make it simple, just to make it simple for you, the God of Islam is the time. He is the time. So the Muslim, they worship time. Their God is time. Why? Because Muhammad, he said, don't curse the time. For Allah is the time. So what that? Does that mean the very 6 o'clock? Don't curse the time, for it is Allah who is the time. All right.
Thank you, CB. And I have my last question.
All right.
Okay, so for my last question, I watched your video, I think it was a month ago, about the blessing of the peace of the Prophet. I don't know if you're joking or not, but you say that if the Prophet penis enter you, you are going to heaven. Is that true? Do you have any reference about that? Because I want to put it in the video.
Yeah, let me see what I can find for you. Let us see. Yeah, all the wives of Muhammad, they will go to heaven. If a woman, she drank the piss of Muhammad, she will go to heaven. So what about the women who slept with him? But let us see. I'm trying to find you something you can use in English. Let us see. Do you know Arabic or you don't know?
I don't know. But you can use the Arabic if you want. I can use Google Translate here.
Yeah, no problem. First, we will try to find. All right. All right. Maybe we can find this in Ibn Kathir in English. Let us see. Because this is in Ibn Kathir. Give me a minute. If you have Ibn Kathir in English, you can check it out. If you can see the following, I will show it to you in Arabic. Because always in English, Ibn Kathir, they take off what is in Arabic. So here, this is the Islamic government website of Saudi Arabia, chapter of An-Nisa, the women, chapter 4, verse number 176. And here it says, let us see. A second. All right. Where? I'm just trying to find the exact line because you don't know Arabic. I'm trying just to find which page it should be. Let's see here. All right, we should be able to find it here. Let us try this page. I will give you the link. I will post it for you in Discord. You can open it from your side and try to do what I'm going to do right now. This is the link here. So this is a chapter, this is a different chapter. Chapter of Al-Ahzab, verse number 53. And we will look in the page for the following words. Again, you can check in Ibn Kathir in English to see if you can find it, and that will help you. You do not need then the page. So again, this is a chapter. We go up. Chapter 33, verse number 53. Remember, chapter of Al-Ahzab, verse number 53. All right. So here it says, we go back to the text. It says here, and I will use the translation.
For this reason, all scholars have unanimously agreed that if one of his wives died from the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, it is forbidden for anyone else to marry her after him, because they are his wives in this world and the hereafter and the mothers of believers.
So do you see it? So the women who Muhammad he sleep with, they are going to be his wife in the hereafter. So by sleeping with Muhammad, they are going to go to heaven. Do you get the reference?
Okay, yeah. Good.
But try to find the reference in English, in Ibn Kathir in English, because it's possible that you can find it there in the English translation with you, so you will not need to use what I'm using now. And there's other story about Muhammad. Yeah. Yeah, all right. Let us take another caller.
I want to use it in my video.
All right. Thank you very much. Bobos, are you there?
You don't mind GB, or can you give it out to my YouTube?
Your voice is cutting, Jade. I don't hear you. Guys, is my voice cutting too in Discord?
You hear me now?
Okay, what you were saying? Let's try again.
Yeah, so I will use it the reference for my video, and also can you give me a shout out to my channel?
I cannot understand it. Sorry, Jade. I can't understand. All right, Jade. You know, fix your microphone and later we can talk. All right, my friend. Your voice is cutting badly. I'll let you go so you can fix it. Bobos, are you there?
I'm there, but I just got busy like for 2 minutes. You can take the other guy, Talash al instead if you can.
Okay, Mr. Haq, go ahead.
Hello, CP. Can you hear me now?
Am
I audible?
I hear you.
Okay. Hi, CP. We spoke. I spoke to you about 3 weeks back. I think more than 3 weeks back, and how I'm right now studying Christianity, reading the Bible, and I've connected with a lot of Christian communities in Discord and trying to understand and study it. But my question today to you was, I've through my journey of studying the Bible and connecting with a lot of people, I came across this community called Jews for Jesus, or the Messianic Jew. Seems like they believe in Jesus, they believe in Trinity, and I've seen some of these Messianic Jews collaborating with Christians too. So my question is, do you accept them? I mean, do you accept them, those people, as Christians? Because I see that these.
Yeah, let me answer you. I cannot judge who they are because I know many Messianic Jews. So Messianic Jews is any group of a church. They can call themselves such a thing, but we need to know first what they believe. Not only just they call themselves Messianic Jews. So if they believe that the Messiah is a Savior, a Son of God, he is, whatever we believe, then they are fine. If they are just a group called themselves Messianic Jews, but they have different title for Jesus, like, Jehovah's Witnesses, they say that they are Jehovah's Witnesses. So are they witnesses for Jehovah? They are not. So I don't judge by a name because groups, there's many people, they give themselves titles, names. They put sign on their church. I mean, free word people, they can give themselves whatever. So when we speak about a group, we have to know first what they believe. And then we can say if they are right or not.
Okay,
so
right. Because
myself, I met people who call themselves Messianic Jews in the Philippines, and I gave seminar in their churches. And they believe in the same what we believe. But I heard too, there is some others, they call themselves Messianic Jews, but they don't believe in any, like many things. It's too far from us, So it's not about just a name.
Okay.
All right.
Because I see them because the way the attire and they use they are pretty much Jewish. They wear that Jewish cap and everything. But these people are against the conventional Jews. I see them debating them. So that's why I give up.
As I said, I cannot judge by the name because the name anyone. I don't know who you met, because there is many they call themselves a Christian, but they are not. So every group have to be judged by itself, not by the name. I hope you understand.
Thanks, CP. Okay, I'm running out of charge. I'll speak to you later. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, CP. Take care. Bye-bye.
Go ahead, Babos.
Okay, thank you. So I'm currently at work. Actually, I just want to inform beforehand. So I got like maybe 10 minutes max. But I had a question regarding the Trinity. Okay. And I'm Muslim, by the way.
All right.
So I am willing to actually answer some questions. Like if you want to prove something about Islam, I am. But today I don't have the time, so maybe I'll join like next time.
No
but today I just had a question regarding the Trinity. Is that fine?
Go ahead.
Right. So the Trinity, it asserts that you've got like 3 persons, right? Who are all distinct from each other. Like the Father is not the Son, the Son is not the
Is
Holy
that
Spirit.
according to Islam or according to Christianity?
Christianity, right?
What it is according to Islam, do you know?
The Trinity?
Yeah.
Well, I know what you're gonna say. Probably Mary, the Son, and Allah.
Properly, or this is what it is?
I said probably because I didn't know if you were referring to that. But let me ask the question: How can you have 3 persons within one essence, like without a contradiction? because if they are all fully God, like everyone is not separate, they're all the same, but they are not the same. Like, how does that work, right? How do you have 3 and 1 at the same time in the same sense?
Is your God Allah one person?
We don't say Allah is one person or anything. We don't, like, even in the Quran it tells us to not compare.
So he is one what?
One essence, we can say.
He's one what?
You can say essence.
Essence?
Yeah, you could say that.
What essence mean?
Well, he's one. Like, he's the one that cannot be compared with anything at all. Like, we don't confine him to human physical object.
How you say? You see, I'm just trying to understand. When the Muslims they come to us to talk about the Trinity, and they say to us Allah is one, but they cannot say to us one what, and then they say you cannot compare him to anything. But isn't it Allah he compare himself to tree?
Sorry, what?
Isn't it Allah he compare himself to the tree?
Wait, where does he compare himself to the tree?
In the Da'if hadith.
Yeah, I'm not speaking about, like, I'm just asking generally, like, whether I'm atheist or not. Like, this is just a general
you are a
question.
Muslim. You are a Muslim. This is actually in the Quran.
Yeah, I am a Muslim. Yeah, of course.
Okay, so Allah, he said he is the same as the following. You just say to me Allah is one, but Allah is one what? You could not explain. You did not dare to say. You did not dare to say one person. You did not dare even to say one God. One what? Same time, and you said you cannot compare Allah to anything, but Allah himself, he says that the light of Allah, and Allah supposedly is light, of the heaven and the earth, and the parable of his light is like a niche where it is in a lamp, and the lamp is a glass, and a glass in a where a brilliant star, and from blessed a tree, an olive neither from the east. All of this is Allah, and Allah, nobody can compare Allah to anything. So either Allah is unique, or Allah is a tree, like he's a light, like a light, and from a niche, and the niche is a lamp, and etc. And all those things will lead us to know. Did he leave?
Okay. I think you're just kind of strawmanning here and just not answering the question. First of all,
I will answer the question. I will answer the question. But first of all, we need to know what kind of ignorant God. You do not even know what the Christian believe. And what kind
if I were to defend Islam, I would not go to Christianity. I can defend Islam without going to Christianity.
If you want to understand Islam and Christianity, supposedly your book is a perfect book, correct?
Yeah, sure.
All right. So as long as you say that the Christian believe in the Trinity, and everybody heard you saying that, all right. If the Quran is saying the Christian believe that the Messiah is Allah, so who is the first person and who is the second person?
It doesn't actually say that specific. It says that it completely negates the point for people to make that Mary, because some people say that Mary is God as well, right?
No.
So
there is no some people. There is no some people. Christianity is not what any people say. Christianity is a Christianity. And this is not
actually it's not. You have like 1,000 denominations.
Hold on, no, none of them believe that Mary is God. That's false. And your Quran says,
I have people I know in Sweden
your
that
Quran,
believe that.
No, this is you see, Christianity is not. Some people says to you, Christianity is the Bible. So can you show me where in the Bible it says that Mary is God? Nowhere. So don't fabricate.
It doesn't say the Bible.
So listen. No. So the Bible is where we learn. Is not from somebody. His name is Potato Tomato. The Quran says that those who say that Allah is the Messiah.
Yeah.
Chapter 5, verse number 17. So if the Christian they believe Allah is in the Messiah, is the Messiah, who is the second person and who is the third person?
Jesus would be Mary and Allah.
No. You see, first of all, no Christian believe in Mary is God. Number two, if Allah is the Messiah, now two are one. Where is the third one? So where is the second? Where is the third?
Okay. That's a good question. I'm not going to respond to that now because I said I have about 10 minutes.
All right, let us go back now. Let us go back to the Trinity.
I can't respond.
Let us go back to the Trinity. Let's go to as long as you don't have time. So the Trinity simply, when you say how God can be, that is in the logic of a man or the logic of God. Because when you say contradiction, this is contradiction for you. Because for God, he can be three, and there's no contradiction. For God is a miracle. And what is possible for God is impossible for man. However, you yourself is a 3 and 1 at the same time. Is that true?
I'm not.
No, you are.
No, because I'll explain. Because the body, soul, and spirit.
Hold on. Do you have nafs?
I have nafs, yeah.
Okay, is nafs is a something for a human being or for God?
It's a part of us.
Is it for a human being, attribute for a human being, or for God?
Well, nafs can be for humans, yeah.
Is it for God? Nafs mean a soul. Do we agree?
Yeah, nafs. All right. Soul, yeah.
Do Allah have a soul?
Now you're just going away to Islam again.
No. You see, because you said how you can be 3 and 1, but your God himself have a soul. Isn't it your God, Allah, he says, nafsi, and his Messiah says to him, nafsaka. So when the Messiah, he spoke to him, he said to him, you know what is in my nafs, but I do not know what is in your nafs. So how the Quran say that Allah, he have a nafs?
Nafsi can also mean like I would like to, like nafsi adrbak.
No, this is not the same word. Nafs means soul. What nafsi? Like,
I'm just saying. Like you might have misread
don't go
the
there.
text.
A second ago you said, and now you agreed that nafs more.
Yeah, I did. Nafs means soul. I agree.
Okay.
I'm not denying
so
that.
How Allah have a nafs?
I'm saying you could have misread the verse, just like I can say bear is an animal, but bear is also carrying something. It's the same word. It's spelled the exact same.
The verse is so clear. The verse is so clear. You know what is
in my... But again...
You know what is in my soul. I do not know what is in yours. So if Allah, he have a soul, how Allah now become 2 and 1 in the same time? Do you have a soul?
So you're going back to the Quran again, which was not even the purpose of this at all. I asked you.
No, because in order to defeat an argument is to use the argument. The argument is yours, and the argument contradiction. The argument is contradiction. All of those verses in the front of you in the screen is about soul. And then you will see your God in the Quran mention a conversation between him and the Messiah. And the Messiah says to him, in kuntu قلته فقد علمته تعلم ما في نفسي ولا أعلم ما في نفسك. I know.
Princess, I think you're running away from the question. I mean, every question is witness.
No, I am not. I answer you.
You are, because I'm asking you a basic.
You see, guys, now he don't want to, and he's calling me princess now. He want to insult. So listen.
Okay.
Listen.
It's not an insult. Look, I just said that this is a question from a philosophical viewpoint. It has nothing to do with Islam itself.
No,
I can be an atheist.
You said philosophy. Okay, you said I'm using your philosophy. I'm using your logic. Can Allah be? Can Allah be light and have a soul in the same time?
I'm telling you, Allah, like there's nothing comparable to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and I'm telling you.
Okay, I'm asking you. I'm not asking you to compare. I'm saying I'm not asking you to compare. I am not asking you to compare. I am saying, is it true that Allah
but you are, because I don't say Allah has a soul.
No, I'm not comparing. Allah described himself. He said nafsuka wa nafsi. So do Allah have a nafs? Yes or no?
I told you I don't attribute a soul to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I don't say Allah has a soul. It's this, because it's beyond human comprehension. That's why I'm asking you.
So how come look at your hypocrisy. You can comprehend the Trinity, even though the Trinity is God, but you cannot comprehend Allah. And because he's God. So you see how hypocrite you are. No, just guys, do you see how hypocrite every Abdul? He cannot comprehend Allah. Even the verse says it clearly that Allah have a soul. And Allah, the Quran is not a created. Okay, now we have to divine. Allah is not a created. Okay, to make it simple, is Allah have a physical body? One or two?
Can we have like 1 minute each so I can also speak?
No problem. You can talk in the same time. Allah have one physical being or have two?
Allah isn't physical at all.
Who said so?
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the Quran.
Can you show me? That is the most stupid answer ever I heard. Where it says he is not physical. What does this have to do? Isn't it Allah says in the Quran, I created Adam by my 2 hands?
Yeah, by my two hands that befits His Majesty. Nothing that is comparable to physical
Who care,
object.
guys? They fit His Majesty. Are they two hands or they are two potatoes?
No one denies that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has two right hands.
No, a second ago you said He have no physical body. Everybody heard you.
Hands doesn't necessarily have to be physical.
They have to be physical because hands.
Oh, it can be metaphysical.
No, He says, I created you by my two hands. He used the hands. He used the hands. Allah, He mixed mud by using His hands, correct?
Look, you see, like you can interpret things in Christianity metaphorical. This is metaphysical.
This is not my interpretation. This is your Muslim interpretation. I can show you the reference.
Yeah, we say Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has two right hands, but nothing that.
But you just said a second ago they are not physical. You said a second ago they are not physical. You are lying.
They aren't physical. A hand isn't physical. It doesn't have to be physical.
As long Allah is physical, is He one physical or many physical?
Wait. Okay, so let me respond without you interrupting. I told you from the first place, in the beginning, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala doesn't have anything physical. When He says He created Adam alayhi salam with His two hands, this is not physical hands. Second of all, when I asked you about the Trinity,
a second ago you said it's a physical hand.
Wait. Okay, let me just clarify. When I asked you about the Trinity, I'm not saying that you should explain everything, like exactly how God works, everything. I'm just asking about the concept. The concept itself is illogical.
The concept is very simple. The concept. Okay, can you explain to me? Listen, you are being hypocrite because you could not explain anything about your God. Anything, the concept of your God.
I even entered saying I'm not going to explain Islam because I don't
No. You see, how come you need me to explain Christianity in the way you like, but you can't even explain your own God?
Objective. This is objective. This is nothing.
No. And let me make it simple. When you said Allah is physical, and then 2 minutes after you said Allah is not physical. So
I never said Allah is physical. Never.
You said that. It's recorded.
Okay, you can show me the recording. I never said Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
It's in YouTube. Never. You can download the video later. You said Allah is not physical.
Sure, he's not physical. There's nothing comparable to Him. That's what I said. I even quoted someone.
You said He is not physical, correct?
It's not physical.
Okay, but you said Allah have physical hands.
No.
Non-physical.
Allah doesn't have physical hands. Okay. I said Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has hands.
Okay. Listen. Who is the one who knows what Allah is?
Wait, I asked you a question. Why are you still not responding to it?
I am responding. I said that the Trinity, that God, He says, I have a son.
Wait, can't you explain the Trinity?
God have a son. God have a son. If I explain to you, I know that, Abdul. If I say for the 10th century coming, you will say this doesn't make sense. And the second we ask you about your God, you say it doesn't make sense. Okay, let me explain to you about Trinity. I will give you the answer about Trinity. But do you promise me to answer about your God?
What?
Do you promise me after I finish saying to you whatever I say about the Trinity, you answer me about God?
I only came in here.
I want you to prepare for me the answer for this. Okay, I will give you time. Listen to me carefully, but I will give you the answer from now to prepare yourself. Allah have one physical body or two physical body? One or two? Remember
no physical body at all.
Okay, we will see. But remember, guys, I ask him a question, I'm giving him time. So I will give you time to think about it. In the same time, I will answer about Trinity. So the Trinity, the Word of God is God. The Word of God is God. The Word became a flesh. That is the Messiah. So the Word of God, when we say God, the Messiah, God is a son of God. We are not talking about God. He is delivering like a woman, a baby, and he have sex, which is the Quran understanding, because the Quran says, how can
don't speak of the Quran. I just want to hear your understanding.
I am answering you. This is my answer. You are Abdul, so I have to use your Quran to give you the idea.
Yeah, I'm going to listen. Yeah, go ahead.
So listen. So how can Allah have a son if you don't have a girlfriend? That is the understanding of a person who have a logic of his stupidity, because the Christian don't believe that God have a son because he have a wife. What the son is simply is the will of God, is the command of God, is the ability of God, is the word of God. And this is what the Quran confirm, that Allah, He said in the Quran that the Messiah is the word of Allah sent down to Mary. So what the Messiah was before he became a flesh? He was the word of God. That is the Messiah. The word of God is not created. Yes or no?
If the word of the God is created?
Yes, is it created?
the speech itself is not the word.
There's nothing called a speech and that's a speech. The word of Allah, is it created?
Yeah, because there's a difference. I'm going to explain. Can I explain?
Even this one needs explanation?
Yeah, I'm gonna give you an explanation. When you have a word, for example, that eternally exists, okay, the kalam, okay, when you have the word, it eternally exists in your mind. But when you say it, it gets created, right? So the word of God.
Give me a word. Allah He said. Give me a word. Allah He said is not created.
Let me respond, okay?
No. So, don't give me respond. Give me the hit me. Give me a word. Allah. Give me a word. Allah He said. Give me a word. Allah He said is not created.
Sorry?
Give me a word. Allah He said is not created.
Where Allah said the word is not the creator?
No. You said there's a speech.
I don't hear you.
You said there's a speech, right?
Yes.
And there's the word of Allah.
Yeah, it's distinct from the word of Allah, but it's not separate. Yeah.
All right. So give me a speech which is not the word of Allah. Speech of Allah, but it's not the word of Allah.
Well, what do you mean? Give me a speech that is.
Guys, is it him who said? Is it you who said there's a speech and there's a word? And you said the word. Hold on. You said there's a speech and there's a word, and you who gave definition. You said there's two different things. So what is
I
this?
didn't. I said they're distinct but not separate.
Guys, not separate. So is it created or not?
I'm going to explain to you. This is the same exact with the Quran. I'm going to explain to you.
Don't explain to me. Give me the example. Give me a speech of Allah. Is it created?
I'm gonna give you the exact explanation, okay?
No, not exact explanation. Give me a speech of Allah is not the word of Allah.
Hey, look, you see how he dissected from, like, he doesn't even answer the Trinity. He never goes to the Quran.
I'm answering. I was answering to you. I was answering you about the word of God become.
I'm going to answer you, but you're not listening.
But suddenly, you reject even to accept that the word of Allah is not created. And then you said to me, no, there's two things.
Like, princess, this is embarrassing. I'm going to give you an answer, but you're not listening.
Aisha. So now, you said there's a speech. You said there's a speech of Allah, and there is the word of Allah. Give me a speech of Allah is not created.
I'm going to explain to you, but if you're going to interrupt me, I'm going to
give me the speech. Guys, you want to explain? How you can explain without giving the speech? Give me the speech of Allah, which is not created.
Can you give me an example of the Trinity? Exactly. No, exactly. You can. So that's what I'm saying.
So Islam is a stupid cult. He could not explain himself. So for us, it's very simple. Hold on. So I repeat. Let me repeat again.
No, I heard you.
Is the speech of Allah created? Yes or no?
You asked me to give you an example. Okay, I'm going to give you an explanation.
No, give me an example. There is no explanation. Example is example. Give me a speech of Allah. No, you cannot give me, because in order to explain to me, you have to use a method, and the method have to base on solid rocks. Give me the speech of Allah, which is created.
I'm going to explain to you. If you want to hear it or not,
guys, he have explanation, but he cannot show me one speech of Allah is created.
Isa.
Isa is a speech of Allah. Isa is a speech of. Hold on. Okay. Guys, Isa is a speech of Allah. Can you confirm that? So Allah.
Yes,
so Allah. When Allah He said that Isa, was that a speech or was a Quran?
No, this is not the Quran. When He said be.
Show me where Allah He said that Isa out of the Quran.
Sorry.
Show me where Allah He said Isa out of the Quran.
What do you mean out of the Quran?
Well, you said to me it's a speech. Okay, is the Quran created? No. Is the speech of Allah? Guys, he's trying to prove to me that the speech is created. Wonderful. He said to me, Allah, He said Isa. What is the speech? He said just said Isa. What is the speech? Give me the speech.
Christian, you're not listening here, okay? If you just want to interrupt me, you're not going to prove anything. You're in the corner.
I'm grabbing you from your tail. Give me the speech. Listen, give me the speech. Allah, He said it's not in the Quran, because anything is in the Quran. Anything is in the Quran is a Quran. Give me the speech of Allah. It's not in the Quran.
Is this the part where I explain?
I do not need your explanation. Give me the speech first.
No, is this the part where I explain and you stay shut?
Give me the speech you are talking about. You are being hypocrite.
Okay. I'm going to give you the speech.
All right.
When Allah says be, and He conveyed the message to Mary.
This is Quran.
Okay,
this is Quran. This is Quran.
This is okay. Why does it have to be out of the Quran?
Because you say, okay, if it is Quran, that means the Quran is created.
No, I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna explain to you, but you're not listening at all.
I say to you, give me a speech. The Quran is not a created. Any word in the Quran is not a creation.
I'm gonna explain to you, but if you don't want to listen, then that's up to you.
This is your fallacy. I want to explain to you, but you cannot give me. But you cannot give me the speech. Can you give me the speech where Allah He spoke, which is not created?
I'm gonna give you.
No,
so you're gonna listen.
You said to me, B, this is in the Quran. You said to me, Isa, this is in the Quran. You said to me, Maryam, this is in the Quran.
I said I will give you, and you said no.
Okay, give me the speech. Go ahead.
Okay, so when Allah says be, okay.
When Allah said we, where He said that?
In the Quran.
That is Quran. That is not created.
I'm gonna give the full explanation.
No explanation. Either the Quran is created or it's not.
Because you don't want to listen in the first
place. The second you say, listen, the second you say it is in the Quran, that means the Quran
I need to record this as well. Don't worry.
Is the Quran created or not? You will say no. So why you are mentioning to me the Quran if the Quran is not even in the table?
Princess, this is an embarrassment. I'm asking you.
Yes, Aisha.
And I'm explaining to you, okay?
Yes, Aisha. Let us do breastfeeding. Let us do breastfeeding. I don't want your explanation. I want you to show me the speech of Allah, which is not Quran.
See, this is the exact same fallacy. You're double standard now. When you said you were going to explain the Trinity in a way that I wanted,
no,
you said that was a problem.
You stopped me. I said the word of God. I said the word of God sent down to Mary. I said the word of God sent down to Mary in the Quran. And then I said to you, is the word of God is created.
Wait. We all just witnessed something, Princess. We all just witnessed something. The double standard. You wanted to explain the Trinity your way. When I explain the Quran and this explanation in my way, you have a problem.
No.
It cannot be my way, right?
It is you who said the speech of Allah is not separated from the word of Allah. Did you say that?
I said the speech Isa ibn Maryam is distinct from the attribute of Allah that is uncreated.
The speech,
Isa ibn Maryam is created.
There is no speech like that. I cannot find it anywhere.
In the Quran.
In the Quran is a Quran. The Quran is not created.
The Quran. I'm gonna.
Is the Quran created? If we go right now and type in Google, this is not as Abdul. Either the Quran,
when the Quran
is created.
It's created in that sense, yes, of course. No. But the Quran itself is uncreated speech of Allah.
Okay.
It's nothing.
The Quran is any created speech of Allah. Is the Quran all of it is any created, or there is some sentence are created?
No, the Quran itself, okay? Everything in the Quran, it's the eternal word of Allah.
Are you saying to me that the Quran is a physical human being, or a physical being is one body?
It's not a human being, and it's not Allah.
So what do you mean the Quran as a whole? The Quran came to Muhammad as
when I give you a response, that's why I asked you.
The Quran came to Muhammad as a drop of urine, according to your hadith. Allah He ejaculate, and He received, and Muhammad received Quran. So Quran came down as a drops, and then the Muslim they start collecting the drops and making them a book. So Muhammad he never received Quran as a book, did he?
Okay, so you want me to respond now? You're gonna be a little quiet.
Did your prophet receive the Quran as a whole book to say it was a book?
Yes, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam he received the Quran as a revelation, which was compiled into a book later. Yeah.
Later, but he received verse by verse, correct?
Of course, it was over.
Thank you. So every verse is a speech of Allah, and it is the word of Allah, correct?
Yes, through Angel Gabriel.
So is the word is the verse was Allah He sent to Muhammad? Is it created?
If it's what?
Is the verse Muhammad just received from Allah? Is it created?
The verse itself. It's not an attribute of Allah. So we say that it's eternal.
That's not the question. Is the verse Muhammad receive a verse? Is it created?
I'm gonna respond the way that it fits. Okay. So
it fit with who? I want an answer. You are. I'm
gonna give you an answer.
I'm grabbing you from your tail, and you're trying to escape.
Princess.
You cannot.
No, I'm not. But you're not listening.
The verse Muhammad received a verse of 3 words. Is it created or it is not created?
when Muhammad received it, it was created for him in the sense that he received it. But
So
the word itself is
the
uncreated.
Quran, so the verse
the
of the
word
Quran.
itself is
Okay, I want to hear
uncreated.
you again. I want to hear you again. You confirm that the verse of the Quran is created.
I told you already. The Quran itself is the uncreated word of Allah.
No. There's no
when
Quran
it was
itself.
revealed, it
A
was
verse,
created for
a verse of the Quran is the verse of the Quran is the Quran itself.
Sorry, what?
Is a verse in the Quran is the Quran itself.
Is the verse and the Quran the Quran?
Is the verse of the Quran is the Quran itself.
The verse of the Quran is a part of the Quran, yeah.
Okay, is it created?
I explained this like for the 4th time, but you're not listening.
No, the verse, is it created? The verse, a verse.
It has eternally existed within Allah. It's an attribute of Allah, but when it was revealed to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, it was created for him.
So if it was created, that means it was not exist before.
I'm going to explain to you. When I say to you, hi, it gets created for you, but it eternally exists within me for eternity, right?
Okay, listen. To make it simple.
No, I made it simple for you. I said when I say hi, that gets created for you, but it still existed eternally within my brain, right?
It's uncreated and created for me in my brain. Are you an idiot?
It's created when I reveal it to you. When I say hi, or when I speak to you.
When you say it to me,
when you say
so
it's created for you.
When you say
it, in my mind, it's eternal existence.
Okay, all right.
So it's no contradiction because it's not created and uncreated in the same sense.
Okay, I will take with you. I will take you. You said the word Isa. Is the word Allah created?
I cannot hear you. You're kind of lagging a little bit.
Is the word Allah created?
The word Allah created.
Uh-huh.
That's a difficult question, actually. It depends. I mean,
How come?
It's still an attribute
Allah,
of Allah.
He said Allah many times. Is that word created?
Okay, so when he said Allah, that gets revealed to Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. Yeah, it gets revealed to him.
So the word Allah never was exist before it was revealed to Muhammad.
It was existed in the knowledge of Allah.
What do you mean knowledge of Allah? The Arab, they worship Allah before Muhammad.
I just explained to you. I literally just explained to you. I said when you have a word in your mind, okay, in your brain,
What in your mind, in your brain? What are you talking about? Allah as a word exists thousands of years before Muhammad, and the pagan Arab, they worship it, and the Sabian, they worship it.
Now you're running.
So listen. I asked you a question. You stop me. I was saying that Jesus is the word of God. The word of God become a flesh.
I'm explaining to you. So are you going to listen or not going to listen?
You try to explain, but you don't give me the answer.
Christian, you witnessed this, right? He's not going to answer.
You are afraid. Let me make it simple again. I gave you a question. You refuse to answer. Is Allah one physical being or two?
You see, guys, how he's running from the question itself. And when I explain, he doesn't want to read it.
I answered. It's you who's not answering. The word of God become the Messiah. The word of God, the Bible says, is God. So the word of God is not created, even in your religion. It is eternal.
No, Allah
even
is an attribute of Allah, and that is uncreated. But when it gets revealed, in that sense, it's created for us. Like how hard is that?
This is not the time it exists. If I reveal a statement, this is not the time of its existence. You're an idiot. So if I have a book written 10,000 years ago, or a million years ago, or before time is exist, doesn't mean the second I start reading to you that this is when it is created. That is a stupid statement. The word of Allah.
It is. Look. When I say to you hi, it gets created for you, but it could have existed in my knowledge.
First of all, your high is a gay high. Secondly,
either you're being
Allah.
dishonest at this point,
Secondly, it is Allah who He claims He is eternal, and His word is eternal. Is your word is eternal?
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's word is eternal.
Okay, so Allah's word is eternal. So when He say the words, are they exist before He say them?
I explained this to you in detail, but you're not listening.
Repeating yourself. Say yes. Are they exist before He say them?
The words of Allah has always existed with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They are eternal. They were not created.
All right.
They're uncreated.
How the word of Allah is exist with Allah when the Quran is an individual being, and He will come in the day of judgment as a man?
I cannot hear you. You're kind of lagging out.
Isn't it your prophet? He says the Quran will come as a pale man in the day of judgment. So is the Quran Is the Quran of Allah? Is with Allah or is a man?
Let me ask you, wait, because now you're just yapping, right? Let me ask you about the Trinity, okay? I even said in the first place, you could answer.
He's trying to escape the embarrassment.
Is
the word of Allah
you already
with Allah?
escaped from the map. You already escaped.
Listen. No. First of all, you are a liar. You are a liar. You said to me you have only 10 minutes, but you have 10 hours. Secondly, you refused to answer. I asked you for the speech. Give me a speech. You did not give me a speech.
Did I come to you or did you come to me? I came to you asking
listen now. Do Allah, do you Muslim believe in Allah incarnation?
Even one of the Christians, he said, you're the most Muslim with most logical sense.
Do you Muslims believe in Allah incarnation? Do you Muslim believe in Allah incarnation? Oh, you will not answer. Do you Muslim believe in Allah incarnation? Do Allah
what I told you?
The incarnation of Allah, is it true or false?
Your own Christian friends are telling me I'm logical and you're illogical. What's going on?
They are saying that? Oh, that must be true then.
Okay, I'll give you a screenshot. Don't worry about it. I'll give you a screenshot.
So listen, is Allah in Islam do incarnation?
This is here. You're not going to even answer the question about the Trinity.
I'm answering. You are refusing. I'm showing you how you Muslims, why you reject Jesus.
I already answered like all of your questions.
I'm showing you your hypocrisy.
I'm not going to sit here and waste my time.
You refuse Jesus because supposedly it is not logical, correct?
Isa is created. We don't worship the created. We worship the creator.
Hold on. If Isa is a created, okay, listen. If Isa is a created, why the created is still alive?
Sorry, what?
Why the created is still alive and the Quran say that he is a creator too?
No, listen, Isa ibn Maryam is still alive because he hasn't finished his mission. He will come back to judge, okay?
All right. So his mission is going to take millions of years. So why he is a creator in the Quran?
He's not a creator, he's the created.
Isn't it the Quran says that the Messiah, isn't it the Quran says he created from the mother bird?
What?
Isn't it the Quran says that the Messiah, he created from the mother bird?
Yeah, through the will of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
No problem, but that will make him a creator. Because the will of Allah. So you are saying to me that okay, hold on, guys. The will of Allah, the will of Allah.
He created us.
So are you saying the speech of Allah became a creator?
I already explained this to you, but you're ignorant. You don't want to listen.
Are you saying the speech of Allah become a creator by the will of Allah?
I explained to you, and you're even not. This is even a false equivocation.
You are in the corner. Why the Messiah was how the Messiah? Listen, when you say that the Messiah by the will of Allah become a creator, that means he is a creator. Doesn't matter.
He didn't become a creator. Stop twisting the words. I said, by the will of Allah, he created the birds.
No,
that's what I said.
The Quran says, "I akhluqu lakum min at-tin."
Open your Bible. In Exodus 7:1, it says that Moses is God. Now is Moses God?
Listen.
Open Exodus 7:1. It says Moses is God.
Don't change the topic. أخلق لكم من الطين. Did Jesus in the Quran say, shut up. Does Jesus in the Quran says, I create potato.
Now you have two uncreated beings. Now Moses is the creator and Moses is God.
The Quran says you will not let me talk, right? Embarrassing. You lie.
They told me you would be educated when I got on here.
Can you read for me? Can you read for me what the Quran says about Jesus creating the bird? Can you read for me?
Yeah, they told me that you were the teacher and the big man. When I come here, you seem like a princess. What's going on?
Yeah, you know, I am like your prophet. I'm like your prophet. I'm like your prophet. I'm like your prophet who dressed like a woman. Princess, right? You want to talk about princess? You Muslim women, your Aisha, she was suckling men. You're a prophet. You're a prophet. You're trying to change the topic. You're trying to insult me so you can escape the embarrassment. We know that. But if you want me to put eyeliner like your prophet and pee like a woman and hug men and kiss them on their belly, you just let me know.
Is Musa God or not?
So now listen. Don't change the topic, potato. Did,
wait. The Father
did the
said to
Quran,
Moses,
can you,
I will
I
make you like
challenge
God.
you, I
Does that mean
challenge
it's
you
God
in
now?
front of everybody to read for me chapter 3 verse 49.
Christians, you're witnessing this with your own eyes, with your own ears.
Abdul,
This is an embarrassment. I answered his questions. When I ask a question,
you did not answer anything. You are a coward.
Embarrassment.
Listen,
I give my
it is an
explanation. He interrupts me.
embarrassment.
He gives an explanation. I listen to it. Now you decide. Now you
So
decide.
guys, let me show you what the Quran says about Jesus is the creator. First of all, I'm letting you speak. You never answer anything. You want to talk about Moses.
You're not letting me speak. I already asked you a question, but you're not responding.
You did not answer my question. I want you to read for me in front of everybody how Jesus can create.
Didn't I tell you I had a question about the Trinity?
Jesus can create from the mud the bird. You said to me, by the will of Allah. That is the policy of Islam. However, we have approved that Jesus. We have approved that
Christian here is witnessing.
You see,
I have a guy in the
we just approved the Trinity. Because why only Jesus can create from the mud the bird? Because he is the Son of God. The Son of God, he can do what God can do. This is your stupid book. Everybody can read it.
Princess, let's not waste time here, okay? Let's get to the point.
Hold on. Here we go.
Water, okay?
Hold on. Chapter 3. It says, I create for you. Does it say that, or I'm lying?
I explained to you, but you're not willing to listen.
Does it say I? Let us agree with the I. Did he say, I create for you?
Who said I?
Jesus.
Yeah, by the will of Allah, of course. Anything he does is by the will of Allah.
So guys, he agree with me that Jesus, he said, I create.
But see, you're just jumping points now. Hold on. I can answer this, but I want you to agree that you're going to answer a question afterwards.
Hold on, I am answering you. This is the process of answering.
Are you going to answer a question afterwards?
This is the process of answering my question. I am the one is answering you now, not you. You are a potato. You didn't get to answer anything. So when Jesus said, when Jesus said, I create for you. And you said by the will of Allah, that means Allah, he gave him the ability to give life, to make life, to create life. Yes or no?
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave him permission to do everything by the will of Allah.
No problem.
Such as creating life.
To do things like what? To give life, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Isn't it in the Bible it says that Jesus says, everything I have is given to me from my Father? For I and him is one? So you stupid. Hold on. Shut up. This is my, I'm answering you. Shut up. It's my time to answer. Hold on. You see, you're asking me to answer. So guys, look what happened.
You're not even answering.
Everything I have is from my Father. The Quran saying, he just said to me that the will of Allah, that the Son Jesus, he will have the ability to be the creator.
Jesus also says in the Bible he cannot do anything of his own. What God cannot do anything of his own.
No problem. Because
the Bible also says that Musa is God. What's going on with that?
Simply, the Messiah is saying, everything I do is the power of God. The flesh of the man is not the one.
You're not listening.
The flesh of the man, shut up. The flesh of the man is not the wind, the act of God. It is God in the man. The flesh is not exist before the birth of Jesus, but Jesus was exist before his birth. That's why Jesus says, before Abraham I am. Before who?
I am what?
Before Abraham I am. I am he, the one is exist. This is the name of God. So now, when the Messiah, he was able
you don't even know what Isa said or didn't say because you don't even have the originals. What are you on about? Like, stop embarrassing yourself.
Hold on.
You're saying
you just said we don't have. All right, guys, he just said we don't have the original. So why your stupid Quran confirm the Bible between our hands?
So why are you running to points and points and points when we refer to the Injil?
I'm refuting your stupid point. I'm refuting anything you say. You just said, Abdul, don't change topic. Guys, he's the one who opened the topic. He said you don't have the original. It's you who said that.
You who opened the topic.
So now, so why the Quran? Why your stupid Quran says? Why your stupid Quran says Allah believe in the Bible between the hand of the Christians?
A Muslim who knows how to answer.
Do you see why we call you Muslims potatoes, Abdul?
hey,
Who is the one
you're
who's
actually
answering?
logical.
You just
It's
said,
illogical.
potato.
I
You
understand
just
that.
said, hey, potato. You just said
I
you
feel
don't
sorry for you
have the
guys.
original. If we don't have the original, how your God in the Quran in front of your eyes
See,
confirming what
I
is with
already told
us?
you.
Did
I already
Allah,
told you, but you're
did
not willing
Allah
to listen.
confirm? Did Allah confirm what we have? Yes or no?
See, I already told you this. I already answered, didn't I?
No, you did not.
I did. I said Injil refers to what was revealed by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, not Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John.
But
I
it
already
says,
said this.
okay,
You
hold
have
on.
hearing.
Guys, he said, not in John, not in Luke. What if I show you the names of Luke and John and Mark from your Islamic
I
books?
already told you, but you're already creating different topics
No,
now.
it's you who
based on
it's you who keep mentioning names, and then we have to refute it. What if in the front of everybody show you the name of John? Hold on, shut up, potato, shut up. If I show you the name, even of, if I show you right now the name of John, the name of John, the name of Mark, the name of Luke, the name of Paul in your books, do you dare?
Calm down. I don't want that. I want you to respond to the Trinity.
You see, you open a topic, you
persons,
are like a
it exists
rat,
within
you
one
are
being
like
without
a
a logical
rat
contradiction.
running from a corner to a corner. So now, when you say to me we don't have the original, and Allah says confirming what is with us, He did not even say the Injil. He said what with us.
Okay, so am I going to respond and you're going to stay quiet?
So what Allah confirming what with us 600 years after Jesus? Go ahead.
This is Christians now being just like you're just being arrogant right now. You're just being
Abdul,
ignorant as well.
answer. Allah confirming
I'm
what
asking you,
is with us.
and I'm responding to your questions.
What is with the Christians 600 years after Jesus?
The princess doesn't want to hear the response, you see?
Aisha, what? Do you have a dish between your legs? Because this is what Aisha used to do when she prayed.
So listen, my mouth, he just interrupts me.
Listen, I am not interrupting you.
Do when they can't respond.
You see, this is why the Muslims, they like the 5-minute exchange, because you cannot corner them. So now we got him busted. We got you busted. You are a potato.
But he went to the Quran immediately.
So we discover.
This is why I started recording this, so I could prove.
We discover. I challenge you to record it. It's in my YouTube. You can download my video. Go ahead.
Don't worry, don't worry.
Hold on.
It can be
Okay,
all over the
potato.
world.
So listen, Muta boy. So listen. So now we found out that Jesus. We found that Jesus is the creator from your mouth. We found that Allah, He gave Jesus. Just get out of here. You're just a little kid. You don't let me talk.
This is an embarrassment.
I will bounce you. Do you want me to talk? Let me finish the answer. You asked me for the answer. You asked me for the answer. Let me finish.
Now I asked you a question, but you're running to different corners.
You don't wanna, you jump like a monkey, and the second you say something, I beat the hell of you.
You literally went to the Quran, then you went to the Injil, then you went to Kalam Allah, then you went to
I use your book again. Potato, just get out of here. You gave me a headache, you son of Muta. I run to the Quran because this is the book you believe in, you donkey. So you hate the Quran to be used against you because the Quran will defeat you. So we made you say it, that Jesus, yes, He create life. By what? By the will of Allah. Allah gave Him permission. Doesn't matter. We have two creators now. Any creator, according to Muslims, can't be created. Is that correct, people? How you can be the creator and you are created? This is what the Muslim says to us. And as long as you confirm that Jesus is the creator who can create and give life by breathing, it's not Allah who breathed. Like, if the Quran says Jesus made mud, Allah, He breathed into it, I would say, okay, it's not Him. Because the breathing is an act of giving life, soul. So Jesus not only created the flesh, He created souls. So right now as we speak, we have birds flying in the sky created by Jesus. Do you see those cowards? I create. The Quran claim by the will of Allah, prove it. Allah could not do anything Jesus did. Allah could not make Mohammed heal from his sickness. The faint Abdul prophet. Can Allah heal Mohammed? Let me invite you back just to show everybody how potato you are. Let us see who is the princess. Was Allah able to heal Mohammed from his disease?
Hey Allah, I'm back. You see, guys, he kicked me because he got
because you
scared.
are not letting me talk. Let us make an agreement. Can we give us like a breathe to talk? So
Allah, how about 2 minutes
can
each?
Allah do what Jesus do?
How about 2 minutes each?
1 minute. 2 minutes for you, 1 minute for me. But don't change the topic. You promise?
30 seconds. Don't worry about it.
All right. So
okay, go ahead. 1 minute.
Can Allah heal like Jesus healed?
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he's more powerful than anyone, including Jesus.
So how you explain that Muhammad died because of poison and Allah could not heal him?
Didn't die of poison, actually. He died of natural causes. But the thing is, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, this was a part of his divine plan, okay? Now, if I ask you the same question, you're going to run. But I'm not going to ask you that because I can defend Islam.
He said this is Allah's plan. Allah's plan is to kill Muhammad by poison. You said he did not by poison. He died by natural death. This is your prophet and this is Aisha. Read.
Yeah. The Prophet ﷺ, in his element in which he died, used to say, Aisha, I feel the pain caused by the food I ate at Khaybar, and at this time I feel my aorta is being cut from that poison. Where does he say he died?
Huh? What?
Where does it say he died from the poison?
It says he died. He said because of the poison I'm dying.
No.
No.
You know what Khaybar, this was before the poison. If you studied his Islamic history, you
said to me he died a natural death.
4 years before he died. 4 years.
Read the title. Read the title.
Wait.
The sickness, read the title, the sickness of the Prophet and his death.
I responded to you and I listened to you. Now you're going to respond to me, okay?
And you said that Muhammad,
Guys, are you witnessing this? I literally gave him a response.
Oh, listen. You said the Prophet ate poison 4 years ago. Are you saying to me your Prophet is stupid? He thinks it's poison, but it's not?
Someone tried to poison him and he asked, why did you try to poison me? And she responded, if you know Islamic history, you would know this. But you clearly seem to be uneducated.
Can you tell me what she responded?
But you're uneducated, so you would never know what I'm talking about.
I challenge you to continue to tell me what she responded.
This is all irrelevant. So I'm asking you.
You mentioned that. You see, it is irrelevant if you don't mention it, but you mention it, so it's relevant. Is it true? She said to him, "For if you are a prophet, you will not die because of this poison. But if you are a king seeking money and wealth, you will die." Did he say that? Listen.
When I came here, what did I ask you?
You see potato. Continue the hadith. Is it true?
When I came here, what happened? 2 minutes.
Let me bounce you again. Let me bounce you again because you refuse to continue. Read for me what the hadith says. You said
I will have the time to respond.
You said the women. She said to him. The women. He asked the women. Listen. You say
I keep my word, but you don't.
Can you read for me? Can you read for me the hadith about what the woman she said to Muhammad? Go ahead.
You see, I respond to you, but you don't. So can I finish?
Can you read the hadith you mentioned to me about the women? Yes, please.
So can I respond now?
Do you know why you will not read it? Because it's going to expose
I can read anything for you. Don't worry, princess.
Okay,
I can read anything, but I know you won't read anything for me.
Read it for me.
You're not even going to respond to my points.
Listen,
when I make a point.
It's you who mentioned it, not me. It's you who mentioned it.
You're being ignorant at this point, and you're not listening at all.
Why you are ashamed to read it?
I don't have a shame to read anything. It's of my hadith. Alhamdulillah. I am very proud of the hadith and the Quran itself.
Read the hadith about the women.
We know exactly what happened.
What the women
but you're just being ignorant and arrogant.
What the women she said. What the women she said. Potato. I'm not going to.
Came here to make the point.
I will bounce you again if you make me repeat my question 1,000 times. What the woman she said to Muhammad when he asked her why you did that?
Wait, princess. When I came here, what did I ask you?
You asked me for a Trinity. I'm answering you.
I asked for the Trinity.
Yes,
what are we talking
and
about
I
now?
asked you, is the word of Allah created? You refuse to answer.
I responded to you.
Just get out of here. You are just a kid, and don't forget to post the recording in your channel so people would die laughing. And let us show people why you are refusing to say what the women said about the poison. This is why you coward refused to read it. The woman she said to Muhammad. He asked her why you did that. She said, for if you are a prophet, Allah will not allow me to kill you. If you are a false prophet, you will die because of the poison. Muhammad, he said to her, Allah will not allow you. And Muhammad in front of you, he's saying it clearly, he died because of his poison. And not only that, I can show you tons of Islamic fatwas, you scumbag liar, saying that the prophet died as a martyr by the poison of Khaybar. You potato little dummy, you just accuse your prophet that he is a liar. He think he is dying because of poison. And you said, well, the poison, he got it 4 years ago. Look, your prophet is stupid. He did not know this 4 years ago. Still he think it's the poison. But he's a donkey. You are smart. Be my witness. Muhammad is a donkey. This Abdul is smart because he was able to find out that his prophet is stupid, is illusionate. He think he died because of a poison, but the truth, he did not. And when I keep repeating, can you read for me the hadith? He don't want to read it. Because simply, the hadith is an embarrassment. Muhammad died because he is a false prophet. Not only that, the Quran says, if Muhammad is fabricating Quran in our name, we are going to cut his artery. And this is how Muhammad died. Read carefully. If Muhammad fabricating Quran in our name, Quran saying, surely we size him by his hand. Muhammad used his right hand to eat. And we are going to cut his artery. Let us go to the hadith. O Aisha, I still feel the pain caused by the food I ate at Khaybar. And now, at this time, at what? At this time, I feel as if my aorta being cut off from that poison. So either you come here and I will invite you just for fun and say your prophet was wrong. Guys, do you dare to say his prophet was wrong? He's not suffering because of the poison, and his aorta is not being cut off from the poison. Do you dare to say yes, he's wrong? Let us give him a chance. Did he run? Did he go?
No, I believe he's still here. But...
All right.
So,
come back and tell me the answer. Did your God, I don't know why I cannot invite him. Put your hand up, put your hand up. Everybody will see you will never dare to answer. Was he wrong? Put your hand up, potato. Was Muhammad wrong? That's why he keep talking over me. He will not let me talk because it's an embarrassing. The Quran is copying the Bible. The word become a flesh. What the Messiah was? He was the word. Muhammad is an idiot. He said things he cannot prove it. At the end of the day, he made a big mistake. He made it clear that if he is a liar, Allah will cut his artery, and this is exactly how he died. Are you coming back so we can laugh? Are you there, potato?
CP, may I make a comment about this guy? Yesterday I had a discussion with him.
No. You see, those are potatoes. You see, first of all, they want to debate about Trinity because they want to divert us only from talking about Muhammad and his stupidity. Same time,
of course,
it doesn't matter how many times we explain the Trinity, they will say to us, it doesn't make sense. We know the answer. But when I showed him from his Quran,
it has contradiction and all of that kind of stupid things, you know.
And
it's unbelievable.
He don't want me to use the Quran. You see, they hate us to use the Quran because they cannot refuse the Quran. So when I show him from the Quran that the word of God is not created and Jesus is the word of God in the Quran, and the word of God is alive because Jesus is alive, and the word of God, it's always exists. That's what the Bible says. And when Jesus was the word of God come from his mouth or come from his recording machine? From where? And he said to me, there is a difference. Speech of Allah, which is not separated from the word of Allah. Look at the philosophy. Speech of Allah not separated from the word of Allah. So how you separate them then? If the speech of Allah is not separated, that means it's always not created.
Or he tries to say that these two are one. That the word and the speech is one, but also not one.
Yeah, and the word of Allah. And I said to him, name for me a speech. Allah, he said, is not the word of Allah. He said, Isa. What? Is that a speech? This is the word. Allah said Isa only. There's no. He's mentally ill. He will say Isa only. He made a speech. The speech is the Quran, and the Quran is not created. So they try their best to you know. Anyway, I made you wait for long. King, you want to say anything?
I tried yesterday to talk with that guy. He said that he uses philosophy and logic and blah blah blah. And when I told him that under Islam, under Islamic law, it is prohibited to use philosophy, he said to me, "Show me the proof, and I will leave Islam." Okay, I went to the Reliance of the Traveler. I showed him the proof, and lo and behold, he never left Islam. How dishonest!
Actually,
how dishonest!
Anyone is a philosopher. Anyone is a philosopher. He's in dead or executed in Islam. Go and see what happened.
Exactly.
Go and see what happened to Ibn Khaldun. Go and see all the famous one. In fact, even those who they call them Salafi, even the one like Ibn Taymiyyah, he ended dead like a rat. They accuse him to be a kafir. Those are the Muslims.
I have a video, brother, where I think it's a professor of Al-Azhar University, where he says that they can wipe their bottoms with books of logic and philosophy and the Bible.
Yeah.
And they say it in Egypt, in TV, on TV, in Egypt.
Yeah,
right?
filthy.
Openly. They say that openly, right?
Yeah.
The thing is that he doesn't understand how stupid that is to not use philosophical arguments. How can you not use it? And when it comes, for example, for theology, you need philosophical arguments, but the same Quran prohibits it. The same law prohibits to use your own brain. You have only to submit, like not even submit, surrender. You surrender your brain completely to Muhammad and his sock puppet, Allah. That's how you do it. Otherwise, you can't. You can't defend all of that rubbish there. It's impossible to defend it. You have to be intellectually dishonest. That's why the people that try to talk to you, they can't, because they are intellectually dishonest. When you tell them, look, the word of Allah is eternal, isn't it? Yes. Therefore, Jesus must be eternal because he is the word of Allah. That's what the verse says.
And not only that,
how are you going to
go
around
that? We have all description of God when we speak about Jesus. When he agreed that yes, Jesus he create, but Allah gave him permission. Well, that doesn't make any difference. Jesus now is a creator. So now we have two creators in the religion of Islam, Allah and Jesus, not Allah and Muhammad.
Exactly.
Only two individual. Why Jesus can create?
And isn't it Allah that says that he is the best of the creators?
Yeah. Why?
Which are the
why
other
only
creators?
Jesus can create? Why?
That's another question. Why is it only Jesus that creates?
Why not Muhammad? If
Why
Muhammad
not
is
Muhammad?
Why if Muhammad is if Muhammad is a greater? If Muhammad is a greater, why the greatest act of God is given to Jesus? The greatest activities of God, the action of God, it is to Jesus. So Jesus can make the blind see. Can Muhammad make the blind see? No. Can even Allah make the blind see? No. As you see here, Muhammad is suffering badly from poison and he is dying slowly like a rat. Where is the healing of Allah?
He didn't need his 7 Ajwa dates.
Where is the healing of Allah?
He didn't need his 7 Ajwa dates.
Yeah. Let us see who is. Let us see who is next. We have Tariq. Are you there, Ithrik? I don't know if I'm saying your name correctly. Ithrik, are you there? He's not there. Okay, Jaman?
Hi. So, I just want to say the only reason why I like have questions is because as a Christian, I talk to Muslims sometimes, so I want to know like how to refute their like points. So my question is, like, so yesterday you were saying the hadith about where he said Shaitan was talking to him. There,
So
like,
I don't. Your voice is muffled. I don't know why. Shaitan was what?
When Shaitan was like talking to him. Well, when it said that he was talking to him, they said that the intersection was like hoped for, but then in like later verses, it said that they only brought up the names of the daughters of Allah to say that you guys choose to worship them, but their names mean nothing. So like, is that translation not true?
First of all, if a Muslim he says that the verses of satanic verses were in the Quran and they are taken off and they know them, how then Allah, how the Muslim they claim that Allah will delete them if they are still known? So he did not delete them then, because the Muslim they remember them word by word. And how Muhammad did not notice that he just pleased and worshipped the goddess, which is the female goddess of the Arab. Is he stupid? How Shaitan can make me say long sentence praising, let us say I am a Christian, and I am, and Shaitan, he want to put words in my mouth to praise Muhammad. How that can happen? It's impossible. The only way for such a thing is to happen is to be controlled totally by Shaitan. So the Muslim's argument is a false argument, is a funny argument. Plus, as long as Shaitan he can do it once, he can do it again and again and again. Which means even the verse says supposedly according to Muslims it's mean Allah will delete what Shaitan throw in the Quran. Well, throw where? In the Quran. How many of them?
Okay, well, what about the manuscripts? Sometimes they say that the manuscripts they found were like super early.
There's zero. First of all, there is zero manuscript of the Quran. They are lying. They found one page. It was a gift from a Christian guy in the Birmingham University, and the Muslim they went crazy for it. And it's not even the same Quran, and it is dated to before Islam, which means if it is true, that means Muhammad is copying from that page, not the opposite. It is dated up to 60 years before Muhammad. So
yeah, it's like it's arranged though, but so it's just to say that there's no original manuscript that's around.
No, you don't get it.
There's no original manuscript. Zero.
Exactly.
Oh.
You see, when we say original, what original mean?
The first one.
200 years after Muhammad? No. 300 years after Muhammad? No. 500 years after Muhammad? No. They don't have the 200 years. You see the Quran we are reading now? This is the reading of Hafs. They don't have any book written by Hafs. This is the reading.
And Hafs is a liar. And Hafs is a liar.
And Hafs in their books. Yes, and Hafs in their books is a liar. Exactly. But just to make it simple, even the one we are reading right now is a recitation. If you go to the page number A, I used to have I posted in Patreon, go check it out. In page number A in the Quran, the Arabic Quran, it says, this Quran, according to the recitation of Hafs. Recitation. When we say recitation, does that mean there's a book?
No.
And Hafs was 200 years after Muhammad, it still didn't have a book. If we have the book, we do not need Hafs. We do not need it. We have the book. We need Hafs. And Hafs is a liar. And not only that, even his dad is a scumbag too, according to Muslims. Him and his dad, which is not his dad really, he's a stepfather. So they have zero manuscript. And then we found there's other Quran we found. They are different from the Qurans the Muslims have. Like the Quran of Samarkand, the Quran of Yemen, the Quran, etc. There is many different variety of the Quran, but none of them is original, and none of them can be considered as manuscript because they are not that old.
Not only that.
As an example,
the worst Quran.
As an example,
the Quran.
The Quran of Ibn Masood, the Quran of Ibn Masood don't have the Fatiha. There's no Fatiha. The whole chapter is gone. As an example, Aisha, she said that the chapter of Al-Ahzab used to be equal to the chapter of Al-Baqarah. That means what? Hundreds of verses are missing in one chapter only. Is Aisha lying?
Well, is Aisha Sahih?
Oh, sure. So why the Muslims will, you see, why the Muslims will say, will use her statement if it is a lie? Why you are going to use a statement of a liar? Why you use it? Why you print it? Why you copy it? Why you teach it? This is an excuse the Muslims, they say, just to get away from the embarrassment. You know? So if I go right now, let me show you. Let's see. Even there is many Muslim sheikhs, they agree that the Quran is gone. Especially the Shia. The Shia, they fought at the Quran today.
Wait, what about Shabir Ali? Is he honest?
Shabir Ali is a joke, you know. Shabir Ali, he run from me like a cat. He don't dare even to speak to me for a second. But let us see.
Actually, Shabir Ali, he was having an interview, whatever you can say, and he said that there are variations of Quran with different harakat and different words, and it is online. Okay, if you want to go with Shabir Ali.
And even Yasir Qadhi, he said the standard narratives has holes. When Mimi Hijab said to him, if we have if we ask you to write
blank mushaf, and I give you a blank mushaf.
Yeah.
And he says, well, that's not how we are gonna do it. That's not how we're gonna do it. We cannot discuss it in public.
He said, brother, we cannot discuss those things in public. This is not for public, brother. Don't do that. Mimi Hijab, he insists, and then the poo-poo happened. And then Mimi Hijab, he decided to delete the video because it is an embarrassment. But too bad, people already download the video.
Too late.
Yeah.
So wait, why didn't he want to say? Why didn't he want to say what he would have wrote down?
Sorry again. What?
Why didn't he want to say what he would have wrote down?
It's not what he. It's not that. He said that it is not possible to write down on a blank paper what the actual Quran was from Uthman. Okay, that was his point. It is not easy because there are a lot of variable
not the same.
Quran.
It's not the same. The Quran is not the same. And he said it clearly, the standard narratives has holes, which mean the standard the Muslim they use to prove their Quran have a lot of bad, stupid things and not accurate.
Oh, okay, I get it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Let me see if I can show you the reference. And this is Aisha, not a Christian prince. Let us see. All right. If we go and we see,
I don't know why, but your stream has been paused in the Quran X. Quran Wow, actually. If you're looking at something of the Hadith.
oh no, it's not there, but I'm trying to show you the etc. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Let us show the reference. Give me a second. This is a tafsir, Ad-Durr al-Manthur, for Imam al-Suyuti, who? One of the biggest sheikhs of Islam. Al-Suyuti. Can they say Al-Suyuti is a liar? So let us see what Al-Suyuti says. Did we open the page? Why it's not opening? All right. So in Al-Suyuti, here we will see. Actually, all the page here is speaking about the Quran corruption, but I want to show you something important. Where? Look like the page is not the same page. Hold on. All right, maybe, yeah, it should be in the same page actually. Let me try again. Here we go. Do you see my screen, John, or your name? What's his name? Jaman. Do you see my screen?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Here it says, let's see, and this is Sahih Hadith. Yeah, this stupid page, they have like something will open right away when you click on it. Read with me.
Al-Hakim authenticated it, Ibn Mardah, and Al-Diyah and Al-Muqtara, on the authority of Azhar, who said, the Babe and Cobb said to me, where do you read Surat al-Azab? Or where do you prepare it? I said, 73 verses. He said, do you cut it? I have seen it and that it is equivalent to Surah al-Baqarah, or more than Surat al-Baqarah, and we have read in it, the old man and the old woman, if they commit adultery, stone them absolutely as a punishment from God, and God is mighty. Why, so it was raised in what was raised.
Translation is not accurate, but let me make it simple. He said to him, how you recite al-Ahzab? How many verses? He said, 73. He said, but we used to read it equal to Al-Baqarah, the cow chapter. And even more, not only equal, even more than Al-Baqarah. So here it says, it is equal and even longer than Al-Baqarah. If we go right now to Al-Baqarah, chapter 2, and by the way, it says there authentic. Did you notice the word authentic? Do you see the word authentic? And this is in the authority and the name for you. It's authenticated. This is not a statement of potato. It is authenticated. All right? So if we go to Al-Baqarah, how big Al-Baqarah is, look how big. This is the biggest. This is a book by itself. All of this is Al-Baqarah. I'm just scrolling down to see the last verse. How many? Look at this. 286 verses. All right. How many verses is Al-Ahzab?
Oh man, he said 7, so that's like 200 verses.
Exactly. So now we have a disaster. They speak about our book is corrupted when their book says it clearly that not only the Quran is gone, it is gone. 73 verses. Who is good in mathematics? 286 minus 73. How many verses are missing? In one chapter only.
213.
Thank you. In one chapter only. And CP, you are lying, CP. It doesn't say that, CP. Abdul, this is your reference. This is your book. Here we go. Let me post the link. Let me, you know what? Let me see if I can find a better link, because this one will come so long, and it has this pop-up window. Will not help. If I could not find another page, I will give you this page. Give me a second. I should be able to find it. Better page. Oh, hold on. I found even something better. I found something better. The Muslims will cry for it. This is Ibn Kathir. Jaman, are you there?
Yeah.
This is Ibn Kathir. I don't know if Ibn Kathir in English will say the same. I suspect. But you can open Ibn Kathir in Arabic. Please, guys, post the link for people in... Let me post it in Rumble in YouTube, so they can save it too. I post it in Rumble. Let us post on YouTube. All of you guys open it. And let me show you. This is Ibn Kathir. Who? Ibn Kathir. See here it says Ibn Kathir. Read me carefully. For sure you do not know Arabic, but no problem. You can use Google. Police be upon him. قال لي ابن كعب كأين تقرأ سورة الأحزاب? How you read the Ahzab? How long? How many count? How you count it? He said 73 verses. 73 verses. He said only? I saw it equal to the Baqarah. Remember the other one, the Suyuti, it says, and even longer. Here it's only, it says equal to Al-Baqarah. Let us translate.
Ubay bin Ka'b said to me, "Where do you read Surah Al-Ahzab? Or where do you prepare it?" He said, I said, 73 verses, and he said, not. I have seen it and it is equivalent to Surah Al-Baqarah.
Oh, wow.
See it? And this is Ibn Kathir. This is not a Christian prince in YouTube making a statement. He can prove it. And we showed many references, not only this. I mean, As-Suyuti, there's tons, and those are big names. So even Muslim big scholars admit that the Quran was corrupted. Where is the 200 verses are gone? 213 verses are gone in one chapter. That is the size of a book. And we can show tons of those, not only about Al-Baqarah and other verses and etc. And then the Abdul, they go around, they say our book preserved. Islam is a mockery of itself.
Isn't the Quran say that the Quran has been in shreds?
Yeah, and even Allah, he will make them forget the Quran too.
Yeah. Actually, in chapter 2, verse 106, it says that Allah will make you to forget will cause you to forget.
Actually,
and will bring another one.
there is a hadith from Umar. He said that the Quran is 1,000 letter and 27,000 letter. 1,000 is a million, correct?
Yeah.
And 20,000 letter. Go check right now in Google and see how many letters the Quran according to Muslims. You will find that more than 80% of the Quran is gone. It is totally gone. Where is the Quran? This is the hadith that I showed. This is the hadith.
The goat ate all of the Quran.
The goat ate it, absolutely. The goat ate it. Here we go. This is the reference. Let me pause it for you in Discord. And let us translate. This is Umar ibn al-Khattab. Who? Umar ibn al-Khattab. And this is a trustworthy man who mentioned this. Let me translate.
The Quran has 1,000 letters and 27,000 letters. Whoever reads it patiently and seeks reward, will have for every letter a wife from the beautiful Houris. Narrator, Omar bin al.
Here there is a mistake. It says 1,000 letter, not 20,000 letter. 1,000. Let me go back. I will highlight the first one. Maybe if we highlight everything, the thing is messed up. Al-Quran, alfu harf. Let us translate this part alone. Has 1,000 letter. This is not wrong. Alf. Maybe the software he think that repeating the word 1,000 twice is a mistake. You see the word 1,000 here? This is the first one, and this is the second one. 1,000, thousands, 1,000. See it? So the word 1,000 repeated twice. Let me try again. Highlight them only the thousands. See? 1,000 letter and 27,000 letter. Where are they? They are gone. And we can and we can show tones. This is nothing. This is just the start. This is nothing.
The tip of the iceberg. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah. And the potato, he says to us, explain the Trinity.
CP, the thing is that how can they claim that the Quran has been preserved when Umar himself, was it Umar, that burned all the manuscripts and created his own Quran?
No, this is Umar.
I mean,
this hadith is by Umar. Look. This hadith is from Umar. The one who's talking now is Umar. And this is a trustworthy reported hadith. You see here it says narrated Umar ibn al-Khattab. You see? Exactly. So this is Umar saying the Quran is 1,000 and 27,000 letters. This is not a joke. And it says here there are men, the men of the hadith are trustworthy. Do you see it at the end?
Yeah.
Which means none of them is not a trustworthy, which means this hadith is absolutely true. Anyway, we have Theo. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hello, Christian friend.
Hello.
I had one question about something that you said earlier.
All right.
You said that Mohammed died because of the poison, and he said that his aorta is being cut, right?
His what? Yeah.
His aorta was being cut.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you also brought the verse from the Quran which talks about the same punishment, right?
All right.
Yeah, but the thing is that I've searched on the internet and I've seen some Muslim responses to this, and one of them was that the Quran and the Hadith, they use different words for aorta, and therefore
no, that's false.
related.
You see, different words but they are the same thing. You see what? So if it is different word, why here it says order, and in the Quran in the translation it says order, right? If it's different.
Yeah, but
Okay.
like
So,
what's the actual difference between those
no,
words?
there is no actual difference. This is the same. It's a word for the same part of the body. Al-Watin, the lifeline. The translation here says. Change the translator. Let us say Hilali and Khan. What it says here?
Yeah, aorta.
All right. Does it say the same in the hadith?
Yeah.
Aren't they both are Muslims?
Well, it seems so.
It's different word, brother.
What
It's
is
different
what?
word. It's different word.
What's the difference?
Yeah.
Like it's exactly the same, complete synonym.
Huh?
I'm saying, so the word in the hadith, is it like exactly the same meaning, complete synonym?
Exactly the same meaning. This is why the Muslim translation, not my translation, saying orta. This is not my translation. So it's saying the same body part, the same body part. Why you don't ask them? Okay, why you don't ask them when they say this is different? So this is what part is that? And show me from the dictionary. In a second, you will see that they are potato liars. Tell them, show me from the dictionary that this is a different part.
CP, actually, this verse is a lie, because when Muhammad was reciting the chapter of Star, he had Satan saying some words, right, from his mouth, allegedly.
Yeah.
Why didn't Allah punish him at that time?
Yeah, but because supposedly it is not him, it's Shaitan. Shaitan, he did that to him. Yeah. However,
Muhammad
this is not the issue. You see, first of all,
Muhammad
what happened, Muhammad, he made these verses, he never thought he will end in such a way. And obviously, when he said those words here, the guy is in pain, and he's dying, and he is just saying what's happening to him. But when he forgot what he said before, that if he is lying, this is how he will die. Allah will size him by his right hand. How Muhammad eat? By right hand only. What he will do to him? He will cut his artery. There's a billion ways to die. By the sword, by heart attack, by disease, by falling down, whatever, I mean, you know. But Muhammad, why he chose specifically such a statement? And remember, Muslims believe that everything Muhammad he say is from God, is inspiration from God. Never wrong. So when I ask him to tell me if Muhammad was wrong, he keep talking. He didn't want to answer. Because what he would say, Muhammad was stupid. He said to me, but the Prophet was poisoned 4 years ago. Who cares? You can be shot 20 years ago. 20 years ago. And you struggle every day with the shot you had 20 years ago, and you might die because of it.
Well, the thing is, I've heard another response too, and they say that like my aorta is being cut used to be like a popular idiom that refers to simply death. Is that true?
What is that? What is that?
But still, even if it is an idiom, why to use that with that type of idiom?
No.
Why didn't he say?
No. He said it clearly. He said it clearly. He said what is causing it. He said what he feel, the part. What idiom? No, this is not true. He can say my stomach. He can say my heart. He can say etc. He said the specific part of the body.
Just a second, Supi. I don't think you. I'm sorry. Maybe my accent is bad or something. I said that some Muslims say that when Muhammad said that his aorta was being cut, they say that it used to be an idiom at that time, like it's just an expression that means I'm dying.
I'm answering you. I'm answering you. If that is true, show us. Show us. Go ahead. Once in Muhammad's lifetime, he said that. He didn't say that every day. If this is something that they say always every day, that means this. You say that only if a severe thing is happening to you. It's your lifeline. So this is a big fat line. This is a big fat lie.
And still, don't forget that we lie anyway. We lie to protect the whatever it is.
Ask yourself, if this is Jesus saying that, the Muslim, they will say this is at that time they saying that, or say, oh look, you know, look what happened to Jesus. You know, they love to lie, right? And this is a story repeated many times, and we will find that anytime Muhammad he mentioned it, it's about Muhammad death. If I take this word right now in front of your eyes, Abhari, which is the artery, and I post it here in the search engine, what I will find? Never been used except about death. And those are the references in front of your eyes. Al-Bukhari,
Abi Dawood.
Abi Dawood. Does it say Sahih? Sahih. Abi Dawood again. Does it say Sahih? Sahih. This one is not even translated. This is Ad-Durami. You see it? All is the same. It's mentioned only about death. We don't say it.
Go to 45:12 of Abi Dawood at the end of it.
This one?
Go there. Yeah. No. The Abi Dawood 45:12 or 5:12. It's right up. Look at the end what it says. Look at the end what it says. On that one.
Where? You said 40.
Of that one.
Oh, this one. Okay.
I continue to feel pain from the morsel which I had eaten at Khyber. This is the time when it has cut off my aorta.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
See?
I'm showing
This
you.
is the time.
This is the word I search for. This is what it says. And this time, and this it says. And even that how it says at this time. Now. Not every day. At this time, there's something special happen. So always he feel the pain. The pain never stop. And this is additional proof that Muhammad is a false prophet. Because
Hassan Sahih, and it starts, he then said about the pain of which he died, I continued to feel pain from the morsel which I had eaten at Khyber. This is the time when it has cut off my aorta. And the other guy tried to say, oh, he didn't die from the poison. No, of course not. No.
So the reason I mentioned that to him, remember, it's not to talk about this topic, but about that Jesus is the creator. Jesus is the healer. Jesus, he can do what God can do only. Because what is left? He can give life. I can kill, but I can't give life. Right? Killing is not hard, but giving life is impossible. And when I force him to admit that Jesus is a creator, he said, okay, Allah gave him permission. Doesn't matter. Now we have two creators. By having Jesus creating, the Muslims cannot claim no more that Allah is the creator. In fact, the stupid Quran itself says clearly that Allah is the best of the creators.
There are only two in the Quran, Allah and Jesus. Right?
Yeah, there's no other creators.
There are no other.
Exactly. Yeah. But he compared himself to Baal too. And Baal, he says, do you pray to Baal? Allah is the best of the creators. So, which means he agreed that Baal is a creator too. So now we have three.
What a disaster. What a disaster.
Yeah, because when you say, do you pray for Baal and forsake the one who is the best of the creators, that means Baal is a creator too, but Allah saying, I'm the better than him. Creators. I mean, you cannot fix creators.
I had a Muslim coming here and he said, what do you have against Islam? And I told him, well, I don't have anything. Can you tell me who has spoken first, chapter 1 of the Quran. He said, Allah, are you telling me that Allah is asking for help and is worshipping someone in verse 5?
and guidance. All right, guys. It's getting so late for me. Actually, it's morning. I was telling you I'm yawning long time ago, but since the Abdul came, I became so excited, and I am not sleeping no more. But now it's coming back, and I better sleep before you know. Yeah, actually, I wanted to go because I don't know what I'm saying. I mean, I'm really sleepy, tired, you know. So I said to myself, I better go before I start making poo like Mohammed, you know.
Oh no, please don't.
You know, when I eat, hold on, when I eat, there's something about me. When I eat, I feel so sleepy. You know, but not all the time. But mostly if I eat like let us say heavy meat,
especially meat.
Yeah, meat.
Heavy meat. Yeah.
So I feel like I'm out of power, like I'm collapsing. So once I was live, I don't know how many of you notice. Thank God there's no camera. Thank God there's no camera. I have no idea what I was saying, you know. It's like, you know, the cartoon Mickey Mouse, like your eyes are closing and you push it up and they go down and you push it up and you go down. So always I avoid not to eat and go live because it's embarrassing sometimes, like you are with people, you know, you eat with them, you know, like, you know, you are like, as I need like 5 minutes or 10 minutes to sleep, and then like that's it, that's all what I need. But how you can sleep 5 minutes in the restaurant or you're alive? Yeah, but now I'm sleeping not because I ate, but because I woke up so early. And now, I mean, here we go. It is 4 something in the morning. Yeah, but it was fun for this Abdul, you know, this guy. The word of God is, and the speech of God. Allah, only in Islam, Allah have a speech, have words. They are different.
Different.
When I
The
say
one
to
is
you
created,
hi,
the other one is
yeah, when I say to you hi, I just created the word.
Oh my goodness.
Can I ask you something?
All right, go before I sleep too.
Okay. So I'm the same guy who called you yesterday. We were talking about deception and guidance and the different Arabic words that refer to deception. And today I saw one verse. I just wanted to ask you, how can we refute that if somebody brings it up? It's chapter 20, verse 123.
Chapter what?
Chapter 20. Verse 123.
Verse 123.
Yeah.
All right.
Supposedly it's talking about God and that you know there's no deception in him or whatever.
But you said to me how you refute. Oh, you mean
Yeah.
Okay. You mean it says لا يضل ولا يشقى?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, but there's no need to refute. Here it says that Allah, He made a curse. The one who follow guidance, he is not going to be led astray. Okay. So the one who follow guidance, but who is the one who guide? Allah. And who is the one who must guide? Is Allah too. The story here in front of you is about what? Is about Adam, right?
Yeah.
All right. Who can explain the Quran better than Muhammad? Look at this. Now, if I am asleep and I'm talking to you, it's your fault.
Okay.
I'm just joking. So this is Muhammad saying that Allah, He destined to Adam to be misguided 40 years before he created him. So did Allah misguide Adam or he did not? All of those are authentic. And this is Al-Bukhari, hadith number 6614. Moses, he said to Adam, it is because of you we are out of paradise. Adam said to him, you idiot. Allah spoke to you directly and he wrote the Torah for you in his hand. According to Muslim, by the way, they believe that the Torah, all of it written by the hand of Allah. I feel sorry for Moses. He was loading trucks, thousands of trucks of tablets. So, and Allah favored you in his talk. Yet, you blame me. Do you blame me for an action which Allah had written in my fate 40 years before my creation? Do you see it, Theo?
Yes, yes.
So now the sin of Adam, was it sin of Adam? It was the sin of Allah.
Yeah, but like what I'm trying to say is basically, so imagine I tell someone about the other verses that say that Allah is the one who guides and He is the one who misguides, right? And then that person responds to me by bringing up this verse, which says, you know, if you follow the guidance of Allah, then you will not be misguided. Like, how do, if somebody does that,
yeah,
how do we
but I just showed
respond?
you that this is the contradiction. This is not correct then, because the Quran says this is against them. This is not for them, because if the Quran says that Allah He guide and Allah is the one who misguide, including Shaitan himself was misguided by Allah, and then it says that the one, the verse you gave me here, the one who follow guidance, okay, but do they have a free will to follow guidance?
Well, in Islam now.
Okay, so how you follow guidance then? So this is really used against them. You should say to them, well, this is the contradiction, because Allah is the one who says clearly that He is the mudil. He is the one who misguide. There is no other person. And even Shaitan, when he do that, Shaitan is sent by Allah.
Yeah, that actually does look like a contradiction.
Yeah, it is. You know, when they say to you, you should, you know, like look at here, look at this. Chapter 2, verse number 26. Allah giving a parable for what reason? To mislead a lot of people and to guide a lot of people. Who? You gave a parable to mislead? Do you see it? Do you see the word mislead?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Allah giving me a Quran to mislead me? So how the one who follow guidance will not be misled, and Allah is the one who misled people? And this is chapter 2, verse number 26.
Well, they might say something like, you know, it says He misleads thereby only those who are rebellious and disobedient. They might say something like,
no. Man, no, my friend, use your, you have to think carefully. Don't just throw words. Does it say He mislead?
Yeah.
Okay, that means it's not your opinion. It is Allah, He mislead. My opinion, then I misled myself. He mislead. It means it's not my. It was not my decision. Never was. Same. You know. There's tons of verses in the Quran. All of them. Chapter 13, verse number 27. Allah, He misled who He will, and He guide who He will. Is that the will of Muslim to be misled? No. You see it? Chapter 13, verse 27. So,
yeah, I see it.
So, what the verse they give you, you should use it against them. It's not for their benefit, it is against them totally. And remember, the Quran says, if this is a book made by other than Allah, He will find in it a lot of contradiction. And the Muslim believe in destiny. So how
if we find a little bit contradiction is from Allah,
yeah,
we will not find a lot. The little.
There's a video of Mufti Menk about a thief. The thief, he said to the caliphate, why you are going to punish me if my deed written to me in my fate before my creation? Let me find you the video. Just
oh,
to
I've
show
heard
you.
that story.
Huh?
Wasn't that Uthman?
That was what?
Wasn't that Uthman, the caliph? Said
I think it was Omar. No, I think it was Omar. But we can refresh our memory. This is the video.
Of course.
People start scratching their heads and they say, well, if Allah's written, you would be the fool. A man came at the time of Umar ibn Khattab radiallahu anhu. According to one of the narrations, he needed to be punished because he stole. So he comes to Umar ibn Khattab radiallahu anhu and he uses the same line. He says, oh Umar, oh Amirul Mu'mineen, how can you punish me for having stolen when it was predestined? My deeds were already written by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now that's quite a good argument if you were to look at it. Umar ibn Khattab radiallahu anhu was one ahead of this man. He says, well, let's punish this man because it was predestined that we were going to punish him as well.
Look at the stupidity. So when a person he steals, is that a guidance from Allah? He just said this is from Allah. So the guidance of Allah is destiny. He destined to him to go to be a thief.
He was destined to be a thief and then die.
and to lose his hand.
Not even repentance. Not even repentance.
No repentance. No, just get his hand. So now he calls him to steal. And look, the Mufti Menk, he said, by the way, this is a good argument. And supposedly the caliphate is smarter. He said to him, okay, it was predestined to me to punish you. Huh? So now we have two victims. The one is punished for a sin he could not choose to do or not. And the one who is cutting a hand of a human being, he is a victim because he was destined to punish the guy. So where is sin? What is sin in Islam? There is no sin. It's a predestiny.
There is no.
Yeah. So misguidance, no guidance is a joke.
CP, the only sin in Islam actually is that you don't follow Allah and Muhammad.
Okay, I decide to cook you out of here because I need to sleep, man. Sorry. Otherwise, I'm going to use a suicide bill to get rid of them. Guys, what do I do with those people? Leave me alone. I keep saying my eyes is coming down. I don't even have the...
By Allah's leave.
Yeah. Okay, I will eat garlic. I have a dog, by the way. So I just can't come to the house. I have a dog. I don't have a dog anyway. All right. Well, I want to say thank you guys for being here. I hope we have a good time. And don't forget to download those videos. Especially this Abdul, he came and he's so excited, you know. And he admitted like a potato. They never waste your time quoting the Bible to Abdul. Why? Because the whole point is he wants you to stop talking about his prophet, and he hates it when you start using his stupid religion to prove him wrong. So you should do what they hate most. Always, they will come tomorrow and they will ask the same question. Trinity. What makes God a true God is not about being 1, 3, 4, 7, 20. What makes God God is it true or not? Hypocrite, liars, cowards. This is why they don't like me. They prefer a Christian. He starts showing them verses. The Bible says it clearly. Don't throw your jewels under the feet of pigs. And those here, they are coming to disgrace the Bible. So I use their own stupid book to get them busted. And always, we are successful. And we end with Muhammad losing his aorta. And I am asleep. All right, guys, I will keep the life and I will see what I can do. And then you will hear all kind of God knows what, you know. No, I did not eat any, like in America they eat a lot of beans, you know, the old days, the cowboy, and then they fart non-stop, pop, 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 you know. So no, don't worry, if I sleep you will not hear that symphony. Yeah, anyway. Thank you all for being here. Let me kick you out of here, King. Excuse me.
Yeah.
What? Yeah, you will not leave. Unless I do it. I keep saying to you, leave, you are not leaving. Yeah. He said, yeah. I don't believe you anymore. Thank God. I will not, if I own a property, I will never rent it to you. That's it. The house is gone. Yeah, you know, in the Middle East, women, when they come to visit, so let us say the visit is half hour. They drink coffee, how you doing, etc. And then they are leaving, you know, they are done. The conversation on the door, if I say an hour, I'm not exaggerating. And I remember my dad, he always get upset because they block the door. You know, we have like a gate from a steel, and the house is many floors. So like people were like, you know, he said, why you don't go inside, finish your, are you done or you are not done? And my mom, she get upset from him. He said, they cannot say that. This is rude. This is, you know, this our guest. Said, why the conversation is on the door? Coffee they drank, food they ate, and now they decide to stand for an hour. Should we bring chairs at the door, sit outside in the street? So this is a Middle Eastern style visit. The visit is 30 minutes inside the house and an hour on the door. Literally, you're a Greek, I see now. All right, guys. I want to say thank you. May the Lord bless you. And don't worry if you are a thief, because it was Allah's destiny for you to be a thief, so don't feel guilty. However, we will cut your hand anyway. All right, God is good. So is Jesus. And I wish I can stay with you longer, but I'm really tired and sleep. Thank you, and see you soon again. Take care. Bye-bye.